Our national anthem this evening at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum. It's about time to drop the puck between the Indy Fuel and Wheeling Nailers. Tonight's game is a socially distanced sellout. We're at about 25% capacity, a good crowd on hand at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum. The Fuel in the home white uniforms, black numbers. The Fuel logo across the front, a black shoulder yoke, black pants, black and red trim in the Blackhawks' familiar three-stripe pattern. The Nailers, make no mistake, the Pittsburgh Penguins are their parent club. They're in black jerseys with Vegas gold shoulder yokes and gold and white trim and white numbers and the Nailer logo across the front. Our referee tonight is Eric Krasnichuk. Our linesmen are Trevor Waite and Chad Fuller. And Mr. Krasnichuk has the puck cradled in his right hand as Peter Krieger and Matt Alfaro will contest the opening draw. The Fuel moving from right to left as you envision this rink in your mind's eye. The puck is down and away we go. It comes back to the Fuel line where it's settled down by Willie Raskop. Wheeling sets up its forecheck as the Fuel work it through the neutral zone. Krieger tips it into the zone, into the left wing corner. Freeman gets there first, rattles it around, but it comes out to the point for Raskop. He shoots just wide from the right point with a wrist shot. Puck chipped out to the blue line, but knocked down briefly by Barash, but he gloved it down, so the Nailers had to get the next touch, and they skated out to center, but it's picked off there by Indy and sent right back into the Wheeling zone. Pass ahead for Freeman, broken up by Alex Rauter. He dribbles one in on net from the neutral zone, and Shane Sterrett, the Wheeling goaltender, has to come out and glove it to get a whistle. We've played 42 seconds of scoreless hockey to begin this evening's game.
Quick start of the game for the Indy Fuel. Good tip in the high slot area by Derek Barach on the shot from the point from Willie Raskop. Plain and simple. Speed through the neutral zone, get it in, get it back, and get it to the net. Good look there for the Fuel as Sterrett is tested early.
Matt Marcineau will take the draw in the left wing circle in the offensive zone for Indy. Has Teixeira in the shooter's hole, but the Nailers able to win the draw. Puck comes into the right wing corner, but it's won by Marcineau for the Fuel. To the goal line, Rauter along the goal line takes a sharp angle shot. It whistles through the crease. Held in by Cliff Watson at the right point. Works it into the corner for Marcineau. It's taken away there by Watling of Wheeling, and he's able to outlet, but not out. Alex Rauter knocks down a pass. Marcineau shovels it back to the point where Cliff Watson will backhand it in behind the goal. Spencer Watson digs it out there, working with the two Wheeling defensemen, and Watling's able to take it away and outlet back to neutral ice. Michael Jolie behind the back was able to corral the puck but lost his stick. The Fuel turn it over at neutral ice, however, as Watling skates in and misses wide. With the wrist shot from the right circle, the rebound comes over to the far boards and is chipped back into the Wheeling zone. Aaron Tho gets to it, quickly back up to the Fuel line. Watling drops it back through neutral ice to Kuzmeski, and it's tipped into the Fuel zone by Pellick of Wheeling. In behind his own net, Chris Martinet, playing his first game since December 12th, shovels it into the corner and then shovels one of the Nailers down. He's still tied up with Drevich as the Fuel clear it all the way down and ice the puck as it was just wide of the post. So Chris Martinet making his presence felt on his first shift in a few weeks by throwing the body around a little bit after getting to the puck.
He would stand tall in a forest of redwoods. He is 6'7" and can pretty much manhandle anybody. Good show of physicality, something that the Fuel have a good amount of on the back end.
Pellick wins the draw for Malone out to the point. Wrist shot blocked in front. Rebound comes out into the high slot, but collected by David Brohl of Indy. He'll chip it into the Wheeling zone up the left wing board. Sullivan back to Brohl along the boards. Now back to Martinet. He'll skate into the left wing circle. Center in front. It was knocked down, and Sterrett actually had to make a save on it. And the Nailers get to the rebound and clear it out to center.
And a little showing of the offensive ability of Chris Martinet, too. Good read, shooting down the wall, and was able to get a shot on target.
Sullivan and Drevich are tied up at center ice. Brad Drobot comes in to say how do you do, and a congregation forms right in front of the two benches, and it was behind the play. I'm not sure who instigated that, but it looked like one of them was trying to prevent the other from getting off the ice to make a change. And Drevich, one thing we've seen in the 4 games, 3+ now, these two teams have played against each other, in a row is that he likes to mix it up after the whistle a little bit. And we've got an interference call coming on David Brohl, and right now that's the only penalty.
Yeah, you mentioned, Andrew, a little coming together in between the bench area. And if there is any sort of skirmish on the ice tonight, you can guarantee that Brad Drobot's going to be in the mix of things. He was right in the center of it there. But it's going to be David Brohl to the box and an early power play for the Wheeling Nailers.
We talked about the Fuel's power play in the open, but Wheeling's power play has heated up a little bit too. They're 2 for 8 in their last 2 games, both against the Fuel, 25%. They're led on the power play by Felix Robert, who has 2 goals and an assist. He has factored in on all 3 of Wheeling's power play goals this season. The Nailers 12.5%, 3 for 24 in the power play. The Fuel 7th in the league on the kill at 85.2%. They're 23 of 27.
That's a good penalty killing percentage. Also got to add 2 shorthanded goals for the Indy Fuel. So not just getting it done defensively, but do have that offensive capability while down a man.
Marcineau wins the draw back behind his own net, but it's taken out in the left wing corner by Felix Robert of Wheeling. Takes it up the wall, out to the point, held in by Jolie. Good defensive play by Alex Rauter, able to get to the puck and shovel it back into the Wheeling zone.
Well, Rauter had overskated the puck, but he stopped. He didn't turn. He stopped, came back, and was able to clear the puck. Great work there from Alex Rauter.
The Nailers work it through neutral ice into the Fuel zone. Pass from Michael Jolie in the left wing corner. Shoveled along to Watling, back out to the point. Aaron Tho wrists one just wide of the top corner. And the rebound is cleared back into Wheeling territory, where Tho will have to track it down behind his own net.
It's a good thing that puck went wide. Dan Backlund did not have a good look at it, reacted well late, but fortunate for him, the puck was missiled wide.
1:07 to go in Wheeling's power play as Peter Krieger makes things a little bit difficult on Jolie. He regroups through center ice, skates into the Fuel zone through 3 Fuel players, and chips it into the left wing corner where Drevich gives chase. It's chipped back into the corner, and Jolie has it wanted away from him by Tim Shoup, and it is chopped out to center by Nick Pirog, and the Nailers have to regroup back in their own zone. They'll get a change. 40 seconds to go as Wheeling gets its second power play unit out there. Indy also changes up the penalty killing unit. Coming through center is Alfaro across the Fuel line. Self-pass in behind the net. He gets to it. Feeds Freeman in the right wing corner. Alfaro took a bump back out to the point for Josling. He'll skate into the right wing circle, and they try to run a play for Freeman in the low slot, but he couldn't handle it. Out to Josling, right point, fakes the slap shot, takes the wrist shot, and misses high. Alfaro tracks it down along the left wing boards. It's knocked right back into his skates by Antoine Wakeett. He tries to clear, but not out as it hit Alfaro. Back diagonal to Josling, skates into the top of the right wing circle. His wrist shot is high. It rides the top of the glass. Looked like it went out of play, and the linesman a couple seconds later blows the whistle and says, yes, it did go out of play. We'll have a face-off in the Fuel zone. 1 second to go in Wheeling's power play. A good kill to start the game for Indy.
A visionary look across the seam to Sean Josling, who was able to walk in and let the shot go. Airmailed it up and over the net that rode the very top of the glass and hit the netting, but some real good penalty killing here early for the Fuel. There's just 1 second left on the penalty to David Brohl.
No shots on goal on the power play for Wheeling as it expires. As the Nailers win the draw, but they split the goalposts on the D, and it came out to the Wheeling line. McPherson in his own line up the right side ahead to Tomlak, who tips it into the Fuel zone. Cliff Watson tracks it down there, wraps it around the far boards, but Drevich holds it in along the left wing boards, chips it into the corner for Courtnall for Wheeling. Along the half wall, looks to center in front, looking for a deflection. It was tipped just wide by Tomlak. Indy hops on it. Cliff Watson backhands it to Spencer Watson, tips it ahead now to Marcineau. His feet ahead for Rauter was a little too far and picked off by the Nailers, but they couldn't get it out of the zone. Teixeira sends it in behind the net. Watson in on the forecheck in the right wing corner, but it's taken away from him by Duchesne of Wheeling. And the Fuel still coming. Teixeira holds it in at the point. Tries to go a little further along the wall. Spencer Watson trying to win the puck there at the point from Drevich. And Drevich able to take it away and skate it out to neutral ice. He'll chip it into the Fuel zone. Both teams will get changes as Indy's Cliff Watson goes behind the net to get the puck. This pass a little too far for Teixeira, picked off by Jolie. Into the high slot, Jolie skates in, fires just wide, and the rebound, they score. Jolie fired the initial shot wide. Bakula couldn't really find the pocket, pinballed around in front. And Felix Robert able to find it and pop it into the net. On the rebound, just to the stick side of Bakula. And Wheeling has drawn first blood with 5:35 gone in the first period.
Well, the Indy Fuel shoot themselves in the foot on this goal. A missed D-to-D pass from Watson to Teixeira was in Keone's skates, and then all of a sudden Michael Jolie dances to the middle of the ice, one of the best puck protectors in the league. And his original shot went wide, and then the rebound put home. And those are those little things in your own zone. If you have a couple missed passes and your defenseman can't get the puck out on that first breakout pass, you're prone to giving up opportunities against, which was the result in that play there, which allows the Wheeling Nailers to go ahead 1-0.
Felix Robert scores his third goal of the season. And now we've got gloves down. And Scott Savage and Sean Josling. Savage gets in a left, 2-3 lefts. Josling tries to get up, and he misses. Savage with a roundhouse left misses, goes down to the ice, and now the linesmen get involved. Josling is claiming he won the fight as he pumps his fists and skates to the penalty box. And Scott Savage will do the same for Indy. Just 4 seconds after the goal, right off the draw, Josling and Savage drop the mitts, and Scott Savage may be trying to give his team a boost after giving up a goal.
Yeah, a little bit of a wake-up call. And you can see these guys wailing away at one another at points in that fight, flopping around like a couple fish, but nonetheless, the players are showing their ways to the penalty box, and it looks like Scott Savage is going to head his way to the locker room. So hopefully that he is all right. And good to see some aggression and intensity here early on. I mean, you felt eventually that was going to come with how much hockey these two teams have played against each other. I wouldn't say that they're naturally aggressive teams in terms of going to fight a couple times every game, but when you play a team enough, the emotions are going to boil over, and that was the first fight of the game.
Fuel will be playing with 5 defensemen for a while as Savage heads to the dressing room. They each get fighting majors, Savage and Josling. And George Bullock, the trainer, followed Savage to the dressing room and having a little bit of difficulty getting the puck dropped at center ice. A couple of false starts, and kind of tell the agitation level has increased a little bit. And now Krieger and Pelech pushing and shoving off the draw. And our referee, Eric Krasnichuk, comes in to chat with Michael Pelech. And Pelech is a little bit frustrated. So Nick Pirog will come in to take the draw for Indy. And 4th time's a charm. It's finally down and away we go. Wardley sends it into the Fuel zone. It hits a stanchion. Willie Raskob gets to it, chips it off the glass, but not out. Held in at the point by Wardley. He wrists it wide. Watling hops on it along the left wing boards, tries to send it further forward. It's blocked down by Chris Martinet, who chips it back out to center. Naylor settle it down. Wardley at his own line. Looked to headman for Watling, but it missed everybody, and that's an icing on Wheeling. And so the Fuel will have an offensive zone draw. 13:58 to go in the first period. Wheeling leads at 1-0 as they score on their first shot of the game.
When watching this Wheeling team, the one thing you'll notice is that it doesn't matter where they are in the offensive zone, they're looking to sling that puck at the net. They're amongst the league lead in shots per game. And if you're an Indy Fuel goaltender, Dan Bakula, tonight, you always got to be ready, as they're always looking to send that puck towards the goal.
Naylor's gained possession off the faceoff, play it out to center, and now Teixeira and Drevich exchanging pushes and shoves at center as the Fuel send it in behind the net. Pirog battling Pelech there. We have a penalty coming. It looks like it's going to be on Wheeling as Eric Krasnichuk is calling a boarding penalty. And the Fuel are headed to the power play. It's going to be on Pelech, and a congregation of players gathers to discuss the aftermath as Pelech is being skated to the box. And he is arguing his case every stride of the way there.
Pelech came flying in at full speed and sends Derek Barash crashing into the boards just behind Shane Sterrett, the Wheeling netminder. And this game has just taken off in terms of the intensity. And the Indy Fuel now will have a look on their power play, which has been something we highlighted in the pregame, and they'll have an opportunity to see what they can do here early on.
We should be taking a timeout, and they've just put the light on as the teams are lined up for the face-off. We'll see if the officials recognize it or not. 13:44 to go, and now our referee is over to talk to the scorers. Fuel are headed to the power play as Michael Pellick is in the box for boarding, and they are not going to give the timeout. So Matt Marcineau to take the draw for Indy. I think another issue is the red light was on behind the net. Marcineau out to the point. Spencer Watson to Teixeira to the left circle. Malone back over to the far side. Watson skates in low to Marcineau. His shot is blocked up into the air and tumbles into the glove of the Wheeling goaltender Shane Sterrett. And he'll hold on for a whistle with 1:53 to go in the power play and 13:37 of the first period.
There's the play right in the middle of the ice. Working from the sideboards, down low, and look for that pop guy on that play was Matt Marcineau. Good stick from the Wheeling defender. Did not allow him to get an overly powerful shot. Sterrett stayed well positioned, but a good chance. Keep executing the middle of the ice, and you're going to keep getting those chances.
Marcineau and Alfaro on the draw, right wing circle, Fuel offensive zone. Malone and Barash the wings, and Marcineau's been tossed out of the circle, so Malone will take the draw. Spencer Watson and Teixeira the points on this power play unit. It's one back to Spencer Watson at the right point. Skates along the half wall, goes low for Barash, and Watson gets it back. Out of the point, Keone Teixeira walks the line to the center point. Over to Spencer Watson. He skates in, fires, blocked, and cleared by Chad Duchesne of Wheeling. So Bakula settles it down for Teixeira. 1.5 to go in the Fuel's power play. Head to Malone up the left wing boards. Nice feed ahead. Barash down the slot. His shot deflected just wide and over top of the net as well. Barash behind the net wins it to Marcineau. Out to the point, Spencer Watson skates along the half wall into the right wing circle. Back diagonal to Malone at the left point. Fakes the slap shot, feeds Teixeira. One-timer goes high and wide. Rebound pinballs around in the crease and goes just wide as well. Puck sent out to the point for Keone Teixeira. He'll walk it to the center point, feeds Spencer Watson. Skate into the right circle. His wrist shot goes up and over the net and hits back glass. Puck chipped into the left wing corner. Marcineau takes a big bump. That allows the Nailers to get possession and clear all the way down on Dan Bakula.
A real nice look in the beginning of that rush, right off the rush. It was Derek Barach with an opportunity right down the middle of the ice, but a great stick from Matt Miller defensively to not allow that puck to get on target.
New power play unit out there for Indy. The feed in behind the net. Peter Krieger chips it to Jared Thomas. Out to the point for Willie Raskob. He'll walk the line. Feed Krieger left point. The puck explodes off of his stick and is picked off by Nick Rivera. He'll bring it 1-on-3 across the Fuel line. Is poke checked by Raskob, and the Fuel regroup at neutral ice. Thomas skates in, stick handles into the zone. Comes into the left wing corner. Over to the far corner now. Duchesne is ridden hard into the glass by Pirog, but is able to make the play while taking the hit. Now we've got Pirog and Duchesne still tangled up, exchanging pushes and shoves. It's Rivera in there with Pirog. The linesmen are trying to break him up as Pirog is continuing to get at Rivera. You'd think these two teams haven't played each other very much the last few games, the last few days. As Pirog and Rivera finally getting untangled by the linesmen. Their legs were tangled up as the two players and the two linesmen went to the ice. We'll see how this shakes out.
This altercation all started on a great hit from Nick Pirog on Chad Duchesne. Clean, good hit. Rode him right from the wall to the ice. And then on his way out of the zone, Pirog pretty much gets jumped by Nick Rivera. And as that was happening, they're both duking it out. And I looked over to the Indy Fuel bench, and Doug Christensen was just about halfway on the ice. There's a great hit for those viewers watching on Flow Hockey. And all Pirog's trying to do is just get himself back into play, and then gets jumped by Rivera, and the ensuing fight was more so Pirog trying to stand up for himself. I would expect some sort of unsportsmanlike coming for Rivera, but not sure if we're going to get it. But the emphasis was a clean hit from Nick Pirog. And you know that Doug Christensen is really upset now that his team's not going to get a power play out of this.
And nobody extra skating over to the Wheeling penalty box. Pirog and Rivera are there. And the manpower advantage is 5-on-4 for the Fuel for the next 6 seconds. And actually, it's 4-on-4 on the ice, but there's no penalties up on the board on the Fuel side. I think we're having some difficulty getting sorted out. The manpower situation. Eric Krasnichuk skated over to the Fuel bench, and the Fuel players are saying send one more out. It should be 5-on-4 for Indy. And so Spencer Watson hops over the board. So Marcineau, Watson, and Rauter, the forward unit. We've not seen Scott Savage return to the ice since he went to the dressing room after his fight. The puck is down. The Fuel win the draw. Into the zone is Cliff Watson. Has it at the top of the left wing circle. Out to Tim Shoup. He tries to go to the seam for Rauter. His shot deflected just wide. Wrapped around to Cliff Watson, left point. Out of Spencer Watson. He is poked off the play by McPherson and able to chip it out to center. Foot race to the Fuel line. And it is won by Tim Shoup. Sends it to the line, but Pellick gets there first for Wheeling. Chips it into the left wing corner in the Fuel zone. Now to Aaron Tho. He'll rip it in behind the net. Pellick in the left wing corner. Behind the net now for Watling. Takes it out into the right wing corner, working on Shoup below the goal line. Watling able to corral the puck. Tried to play it out to the point. Did on second effort to Tho. Walks to the center point. And his feed to the right wing circle is broken up and stolen by Tim Shoup. The Fuel bring it the other way. Marcineau across the Wheeling line. Drops it for Spencer Watson. He drops it a little further for Chris Martinet, but it was read nicely and broken up by Drevich. Numbers coming the other way. 4-on-2 for Wheeling. A feed for Tho along the right wing boards, but it's broken up by the Fuel. Chipped ahead to Spencer Watson. 1-on-1 across the line. Cuts in the middle. Fires! And a blocker save made by the goaltender Shane Sterrett. And the Nailers settled the rebound down. We're back to 5 aside. 10.5 to go in the first period. Wheeling leads 1-0. Jolie, who has the assist on the goal, takes it into the right wing corner. The Fuel in is plastered to the boards by Martinet. Tom Lack gets it to Jolie. He's bodied down by Martinet, and that'll be a penalty. And a cross-checking call on Chris Martinet as he and Jolie were battling for the puck. And so the Nailers will be going on the power play with 10:20 to go in the first period. This will be Wheeling's second power play of the night, as Chris Martinet will sit for cross-checking.
Michael Jolie enters the zone with a lot of speed on the near side. And was trying to get past Chris Martinet, but he threw him to the ice on a real physical play, and the penalty is called. And Wheeling Nailers are going to head to the power play.
And we should be having a timeout here, but there's all kinds of confusion as to whether or not we should be taking timeouts or not. This is the second time that one has been signaled, and properly so. And let's see if our referee will allow it, because it's being signaled so late in the stoppage, they're not allowing the timeout. So Wheeling will stay on the power play here. 10:20 to go into the first period. The shots are 3-1 in favor of the Fuel. The score 1-0 in favor of Wheeling. This is the Nailers' second power play. The Fuel win the draw, and it's chipped off the wall and all the way down.
That's a textbook face-off in your own zone while down a man. Win the draw back, have one of your defensemen grab it, send it off the glass, and send it all the way down the ice.
Nailers working through neutral ice into the Fuel zone with speed. Alfaro back diagonal to Freeman, poked away from him. Here's a wrist shot from the point by Miller. It's blocked down. Freeman tried to shoot from a sharp angle, hit the side of the cage. Out to the point now, Miller. To the top of the right wing circle, McPherson works it low. Shot save, rebound save as Bakula stopped the second shot after making a save on Courtnall. Miller up to the left wing circle. Alfaro looked to center to Freeman. It was knocked free, but corralled by Miller. Into Freeman, left wing circle, poked away from him by Joe Sullivan, and the Fuel able to clear it out thanks to a good stick by Peter Krieger. 9:25 to go in the Wheeling power play, or in the period, and a minute to go in Wheeling's second power play of the night. They're 0 for 1. Aaron Tho with speed across the fuel line, and the play was slowed up enough to delay the timing, and that caused an offside.
There's Michael Pellick on the far side. A stride or two in over the line before the puck crossed. Offside for the Wheeling Nailers.
Scott Savage is back from the dressing room to the bench. And so
it's really good to see. Thinking about that fight again, he took the worst part of it at the end of that fight. I recall he lost his balance, and I think he went headfirst into the ice, but great to see him back.
Nailers working into the fuel zone. Jolie to Robert right down Main Street, but he couldn't handle the puck. Raskob wraps it around and sends it all the way down. 38 seconds to go in Wheeling's power play as Starrett shovels it behind his own net. The Fuel's forecheck is going to get there first briefly, but Watling's able to get to the puck. Antoine Wakeit into forecheck as Aaron Tho is forced behind his own net. 25 seconds to go in the power play. Tho skates it up through center, drops it to Jolie on the delay play. He'll stick handle into the Fuel zone, feed it ahead for Watling, back to Jolie in the right wing corner. Being watched by Shoup. Cliff Watson also in there, pokes it free, but the puck rimmed around to Tho at the right point for Wheeling. To Jolie, now they tried to run a give and go that was read beautifully by Marcineau and broken up. Taken away from Watling and sent back to the Wheeling line, and that'll do it for the power play as Chris Martinet's back on the ice. And we're back to 5 aside. Nailers feed it through center. It's settled down by Michael Pellick. He'll send it into the Fuel zone off the wall into the right wing corner. Cliff Watson gets there, outlets to Wakeit up the far side. As Router's able to play it up to the Wheeling line. And the Nailers, Lawton Courtnall spins off a check at his own line, drops it back to the D, where Evan Wardley settles it down. Now to Drevich at center. Takes it all the way across the ice, tried to feed it to the Fuel line. It was read perfectly and picked off by Peter Krieger. He gains the center red line and shovels it in. Starrett gets there and takes it around to the near boards where Tyler Drevich will skate it out to center. Headman to Courtnall at the Fuel line, working on Teixeira. Courtnall trying to ward off Teixeira with one hand and stick the puck with the other. Takes it all the way into the right wing corner. It's knocked free and comes out to Barash. 2-on-2 across the Wheeling line. Barash to the left wing circle, hits the trailer over to the far side where Brohl's shot is stopped by Starrett, and the Nailers bring it the other way.
There was one of those odd man rush opportunities on the counterattack. You had 3 Wheeling forwards caught low. Barash speeding the other way, and maybe one too many passes for the Indy Fuel as Brohl's shot on the back door never really got to him.
Puck into the Wheeling zone. Barash tried to center, but it comes free to McPherson, who chips it out to the point. And the Nailers get to it. Sean Josling will send it into the Fuel zone where Bakala settles it down. Goes back to the area from whence it came to Cliff Watson. But his outlet pass to Wakeit, broken up by the Nailers. However, the Fuel able to settle the puck down. Jared Thomas back to Scott Savage, who's back in the game. Savage tries to sidestep a check and send it into the Wheeling zone. Miller takes a bump from DJ Buzdecker. Puck tied up in the corner where the Nailers shoveled along to the far side. Cliff Watson backhands it to Wakeit. A little further behind the net, Buzdecker works it free from Miller. Tries to center, but nobody was home. And the Nailers able to work it out to neutral ice. Tomlak shovels it into the Fuel zone to Robert. He fires and scores. He picks the top corner on Dan Bakala on the stick side, and a quickly developing play has given the Wheeling Nailers a 2-0 lead.
What a shot from Felix Robert. And the primary and big assist is going to go to Brady Tomlak, who was able to control this puck and keep possession of it as the Wheeling Nailers were coming through the neutral zone. I mean, that is a pick your corner kind of shot from Felix Robert. Left-handed shot player coming down the right side of the ice. And for Dan Bakala, he was down early. Robert realized that. And he goes off the underside of the crossbar, bar down, across the way for Dan Bakala. So Robert with both Wheeling goals, and the Indy Fuel find themselves down 2-0 with 5:50 to go in the first period.
The goal is Robert from Tomlak. At 14:02, Robert, his 4th of the season and 2nd of the game. Aaron Tho in behind the Fuel net. Turns, fires from short range on Dan Bakala. He makes the blocker save and then gloves it out of the air to get a whistle with 5:40 to go. And again, we should be having a timeout here, and it's not being signaled. So the Nailers leading at 2-0. A pair of goals by Felix Robert. And the Fuel win the draw. Played ahead to Brawl, through center. Pass a little too far for Sullivan. Sean Josling gains the Fuel line. And comes back now to Keone Teixeira, over to Seamus Malone, far boards. Headmans to Brawl at the wheeling line. He's warded off the play by Tho, but it comes back to Sullivan to Brawl. Sharp angle shot right on. And Starrett able to make the save, and he reaches out to corral the puck and get a whistle. With 5:16 to go in the opening period of play, the Nailers lead at 2-0. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
The holidays are bustling with activity. Handle it all with Happy Honda Day.
In a similar position to where they were on Thursday night, where they trailed Wheeling by 2 goals, they were able to get a good response each time, unable to complete the comeback, but they really played well after falling behind and came very close to knotting that game up. Trying to say knotting and tying at the same time. Face off of the offensive zone. Nick Pirog couldn't quite find it, and so the Nailers able to skeet it out to center. Feed up the left wing side to Courtnall. His shot ends up getting in on Bakala, and he'll make the save. And hold on for a whistle with 5:07 to go in the first period. Wheeling leading at 2-0.
Juan Courtnall with another shot on goal. Puck's been finding him a lot in this game, especially in the offensive zone. Not passing up the opportunity to get the puck at the net, and a comfortable glove save from Dan Bakala.
Wheeling wins the offensive zone draw. They have controlled these last few minutes. Shot from Freeman hits the crossbar from the top of the right wing circle. Bakala never saw it. It was just a wrist shot. And the Nailers forecheck forces another turnover. Courtnall has a plate away from him by Barash out to center. Rink wide pass to Pirog across the Wheeling line. He fires a wrist shot. It crossed up Starrett, but he was able to make the save. And McPherson chips it along the wall out to center, where Nick Pirog settles it down. To Savage. Now Willie Raskop back in his own zone. Backhands it to the neutral zone for Krieger. Ahead to Pirog across the Wheeling line. He'll fire a wrist shot on goal, stick to side by Starrett. And the Nailers gain possession, and Alfaro brings it out to center. Sent into the Fuel zone. Bakala aggressively comes out to play it over to Martinet. Along the near boards, up to center for Barash. He is not able to work it free from Wardley. And the Nailers' Felix Robert across the Fuel line. To Rivera, back behind in the net to Robert, into the left wing corner. Shovels it back out of the point. Miller's one-timer, looking for a deflection, was knocked down by Wakeett, and Wakeett able to outlet the rebound as well. Jared Thomas waits for his team to complete a change, leaves it for Keone Teixeira along his own line, across the Wheeling line, into the left wing circle of the Wheeling end. Teixeira whistles one through the crease, comes out to the point where Drevich has it knocked off of his stick over into the near corner, where Miller will settle it down. Go to his D partner Wardley, headmans up to center along the far boards. Pellick tried to send it forward, couldn't get it through Buzdecker, but on second effort, sends it into the Fuel zone. Bakala headmans to Thomas, rink wide pass through the neutral zone, tipped straight up in the air to Cliff Watson. He'll bring it into the Wheeling zone. Along the right wing boards, the Fuel changing behind the play as Watson takes a big hit. And the Fuel trying to collect the puck, but it's taken away by Aaron Tho. He turns it over along the far boards. A shot from Matt Marcineau is on goal, and a save made by Shane Starrett. Marcineau fighting for the puck, but it's taken away by the Nailers. Keone Teixeira sends it right back to the Wheeling line. Pass didn't connect with Router, and the Nailers bring it out to center. Dumped into the zone by Patrick Watling, and the Nailers will get a change.
Both teams starting to trade chances now as the game's opened up. The physicality has been left in the dust.
Puck chipped into the Fuel zone. A centering feed was deflected up into the far corner with Jolie looking for the puck. Jolie finds it in the left wing corner, takes it to the slot, being watched by several Fuel players, and it's poked free from him and cleared out to center by Marcineau, and then hammered right back in by Duchesne. 2:27 to go, first period. The shots are 6-5 in favor of the Fuel, but the goals are 2-0 in favor of Wheeling. Joe Sullivan Self-pass into the left wing corner, doesn't quite get there as Duchesne sends it over to the far boards and takes a hit from Sullivan for his efforts. Now McPherson into his own line. Across center red, will wrap it in. Takes a crazy carom right out into the slot, but thankfully nobody was home. Tim Shoup's able to outlet to Joe Sullivan. He'll wrap it in as the Fuel change behind the play with 2 minutes to go in the first period.
Take that as your Dan Bakala. Take that and put that in your memory bank. Anytime the Wheeling Nailers have sent that puck around the glass, it's got the opportunity to hit a partition and find its way right in the middle of the ice.
Alfaro into the left wing circle, drops it, but it's picked off, but Peter Krieger turns it right back over. Wardley, right wing circle, his shot deflected up and over the net. Rebound drops behind the goal to the skates of Peter Krieger. He'll skate it up. Chips it to the Wheeling line for Pirog, but the play was offside, so the Fuel did not touch the puck. They'll have to tag up and concede possession to Wheeling. Miller up the far side to Alfaro. His play is broken up by the Fuel. Here they come. Pirog couldn't quite collect a pass at center. It was a little bit behind him, and that allows Drevich to take the puck for Wheeling. 1:15 to go in the opening period. Pass up the near boards. Drevich tries to go rink wide and does into the Fuel zone. Pellick shovels it in behind the net looking for Watling. Comes back to Pellick, whistles one, looking to center for Drevich. It wasn't there, and the Fuel's Pirog able to clear it out to center as we hit the final minute of the first period. Pass from Teixeira doesn't connect with Pirog, picked off by Wheeling. Watling across the line, wrist shot blocker to side by Bakala. Weak side rebound to Barash. He chips it off the glass and back into the Wheeling zone with 45 seconds to go. Jolie being watched by Thomas. Forces a slightly errant pass, but those able to get to it and send it back to the Fuel line. Savage D to Raskop, headmans through center. It's tipped to open ice. Wakehead gives chase, but the Nailers get to it, and Rivera plays it into the Fuel zone. Savage to Raskop, who will be our first intermission guest in 22 seconds of playing time. Sends it into the Wheeling zone. McPherson behind his own net. His outlet pass picked off by Wakehead. Centers for Buzdecker. Fires, but a positional save made by Starrett. Rebound. Buzdecker tried to whistle it through the crease. It was deflected wide as he hit a leg. And McPherson with 7 seconds chips it out to center. This will go all the way down. And for an icing, the Fuel with one more offensive zone draw with 3.2 seconds to go. Indy with a nice little push here at the end of the period, down 2.
And it's off the forecheck. A great read from Antoine Wakehead. The attempted pass up the middle from Dylan McPherson. Some great hand-eye coordination from Wakehead. And he finds an opportunity at the net front and a nice stop from Shane Starrett. A lot of time here, 3.2 seconds left. Late face-off for the Fuel in the offensive zone.
Marcineau to take it in the right wing circle. Spencer Watson to the shooter's hole, has his shot blocked by Rivera. Watson puts one forward. It was deflected on the way. Starrett did make a stick save on it as the horn sounds. It's been Felix Robert's show so far. He has a pair of goals for Wheeling, and the Nailers lead at 2-0. Shots. Second period action getting set to begin at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum. Along with Nick Olczyk, I'm Andrew Smith. The Indy Fuel trail the Wheeling Nailers 2-0 on a pair of goals by Felix Robert. Penalty boxes are empty to begin the second period. And Nick Olczyk, I think if you were Doug Christensen, you want to see a little bit more of what you saw the last 5 minutes of that first period. After the Fuel fell down 2-0, they had a really good push, especially on the forecheck, and that allowed them to get some good scoring chances, and those have been few and far between against a Wheeling team that plays with a lot of structure in its own zone.
I don't think there was any paint peeling going on. I don't think the Indy Fuel were that poor in the first period. First half you could give to Wheeling, but I'd say as that period went along, the Fuel started to find their legs. They laid the body a little more. They had some chances in the offensive zone. They were cleaner in their own zone. If they can take those positives and bring them into this period, they're going to give themselves a good chance moving forward. But you know this Wheeling team is hungry. They only got one win this year. It hasn't been the start that they wanted. So they're going to come out equally as aggressive to try and build off of the confidence that they earned in the opening 20.
And they got their first victory just 2 nights ago against this same Indy Fuel team. And looking to build on that, the Fuel looking to come back from a 2-goal deficit. They've got 40 minutes to do just that. After a penalty-filled first period, the boxes are empty to begin the second. The Fuel will move from left to right as you envision this rink in your mind's eye. And Alfaro wins the opening face-off. The Nailers with the puck. Chipped through center. Courtnall is poke-checked by a back-checking Barash, but Alfaro is able to settle the puck down at neutral ice, and McPherson will gain the center red line and whip it into the Fuel zone. Comes through both corners to Courtnall. He tried to leave it to the point, and there was nobody there, so Duchesne will have to track it down back in his own zone. Duchesne and McPherson, the D pairing. He'll wrap it around against this aggressive Fuel forecheck. Comes free to Alfaro at his own line, chips it into the Fuel zone, where Scott Savage will settle it down behind his own net. To his D partner, Raskob. Now Peter Krieger working it through center. Headmans to Pirog across the wheeling line into the left wing circle. Looks to center, but nobody was home. It comes out to Raskob along the right wing boards. In behind the net for Pirog. He was tied up and couldn't get to the puck. And it's wrapped around along the far boards and outletted to center. Rivera, his pass ahead for Miller is broken up by Willie Raskob, and Indy settles the puck down in its own zone. Cliff Watson will skate it up through center, across the wheeling line, leaves for Marcineau, right wing circle, look to center for Watson, coming down the back door, but it wasn't there. It was able to connect, and the Nailers bring it the other way. Robert's pass for Rivera, picked off by a back-checking Alex Rauter. He'll send it around the boards, but Aaron Tho hops off the bench and holds it in. In behind the goal. Teixeira trying to award the puck free, but Tho hops back on it in the left wing corner. Looked to cycle it a little further, but it didn't connect, and Alex Rauter gets to the puck for Indy. Spencer Watson chips it off the wall to Marcineau at the wheeling line. Sends it laterally for Alex Rauter. He'll chip it into the right wing corner off the boards. And the first guy there is Kuzmeski for wheeling. Out to the point, comes out to center, sent right back in, but it hit a leg and came right back out, and that'll be an offside. And as a result, it's a face-off just outside the wheeling line. 18-13 to go second period, and the Nailers lead it 2-0.
Best chance of the second period belongs to Cliff Watson. He had this puck in his own zone, got those legs moving, was galloping through the neutral ice, and the Wheeling Nailers were just giving him some ice to skate, so he got his head up and took it, moved it wide to Marcineau, and then Watson. He didn't stop and go back to his defensive position. He kept driving the net. Marcineau with a visionary pass was just in the skates of Watson, but a real good look, and another example of the Indy Fuel getting their defensemen activated offensively.
David Brohl out to the point to shoot. Over to the left side, Martinet, a wrist shot through traffic. Starrett makes the save. Rebound tumbles to David Brohl behind the net. Into the near corner for Malone, and he fired one from a sharp angle, actually below the goal line on Starrett, who had to deflect it out to the weak side. Fuel still in possession. Joe Sullivan working on Duchesne, comes into the near corner in the wheeling zone. Brohl gets to the puck, tried to shovel it out to the point, but it was picked off by Pellick and sent all the way back into the Fuel end and goes all the way down for icing. And so the Nailers that were all headed to the bench now all have to make the U-turn and head back to their own zone.
And this is the start that Doug Christensen could have wanted for this Indy Fuel team. Suffocating the Wheeling Nailers in their own zone, not allowing them any easy outlets, forcing icings by taking away all the options. A good start to the period on the forecheck for the Indy Fuel.
Thomas wins the offensive zone faceoff cleanly. Raskob wrist shot from the right point right on. Starrett squeezes the knees to make the save, and now Buzdecker and McPherson are exchanging shoves as McPherson took exception to the flyby Buzdecker did on top of his goaltender, and cooler heads prevail, and the Nailers will be able to get the change they wanted previously with 17:22 to go in the period.
Slick movement from the Indy Fuel. You win the faceoff. The ball's in your court to make a play, and they win it back. They go D to D, and Willie Raskob from near out the blue line on the right side of the ice let that shot go to net, but an easy save because Antoine Wakett did not get to the net in time to try and deflect the puck.
Fuel in the offensive zone draw, comes out to the point. Savage's shot is deflected wide and into the left wing corner where Pirog is battling Miller and Wardley, and Peter Krieger comes in to help out, shovels it back out to the point. Savage over to Raskob, right point. He'll send a wrist shot through traffic. It's blocked in front by Miller and comes over to the near side where Peter Krieger back to the point for Raskob. Walks the line, fires, blocker save made. Rebound put right back in front. It hit a body on the way, and Barash battling for it with Miller below the Wheeling goal line. He's able to outlet to Wardley as Miller and the Nailers working out to center. Pass for Drobot doesn't connect. Nick Pirog takes it and shovels it into the Wheeling zone, but the Fuel are going for a change. So they'll concede possession as Wardley gets the puck behind his own net.
Willie Raskob with some good opportunities in the offensive zone, being real active from the point. First intermission guest.
Raskob with 3 assists. Now here's Waked skating up the right side. His shot is on goal, but Starrett makes the saves. About to say Raskob, 3 assists in the last 2 games for the Fuel. Busdecker behind the net in the left wing corner. Out to the point. Here's a shot deflected. Score! The shot came from Cliff Watson. It was deflected in front, and Antoine Waked deflected it past Starrett for Waked. That is his 2nd professional goal, and the Fuel are on the board. It's 2-1.
You work it low to high, right up the boards. And this shot from Cliff Watson's going about a foot wide. But some great hands from Antoine Waked at the net front. Think back to a couple faceoffs prior. He did not get to the net front. This time he does. He camps himself out right in front of the crease, presents that backhand. Such a tough deflection to make on your backhand. Deflect the puck from going wide, right inside the post. No chance for Shane Starrett. And the Indy Fuel have started this period on the front foot. They cut the lead to 1.
Waked with goals in back-to-back games for the Fuel. And he draws Indy within a goal. Back to action, and the Fuel's forecheck forces the puck free. Router in behind the Wheeling net. Aaron Tho takes it away. Outlets up the far side. Spencer Watson unable to break up the Wheeling rush. Robert to Rivera across the Fuel line, looking for Robert. He hit a leg, comes out for a shot by Jolie, and an aggressive pad save made by Bakala. Jolie looked for the back diagonal, but it was broken up and taken away by Alex Router of Indy. Spencer Watson headbands through center, doesn't connect with Teixeira, and the Nailers gain the puck.
That should have been a hand pass there, trying to catch the puck in the neutral zone. And ended up going back into the Wheeling zone, but no hand pass called against Wheeling.
And on the ensuing rush, Watling fires from the left wing circle. Bakala makes a positional save with the logo and holds on for a whistle. 15:50 to go, second period. The Fuel on the board. Antoine Waked, 2nd of the year from Cliff Watson and DJ Busdecker at 3:49. And here's a shot right off the face-off on goal, and Bakala again makes the save and holds on for a whistle. Shots are 13-9 in favor of the Fuel. Indy is doing some good things and had a lot of jump to begin this second period, and they've been rewarded with a goal. Pellick wins the draw in the offensive zone for Wheeling. Out to Duchesne. His shot through traffic hits the pile in front. Seamus Malone, who blocked the shot, and Chris Martinet able to settle it down. Martinet ahead to David Brohl, who will celebrate a birthday in 2 days, and he'll fire it into the Wheeling zone. Joe Sullivan in on the forecheck, forces the puck free, but it pinballs around to McPherson, and the Nailers skated out through center. Rink wide pass to Drevich. Shovels it off the wall and gets it to McPherson, the defenseman, in behind the Fuel goal. Into the right wing corner. Back out to the point for Watling. Chips it along the wall, in behind the net. Pellick wraps it around to the left point for Drevich. He'll walk the line. Drevich through traffic. Fires, and a blocker save made by the Fuel goaltender Bakala, and Barash brings it the other way. In behind the net, Wardley takes the bump from Barash, but is able to get to his D partner Miller. He wraps it around through both corners. Savage steps up to keep it in. His pass behind the net to to Barash did not connect, and the Nailers send it back out to center. Hammered right back in by Savage. It rides the dasher through both corners. Comes free in the right wing circle. Pirog couldn't quite get to it as it was wanted away from him, and Miller collects for Wheeling. Ahead to Watling across the logo, across the Fuel line. He'll drop for a feed. Centering for Watling, it went all the way through the crease, and Bakala was able to deny any attempt. Out to the point, Kuzmeski fires. Shot was going high and wide, but Bakala gloved it to make sure and get a whistle. With 13:48 to go in the second period, the Fuel are on the board. They still trail the Wheeling Nailers 2-1. This
3-1
second of the year for the Fuel early in the second. Back to action. The Fuel win a defensive zone draw, but Teixeira wraps it around the boards. Tho gets there first. It squirts out in front, but the Fuel will get there and clear it all the way down. This will go all the way for icing, however, and so defensive zone draw upcoming for Indy.
And just thinking back to that first intermission interview, Andrew, that you did with Willie Raskob, a couple things he was talking about, more so with his partner, Scott Savage, is just the importance of having that predictability and the consistency, knowing that the guy you're playing with, you know what he's going to do with the puck when he gets it or even when he doesn't have it. Such an important part in this game for forwards and their line mates, as well as defensemen and their defense partners.
Nailers win the offensive zone draw. Kuzmeski over to the right point. Tho fires. It's blocked, and it's out of play. And I think the puck got stuck in the paraphernalia of Nick Pirog as he blocked the shot, and it got stuck in his uniform. You don't see that too often with a skater, but he'll head back to the bench. Jared Thomas's line comes out for Indy.
I'm sure that's got to count as a blocked shot.
I think so. It's about as easy of a blocked shot as you can record, right?
Block shot and some magic tricks, right?
You've got the evidence right there.
That's right.
Here's Cliff Watson off the draw as Indy gains possession. Cross-corner dump for Buzdecker into the right wing corner. Wanted away from him. Jared Thomas hops on it. Back to Buzdecker in the right wing corner. Duchesne ties him up. Waked and Alfaro will come in to try to dig the puck free. And it comes free finally to Thomas. Bottom of the right wing circle. Fires crossed up Starrett, but he made the save and was able to cover up the rebound as he went down into the butterfly to make sure he took away the bottom half of the net and found the puck and covered it up for a whistle. And Buzdecker still a little bit down as he was caved into the boards by Duchesne in that puck battle.
And he had Duchesne pretty much laying on top of him for what seemed like 10 or 11 seconds. And the puck just pops loose to Jared Thomas, who opportunistically was just sitting on the other side of that pile in a great spot, both offensively to get that chance and defensively if Wheeling was able to get that puck out. And a good stop by Starrett. He was expecting a much faster shot and ended up getting like a wiffle ball, but he was able to stay with it and make the save.
Fuel in the offensive zone draw. Barash to the point. Martinet tried to shovel it further along into the right wing circle, or into the left wing circle, I should say, but it was taken away by Wheeling. And here's trouble, and Jolie fanned on a shot. Bakula tried to chip it off the glass and turned it over to Rivera. His rink-wide pass for Jolie, who had an open net, and he fanned on it. Jolie centers for Robert, and he scores. Felix Robert with a hat trick, and Wheeling has taken a 3-1 lead. And so the Fuel able to survive the first wave of emergency defending after the turnover by Dan Bakula, but not the second, as Robert completes the hat trick and restores Wheeling's 2-goal lead.
Well, Dan Bakula earlier on this play tried to come out way out of his crease, almost to the sideboards in the corner, to corral this puck and send it off the glass. You know what he's trying to do. He's trying to send the puck out of the zone to give some relief to his Indy Fuel defenders. Instead, he turns it over. And then a couple seconds later, Jolie cross seam to Robert, and I don't think that Dan Bakula was set in his crease and comfortable. And Robert beats him for the third time. The Wheeling Nailers reinstate their 2-goal lead.
And so Robert's 5th goal of the year, 3rd of the game, and the Fuel, again, have more work to do. They trail by 2. Watling through center to Drevich across the Fuel line. He fires, stick save made, and the rebound comes to Alex Rauter, who skies it back to the Wheeling line. Watling at center, ahead to Pellick. He'll chip it into the Fuel zone. Savage gets there first. Up to Marcineau, back to Savage behind his own net to start the breakout. Willie Raskob headmans to the Wheeling line, looking for Rauter. Pass doesn't connect and goes all the way down for icing instead. Good idea on the stretch pass, but the problem is when the stretch pass doesn't connect, it's almost always icing.
And that was Alex Rauter on the end of it, just overshot a little bit on the pass. A good look. Haven't seen the Indy Fuel try to stretch the neutral zone all that much, so an opportunity there, just not efficient enough.
Fuel able to hop on the puck after winning the neutral zone or defensive zone draw. Rauter into the left wing circle into the left wing corner for Barash. Duchesne gets the puck for Wheeling. It's tipped by Drobot out to neutral ice, finds the stick of Tomlak. He puts on the brakes along the left wing boards, tried to hit the trailer Drobot, but that didn't connect. It's collected at center ice by McPherson. Now Duchesne headmans to Tomlak at the Fuel line. He intercepts a clearing pass, and McPherson sends it in. Nailers going for a change on the back end as the Fuel gain the puck, trailing 3-1. 11:05 to go in the second period. Cliff Watson ahead to Joe Sullivan. He'll tip it into the right wing corner. Miller gets there first. Sullivan in on the forecheck. Rides Miller into the left corner boards. Puck chopped free into the corner. Miller is able to send it further along, but it comes to Seamus Malone. He's tied up, and it finally squirts free to Drobot along the far boards, and he'll skate it out to center. softly dump it into the fuel zone does Drobot as the Nailers go for a change, and Indy looks for a quick transition, but it's broken up by Alfaro, who is stapled to the wall. Ahead now to Freeman. Freeman takes it to goal, and Bakala able to make the save. Tho chips it along the far wall. Teixeira ties up his man, Courtnall, and is able to get the puck free. It's loose in the right wing circle, and finally settled down by Teixeira, but he can't get it out. Turns it over at the line to Kuzmeski. Here's a turnaround shot now from the left wing circle by Freeman that goes high and wide. Tho into the right wing corner. Loses the puck, and here come the Fuel the other way. Wakehead, who has Indy's goal. Along the right wing boards to Jared Thomas. Tried to chip it further along. Wakehead hops on it. He goes down over a stick, however, as it's incidental contact. Courtnall exits the zone, brings it to center where Alfaro sends it in on Bakala. He'll leave it for Buzz Decker. Wheeling getting a change. 9:48 to go, second period. The Nailers lead it 3-1. Puck sent into the Nailers zone where Starrett will help it further along. It's a delayed offside on Indy, and the Fuel touched the puck as the Nailers were trying to outlet it, so we'll have a face-off at neutral ice with 9:38 to go in the second period. Wheeling with a 3-1 lead thanks to Felix Robert's hat trick.
The delayed offsides, it was Derek Barash who was in before the puck was and just didn't hear the linesman Trevor Waite screaming and yelling offside, 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 and when you don't do that, the whistle's going to go, and the faceoff's going to come all the way back down to the right of Dan Bakala.
Yeah, it's ruled an intentional offside, and thus defensive zone draw for Indy, which is one. Willie Roskop's outlet pass hits a leg and is picked off by Jolie, but his centering pass is equally picked off by Barash, who sends it in behind Starrett's net. The Wheeling goaltender fires it along the far boards to Rivera. Rink-wide pass to Robert, who has a hat trick. Working on Savage, puts on the brakes, right wing corner, back out to the point. His shot from McPherson is blocked in front by Nick Pirog, and the Fuel push it the other way. Barash into the right wing corner. McPherson gets there first for the Nailers. He'll go back behind his own net for Duchesne. The pass didn't connect, but the Fuel were in the midst of a change, so not giving any pressure. Duchesne gets it out to center. Robert's pass knocked down and stolen by Cliff Watson. To the Wheeling line, to Spencer Watson, into the left wing circle, takes it behind the net. He was pushed off the play, but Marceau hops on the puck. Takes it out to the right point, to Alex Rauter, right circle. He looked to fire, but his wrist shot was blocked into the corner by the skates of Duchesne. Spencer Watson hops on the puck. Out to the center point. Watson into the high slot. Tried to stick handle through a D and lost it, but takes it into the corner. Looks to fire from below the goal line and hit the pile in front. Now Cliff Watson fans on a one-timer just wide. And Alex Rauter back out to the point. Teixeira to Cliff Watson. One-timer. This time it's on goal. And Starrett flashes the glove and makes the save and holds on for a whistle with 8:17 to go in the second period. That's probably one of the best shifts of the night for the Fuel. A lot of extended zone time using the points and getting some good looks.
Definitely the best shift of this period, and that's what it's all about, being near your teammates in the offensive zone. Don't want to be spread out. Develop those triangles and have, make a 5-foot pass as opposed to a 10-foot pass, and the Indy Fuel get that shot at the end of the shift there from Cliff Watson, but some good offensive zone time as you had some tired Wheeling Nailer players on the ice.
There's a centering feed as Joe Sullivan won the puck off the draw, doesn't find its intended receiver, and the Nailer is able to play it back into the Fuel zone. Tim Shoup takes it behind his own net for Indy, puts on the brakes to ward off the forechecking Tomlak, and brings it up the near side. Headman's to the Wheeling line. Malone is tied up by Miller, but able to work it into the zone for Joe Sullivan. Back out to Malone, comes out to the point. Sent further along by Shoup, but picked off along the wall by Pellick. His pass, looking rink wide for Drevich, is knocked free by Martinet back out to center, and then Martinet intercepts a intended dump in. He tried to feed it ahead to Sullivan, but that in turn was intercepted by the Nailers and sent in behind the Fuel goal, allowing Wheeling to get a change. 7:27 to go. Second period, the Fuel trail 3-1. Pass ahead to the Wheeling line for Wakehead. Does it connect? Wakehead races in to beat out the icing call and gets the puck. He's tied down behind the net, and that will send the Fuel to their second power play of the night. A cross-checking call coming on Wheeling, and Indy with an opportunity to get back in this hockey game as they'll go to the man advantage for the second time. He was in a heck of a puck battle with Tho, and the second cross-check from Tho was what sent Wakehead to the ice.
You like the body positioning by Antoine Wakehead. putting his backside into the front side of Aaron Tho. But even before that, you love even more beating out the icing, getting on his horse, and being the first one in to negate that potential icing call against the Indy Fuel. But some great work. Tho heads to the box for cross-checking, and the Indy Fuel to the power play to try and cut this lead down to 1.
Nailers win the draw, are able to get it out to center despite the best efforts of Willie Raskob to hold it in. And the Fuel able to get it back into the wheeling zone, but only briefly as it sprayed back to the Indy line. Alex Rauter up the left side for Peter Krieger. In behind the net to Rauter. He'll send it along the wall for Thomas along the right half boards. Out to the point for Willie Raskob. He'll settle it down, go to the left side, Peter Krieger. Back out to the left point for Raskob. He'll send one through traffic on goal. Starrett saw it all the way and made a glove save to hold on for a whistle. 1:26 to go on the power play, 6:40 in the second period of a game. The Fuel trail 3-1.
That quick wrister from the point from Willie Raskob, looking for a tip in front from Alex Rauter. For our viewers out there, you could see the shot from the point, and Rauter kind of jumps out of the way at the last second. I'd like to see Rauter just plant his feet, take away the eyes of the goaltender Starrett, and then wave his stick to either his right or his left to show where he wants the puck.
Fuel win the draw. Raskob over to the near circle for Thomas. Back to Willie Raskob, center point. Left side, Krieger skeets into the left wing circle. Back diagonal to Thomas on the seam pass, but he couldn't quite handle it cleanly, so he'll bring it back out to Raskob. Center point, fires, looking for a deflection from Rauter, but Starrett made the stick save. Thomas and Pirog battling for the puck in the near corner. A minute to go on the power play for Indy. Pirog wins it out to the point to Raskob. Over to the left point, Krieger skeets into the left wing circle. Takes it to the goal line, drops it for Pirog. He curls back and sends it now out to the point to Raskob. Right circle, Thomas. Surveying the box, back out to Raskob, center point. Over to the left circle, Krieger settles, fires. It's blocked into the near corner. Rauter over to the near half wall for Peter Krieger. Drops it back to the point. Raskob fakes the shot, takes the center point, shoots on goal. Save made, rebound. Pirog can't quite find it. Still loose in the slot and finally comes near to Thomas along the boards. Thomas to the right circle for Rauter. Now to Pirog, one-timer on goal. Starrett makes the save and covers it up to get a whistle with 5:35 to go in the period. 21 seconds on the power play. A really, really good look for this Bulldog unit for the Fuel.
A lot of shots. Some great work at the net from Alex Rauter. Steering that puck, and any shot that he couldn't direct at the net was kind of shoveling it to one side of the ice or the other to allow other Fuel players to have another look at it. And Jared Thomas here on the near side with a couple good looks. And then at the end, Nick Pirog in a prime scoring position about 10 feet out from the crease. Shane Starrett well out on top of his crease to make a good save.
Marcineau wins the faceoff cleanly. Teixeira to Spencer Watson, right circle. Low for Marcineau, back out center point for Teixeira. To Spencer Watson, right circle. His shot is blocked. A good sliding block by Duchesne, who hasn't quite gotten up yet. Here's Cliff Watson going low. And now Matt Marcineau fires wide. Lively carry him off the inboards. The Nailers try to clear, but not out. Spencer Watson, right circle, fire save made. Rebound loose in the crease. Score! Matt Marcineau found the loose puck next to the pad of Shane Starrett. It's an even strength goal for Matt Marcineau, and the Fuel are back within one. It's 3-2.
Well, you mentioned it, Andrew. This is not going to count on the power play, but it should. Great movement. I haven't seen a lot from Spencer Watson tonight. But this shot hits Shane Starrett up high, and it drops right down in front of him. He didn't have the ability to corral the puck. Some great movement. And Matty Marcineau just hanging in the weeds just to the side of the net. Sticks his stick in and toe pokes it to the back of the net. But great movement. How about that first unit, the Bulldog unit? Creating that sustained pressure, not allowing the penalty killers for the Wheeling Nailers to have any sort of breath. And Matt Marcineau bangs it home. And again, the Indy Fuel cut the lead in half. They trail by just one.
Our referee, Eric Krasnichuk, is discussing things with the linesman, Chad Fuller, in the referee's crease. I wonder if they're going to review this. I don't know what there is to review, as it looks like a pretty clean goal. I'm not sure if they want to review for goaltender interference.
That's the one thing I was thinking. If you're trying to look for something, and there was a net mouth scramble. Marcineau was off to the side. A couple other players battling in front, and so now the question becomes, if they're looking at goaltender interference, was Shane Sterrett allowed to play his position? And I could imagine that's probably the only thing that they could be talking about and conversing on the goal that was awarded on the ice. It was awarded a goal at the time it happened.
And Eric Krasnichuk, our referee, was emphatically pointing. Now he's going to go over to talk to Doug Christensen. And not quite sure what we're sorting out here, but Eric Krasnichuk is chatting with the Fuel coach, and he'll likely go over and have a talk with Mark French, who's already at the front of the Wheeling bench. And say Doug Christensen's body language, he does not appear to be too happy. But the goal is on the board. Now Mark French, his body language is kind of the same. And now a referee and linesman are talking again in front of the Wheeling bench. Yeah. Mark French seems to be pretty demonstrative in his discussion with the officials. They're still talking.
And Doug Christensen has moved from behind the players to in front of them, standing right, leaning over the boards. And you got to think maybe he said, hey, we're going to have a look at this.
Yeah, we've not seen, the officials have been talking a lot, but nobody has reached for the iPad. Well, as it stands, it's Matt Marcineau's goal, assisted by Savage and Spencer Watson at 14:53. And David Brohl is talking, and it looks like they're setting up for a draw on the Wheeling zone. And they're putting 3 seconds on the board and 5:07 on the clock, but there's 3 seconds of penalty time on the board, even though the penalty had been expired for 8 seconds. And they're setting up for a face-off in the zone. And there's been nothing announced.
And it still says 2 goals for the Fuel.
The scoreboard shows 3-2. It looks like they've wiped this goal off the board. And they've put Tho back in the box. And the Fuel win the offensive zone draw. And they're announcing a goal, and I'm not sure anybody knows what's going on right now.
I don't think I've ever seen a goal scored and then the ensuing face-off coming in the offensive zone. Very, very strange.
And so Teixeira ahead to Barash, deflects it wide. Sterrett will leave behind the net. And a big hit delivered by Waken. Puck is at his feet, him and Wardley. Wardley able to outlet it, but he hits the leg and is picked off by Barash. Along the goal line, look to center for Malone, didn't connect, but Savage hops on it. He shoots and scores! Savage rips one from the hash marks of the left wing circle. Top shelf on Shane Sterrett. And the scoreboard says it's 3-3. We'll see. But Scott Savage with a beauty of a goal, his first of the season, as he took advantage of the traffic in front.
Well, Sean Jostling comes out to try and block the shot off the stick of Scott Savage. And what does Savage do? Corrals the puck, a little toe drag, and he sends Jostling right on by. And just that little hesitation opens up the shooting lane. And with the traffic in front, as you said, Andrew, Savage beats Sterrett with the wrist shot. But I love that little hesitation move. Jostling trying to come out, block the shot, not so fast as he pulls it in, lets it rip on the quick release. And with the immense confusion going on right now as to what the score is, The score shows us 3-3, and now it just switches to 3-2.
Yeah, and so the previous goal scored by Marcineau was wiped off. We never got an explanation as to why. Matter of fact, it was announced as a goal in the arena, and then Savage scores. So we'll get an explanation. So it's 3-2. Spencer Watson sends it toward the net mouth. Marcineau looks to center for Alex Rowder. He couldn't find it in the crease. Shovels it back out to the point. Raskob, his shot is deflected in along the near boards. Marcineau out to the point for Savage. Back to Marcineau. Back diagonal to Raskob. He couldn't hold it in at the line. 4:05 to go. And so it's sent in. It's Savage's goal from Barash at 15:30. And the Fuel settle it down. Alex Rowder behind the net. Tips it out in front, Watson. And it comes free for a shot from Marcineau that's right on. Sterrett makes the save. And now we have pushing and shoving after the whistle involving Alex Rowder, the former Nailer, and Michael Jolie, the former Colorado Eagle.
A golden opportunity right down Broadway for Matt Marcineau. And he ends up sending the puck right into the crest of Shane Sterrett, as Spencer Watson was battling at the net front.
And Spencer Watson's going to the penalty box for roughing, as is Shane Kuzmeski, so we'll skate 4 aside.
Oh, partner, I mean, this has been a confusing to say the least the last, 6 or 7 minutes. And trying to break it down for those listening and those watching. A goal we thought was scored by Matt Marcineau just as the original penalty was expiring. It was announced as a goal. The scoreboard showed 3-2, and then the Fuel get another one from Scott Savage to make it 3-3 apparently, and then they take the Marcineau goal away, so a lot of confusion, but the one thing we do know now is the Indy Fuel will have an offensive zone faceoff up 3-2 in the second period.
And we're skating 4 aside, but they didn't put the penalties on the board. So here is Peter Krieger firing high and wide, and the loose puck comes out to center. So Keone Teixeira in behind the net, flushed out by Pellick. Teixeira up the far side, out to neutral ice. Barash skates into the wheeling zone. Feeds Teixeira back to Barash. Takes it to goal. Save, rebound in front, fired on goal. And Sterrett was able to hold the post, and then he and the net were knocked backward, and the net off its moorings. The puck's still in Sterrett's paraphernalia, so we get a whistle. And Barash took a pop from one of the Nailers in front, as Tho took exception to the fact that Barash was on top of Sterrett.
And it was Patrick Watling that came in late, as Derek Barash was doing what you asked him to do. Drive wide, take it right to the net. And you could see him in some pain as he sits down at the bench. He took a huge hit from Watling, who, like I said, came in real late as Barash was crashing to the net. And that's the name of the game in 4-on-4 hockey. Get your fast players out there. There's no defense for speed, but speed. And the Fuel have a good chance and a give and go through the neutral ice by Teixeira and Barash. And it looks like
well, we should have a timeout, and they're not signaling one. And now the officials are going to talk to our official scorer. It has been mass confusion here tonight. And they're going to review the play. They're going to see if this puck crossed the line. And so Dennis Weber, our official scorer, is handing Shane Kuzmeski the tablet computer to review this. Well, the Fuel had a goal taken away, and we don't know why, and it was never announced. And now we have a play where they have they're going to look at it, and they've also signaled for a timeout. So we will take one too, and what we have been told is that The play was blown dead and the goal disallowed because a Wheeling player left the penalty box early and was put back in the box. I'm not sure why that would disallow a goal. It actually should have been an extra minor penalty. Whatever the case, the Fuel got another goal moments later, and the score remains 3-2. We're back to action. The latest play was ruled no goal, by the way. Matt Alfaro sends it into the corner, but it's taken away by the Fuel's Matt Marcineau. Marcineau along the right wing board, self-pass, takes it below the goal line, leaves it for Thomas in the right wing corner for Indy. Jared Thomas tried to play it out to the point, but nobody was there, and Willie Raskob has to track it down into his own line.
That puck just fanned right off the end of his stick after that puck went off of his stick, looking down to see if his blade was still intact.
Raskob back into the Wheeling zone. Bottom of the right wing circle. Look to shovel it forward for Teixeira as both defensemen were playing forward. It was broken up. It comes back to Jared Thomas, center point. Thomas will take it out to neutral ice. We're still skating for a side. Thomas ahead. Teixeira back to Thomas. Right wing circle. Back out to the point for Savage. Savage walks the line, sends one through traffic just wide. Lively Karam off the inboards. McPherson out to Courtnall. Savage steps up to try to hold it in. Puck hops straight up in the air right to the feet of Seamus Malone. It's warded free from him. Now the Fuel will gain possession. Jared Thomas across the Wheeling line. Jolie ties him up. Comes back to Aaron Tho behind his own net. And I believe Watson and Kuzmeski should be coming out. The penalties were never on the clocks, and they do come out, so we're back to 5 aside. Kuzmeski up the right wing boards into the Fuel zone. Leaves it for Jolie at the left point. Jolie walking the line. Drops it for Wardley at the left point. He'll cycle it in behind the net. Savage gets there, sends it back from whence it came to Barash. He's being bothered by Robert, who has all 3 Wheeling goals. Fuel outlet it to Seamus Malone. Ahead, Barash. He's able to beat a defender into the zone. 2-on-1. Barash across the crease. Score! Barash hit Nick Pirog, who is able to shovel it ever so softly over Starrett and into the net. And we're tied at 3 with 1:12 to go in the second period. The Fuel needed to score 3 times to erase a 2-goal deficit, but a great feed to Nick Pirog, and he's able to tie it up, and the Fuel have come all the way back.
The speed and patience from Derek Barash pays off. Does a great job in beating Evan Wardley wide initially. And then as he's trying to cut to the middle in a 2-on-1, Aaron Tho comes diving across and helicopters his stick. But Barash was still able to find a way to get that puck to the back door, and Nick Pirog somehow wills this puck to the back of the net.
Fuel back into the zone. Marcineau loses it to Kuzmeski at his own line. Kuzmeski up the left wing boards into the Fuel zone, into the circle, being watched by Shoup. Trying to go through the legs for Watling, who takes it out. Fires through traffic. Bakula makes a positional save. Shoup able to clear the rebound, but not out. Puck's in behind the net. Martinet battling for it there with Shoup, who's able to outlet it to Spencer Watson, who has some ice to bring it out to neutral ice. Router to Spencer Watson across the line. Right circle, his shot looking for a deflection, tipped wide. Router into the left wing corner. Feeds Cliff Watson, who fires a one-timer from the right wing circle that just missed the right post. Cliff Watson at the right point. Sends one over to the far side, and Waken coming off the bench couldn't quite corral it in the left wing circle. Tom Lack for Wheeling. Chips it off the boards, back out to the Fuel line. 9 seconds to go in the period. We're tied at 3. One final entry for the Fuel. Back diagonal, Cliff Watson shoots. Deflected over the net. It drops at the feet of a Fuel player out to Teixeira. He shoots one final shot that is late. And the Indy Fuel, in a bizarre second period, rally to tie this one up 3-3 after falling behind 2-0.
After coming and one at in high slot slap shot off the glove and in. Now for the net, he scores! Out to the blue line. Shot scores! Rodney scores! The goal scores! Let's rewrite the record book. It's a hat trick. Skates in over the line. Diggs shoots. Scores! Shot, save, game is over.
Hey again, ECHL fans. I hope everyone's having a great holiday season so far. I'm Jared Chaffrin, voice of the South Carolina Stingrays, and it's time for the ECHL Plays of the Week. The Wheeling Nailers earned their first road point of the season last Saturday night in Indy. During that contest, Matt Alfaro became the Nailers' fifth straight player to score his first pro goal. The second period strike knotted the Nailers up with the Fuel at 1-1.
Watling quickly back up for the Nailers. Alfaro gets in. It's the 21, 22, 23 line as Alfaro's out there with Watling and Pelican. Alfaro scores! Matt Alfaro, his first professional goal, wires it in from the left circle inside the right post, and Wheeling ties it at 1 with 8:22 to go in the second.
Thanks to DJ Abasella for the call of Alfaro's goal. The Florida Everblades are off to a hot start and secured victories in each of their first 5 games this season. Goaltender Cam Johnson registered the ECHL's first shutout of 2020-21 last Saturday by making 27 saves in the Everblades' 4-0 win over Jacksonville. Johnson's shutout was highlighted by stopping a rare 2 penalty shots in the same game.
As he hops over the red line, now in across the blue line, right down the middle. Wasey Rabbit denied. And another penalty shot in favor of Jacksonville. Saraceno moving in, and a pad save made by Johnson. He denies the Iceman on 2 penalty shot attempts here tonight.
That was Mike Kelly on the call on the Everblades Broadcast Network. The Indy Fuel have also gotten off to a scorching hot start, beginning the season with 5 consecutive 1-goal victories. The streak continued Saturday night with the Fuel and Wheeling Nailers tied at 1 in overtime. Indy was down a man when Tim Shoup sprung Peter Krieger for a breakaway.
Puck loose behind the Fuel goal. Tim Shoup gets to it. Looks to clear and does. Out to center, and here's a chance. Short-handed Peter Krieger between the hash marks, fires, C-man, rebound, score! Peter Krieger short-handed wins it for the Fuel on the rebound on a great feed up into the offensive zone. And Peter Krieger had a breakaway. Starrett made the initial save, but Krieger stuck with it, was able to bank it in off of Starrett into the net, and the Fuel win it 2-1.
That call came from Andrew Smith on the Indy Fuel Broadcast Network. Krieger continued his heroics the next day when he scored twice in a 4-3 Fuel victory in Wheeling. Despite a fast start to the season for the South Carolina Stingrays, with the team earning points in all of their first 5 games, the Rays entered Sunday's contest against Greenville as the only ECHL team yet to score a power play goal. South Carolina finally broke through on the man advantage at the perfect time with the score tied up 1-1 early in the third. Here's the call via the Stingrays Broadcast Network. Plays it to Novak in the far corner. Back up top for Sapinski. Near side, Herbert. Herbert in front, deflection, score! The first Domino's power play goal comes at the perfect time for South Carolina, and the captain, Andrew Chernichin, deflects it home past Letherman, and the Rays take the lead for the first time today, 2-1, with 16:40 to go in the third. While Captain Chernichin's goal put South Carolina in front, the team was unable to finish Greenville off, ultimately claiming 1 point after surrendering a game-winning goal in overtime. The Stingrays' 8 points during the season's first 3 weeks ranked them as the second-place team in the ECHL's South Division. That's it for this edition of the ECHL Plays of the Week. Thanks for tuning in to Action.
Our physical drill, exceptional.
Fuel fans.
Back at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum, the third period getting set to begin between the Indy Fuel and the Wheeling Nailers. The 2 teams tied at 3 as the Fuel have rallied back from deficits of 2-0 and 3-1. Scott Savage and Nick Pirog score 2 goals, 3 minutes and 18 seconds apart, late in the second period to draw the Fuel back to even after falling behind by those pair of 2-goal deficits thanks to Felix Robert's hat trick. And so obviously Doug Christensen's chat with the players in the dressing room probably had a little bit of a different tone in that second intermission, Nick Olchek. I think it's probably a little bit more keep doing what you were doing those last few minutes.
It's definitely a positive message. Build off of the momentum that we earned in the second period. The Indy Fuel were by far the better team. So take that, use that coming into this third period, and try and replicate the start that you had in the second here in the third in a tied game.
Peter Krieger's line to open the third period. Krieger wins the opening draw at center. The puck pinballs over to the near boards at the Fuel line, where it's won by the Nailers. Alfaro along the right wing boards has it played away by Savage. He and Pirog now battling with Alfaro along the right wing wall. It's chipped out to center, where it's tracked down by Duchesne at his own line with Barash on his tail. Puck sent to the Fuel line. Krieger gets to it. Pirog ahead to Krieger across the wheeling line. Right wing circle. Wrist shot. Score! Peter Krieger gives the Fuel a 4-3 lead on a quick entry and a rip from the right wing circle. And Indy has come back from a 2-goal deficit to take the lead.
Well, it's just what we talked about. Get off to a great start. That's scoring a goal. Peter Krieger. He rifles this one short side off the underside of the crossbar. It's a beautiful looking shot. It's not just the accuracy, it's the quickness of the release. Shoots it off his back foot while he's in stride. He catches the goaltender down. Shane Stera can't react quick enough. A great pass by...
And now here's a chance the other way. A wraparound, Jolie scores. And just like that, we're tied up again at 4.
Well, just as I was finishing, a great pass from Pirog to Krieger for a great goal. The other way come the Wheeling Nailers. Michael Jolie, a guy who always seems to have the puck in possession on his stick. Turnover from Keone Teixeira. First shot stopped by Dan Backlow, but give credit to Jolie. He stays with this puck. Tries to make a backhand forehand move, does not get a shot away, but stays with it, wraps it around, and he beats Dan Backlow to the post. And in a matter of seconds, we go from 3-3 to 4-4.
8 seconds between the two goals. And the Krieger goal is announced as unassisted for Krieger at 28 seconds. And that may be changed as Nick Pirog did send the puck forward. And Michael Jolie's goal is unassisted at 36 seconds. So 2 goals, 8 seconds apart, and we're back tied at 4.
And the credit is deserved to Nick Pirog on that goal. I mean, the accuracy of the pass, it was perfect because Krieger did not have to break stride to receive the puck. It was just receive and shoot.
Fuel when the offensive zone draws. We're back to action. Willie Raskob's shot is deflected up into the air. It drops into the left wing corner. Jared Thomas gets to it behind the net. He's taken down going into the right wing corner. Hops on the puck. Out to the point for Raskob. Shoots deflected by Waken just wide. Thomas on the puck in the left wing circle. Shovels it out to the point. Savage through traffic. Wrists it just high. Waken tried to bank it off the pads but hit the bottom of the cage. Here's Raskop from the point, sends it right back in front looking for Waken. It's broken up by Miller, but Buzdecker's the next on the puck behind the Wheeling net. Buzdecker pops out the left side, back out to the point. Savage, slap shot blocked right back into his skates and cleared by the Nailers. A really good shift by the Fuel, and the Nailers ice the puck so they cannot get a change. And the Fuel with an offensive zone draw against a tired bunch of guys in black and gold.
A feverish and frenetic start to this third period. You can tell the desperation in both these teams. The importance of the Fuel trying to get that 6th win on the season. The Wheeling Nailers trying to keep going on the momentum they gained last game with their first win of the season. The Indy Fuel now going to have an offensive zone face-off.
Seamus Malone's line is out there. The face-off won by Pellick. Out to the point. Cliff Watson kicks it forward. Nice little soccer play along the right wing boards, and it's won by Brawl in the right wing corner. Sends it a little further along to Sullivan. In behind the net, Seamus Malone fires from a sharp angle, save made, and Sullivan couldn't quite hop on the rebound. Drevich able to chop it out to center. Tomlak ahead to Pellick with a head of steam across the neutral zone into the right wing corner. The self pass, he gets there first and then gets crunched by Teixeira, but is able to rim it around to Watling, back behind the net to Pellick, now out to the point. Tho on his backhand shovels it back in behind the net. Pellick lets it go into the far corner where Sullivan gets to it for Indy. Sullivan staring down two nailers and is able to outlet it to Cliff Watson, who skates it out to neutral ice. Watson across the center red line fires it in. Indy will get a change as the puck hits the bottom of the cage off the carom off the inboards, and Aaron Tho tracks it down for Wheeling. We've played 2 minutes and 50 seconds of the third period. We're tied at 4. Freeman takes a rink-wide pass, and Chris Martinet rubs him out of the play as he rides him into the corner boards, and the puck comes free to Barash. He'll break it out. Tape-to-tape pass to Pirog, and he tips it into the Wheeling zone. Pirog into the left wing corner. Look to center for Krieger. Couldn't quite connect. Krieger hops on it in the left corner. Tries to send it out to the point for Shoup, but it was broken up by Courtnall and taken away by him. He takes it all the way across the ice. Chris Martinet crunches him into the boards, but he was able to get it into the Fuel zone. Indy collects and sends it back to the Wheeling line. Courtnall backhands it to Jolie at the Indy line. He's able to stick handle through traffic across the line, but it's taken away by Peter Krieger. Savage to Raskov. Headmans to the Wheeling blue line, but it's broken up by the Nailers. Indy tries a quick re-entry, but it doesn't work, and then a back pass by Savage picked off by Jolie, and then Raskov fumbles it a little bit in his own defensive slot, but is able to hop on the puck and outlet to Savage. Puck comes out to center, and then right back in, and then right back out. Spencer Watson across the Wheeling line up the left side. Watson tries to turn to goal, but Wardley warded him wide. Puck comes into the left wing corner in the Wheeling end. Spencer Watson out to Savage for Indy. Over to the right point, Teixeira fanned on it, but was able to cycle it into the right wing corner. Marcineau to Waked, and it's kicked free from him and taken away by the Nailers. Michael Jolie across center red will fire it in. Wheeling will get a change as Jolie heads to the bench. Cliff Watson to Buzzdecker up the far side. Couldn't quite get it out of the zone. Puck comes free. Penalty coming on the Nailers. Buzzdecker headmans to Thomas, and now we have a whistle as the Fuel were in possession. And we have a second penalty on this, as the Fuel were in full possession when the whistle blew.
And Dan Bakala was on his way to the bench.
Yeah.
And Eric Krasnichuk motioning at Antoine Waked.
Antoine Waked's going to the box for tripping, but the arm went up with the Fuel in possession, which would lead you to believe that it was a delayed penalty on Wheeling, and then Waked is sent to the box for tripping, so Wheeling to the power play for the third time tonight.
And the strangeness continues into the third period. And it was a real quick developing play just at the Indy Fuel blue line right in front of the bench, and I did see Waked go diving into a play, but the penalty's called against him for tripping, and the Fuel's penalty kill is going to be tested again here in the third.
Wheeling is 0 for 2 on the power play tonight. They're 3 for 25 on the season, although 2 of those 3 goals have come in the last 3 games. And Felix Robert, who has a hot stick, has 2 of their 3 power play goals on the year. Wheeling wins the offensive zone draw. Aaron Tho along the right wing half wall, out to the point for Jolie. He'll work it out to the right point. Tried to feed Tho, and they had a little miscommunication, and the puck hit Tho's leg and bounced all the way back into the Wheeling zone.
Yeah, Tho had lost an edge and was trying to regather his balance, and Jolie trying to send it to his defense partner, and inadvertently hit Tho right in the skate, and the puck comes out of the zone.
Nailers break it back in. Felix Robert, who has a hat trick tonight, puts on the brakes, tries to send it forward. Teixeira breaks it up, but it's held in by Robert. Now over to Watling, who fires from the top of the right wing circle just wide. Nailers maintain possession. Jolie in the right wing corner working on Teixeira. Over to Pellick. He'll cycle it over to Tho, out to the left point. Robert to Jolie. One-timer right on, and Bakala pushes across to make the save with a glove and holds on for a whistle with 14:37 to go in the third period and 1:08 to go on Wheeling's power play.
Well, that was some serious power, pushing from his right leg to his left leg for Dan Bakala on a full zone cross seam pass. And Michael Jolie got all of that shot and ended up being soaked up. And the importance there, no rebound given up by Dan Bakala. Great rebound control.
Peter Krieger out to take the draw for Indy. He and Pirog, the forward unit, Martinet and Shoup, the D. Puck comes back to Martinet, and he's able to hammer it past Josling and all the way down as Josling was trying to hold it in at the point. Miller behind his own net, 14.5 to go, third period, 55 seconds to go on the power play. As Freeman is tied up by Martinet, plays it to the wheeling line, and Krieger takes it away from Josling. Short-handed, Krieger 1-on-3 into the left wing circle. He couldn't curl and drag past Alfaro, who was able to poke check him and take the puck and get possession for Wheeling.
All starts with a great step up by Chris Martinet, shutting off the play just above his blue line, and allows Krieger to have that chance in the offensive zone.
Puck's into the corner in the fuel end. And Tim Shoup gets to it behind his own net. Outlets to Dick Pirog. He finds an open area of the ice and clears it all the way down. 20 seconds to go in the Wheeling power play. And Miller is forced behind and will start the breakout. Rink-wide pass, broken up and picked off by Seamus Mullen. Ahead to Savage, short-handed slap shot right on. Blocker save by Starrett. Savage hops on the puck, but it's poked free from him. Savage able to get back to it and send it into the zone. The penalty is over. A good kill by the Fuel as Wake gets out of the box. Nailers will set up their breakout with Wake it into forecheck. Over to the far side, Duchesne chips it off the boards to the Fuel line where it's gloved down by Willie Raskob. Goes D to his partner Scott Savage. And back to Raskob in his own zone. He'll skate it up, head man to the Wheeling line. Jared Thomas is poke checked by McPherson, but his outlet pass is picked off at neutral ice by Waken. He'll pick up some speed, flop it into the left wing corner in the Wheeling end. Busdecker giving chase. It's knocked past him, but Drevich can't get it past Thomas at the left point. Thomas ahead, looking for Busdecker, but Drevich is able to poke it free, and the Nailers will break it into the Fuel zone. Watling giving chase along with Cliff Watson in the near corner. Now to Jared Thomas. He'll go behind his own net to Keone Teixeira. 12:35 to go. We're tied at 4 in the third period. Feed ahead to Busdecker into the Wheeling zone, and he is ridden into the boards by Kuzmeski, and the crowd wanted a penalty, none coming. Comes out to Teixeira, left point in the Wheeling end. Cycles it in, looking for Busdecker in the right wing corner. Cliff Watson pinches down to keep it alive there. Looking for Pirog. It's collected by the Nailers, and Watling gets to it and is able to bring it out to Pellick. With speed through the neutral zone. Tries a self-pass in behind the net, and it doesn't connect. Cliff Watson, however, is crunched by Pellick, who gets the puck out to the point. Wardley, right point, shoots through traffic, deflected wide. Pellick out to the left point, now to Miller. He looks to cycle it back in through both corners. Wardley activates. Pirog sets the edges, waiting for his hit along the right wing wall. Those two tie each other up, and a congregation comes in as well to try to dig the puck free. Four-man puck battle. Teixeira's in there. Pellick's in there. Pirog. Five-man puck battle as the puck finally squirts free into the corner to Cliff Watson. And he wasn't able to settle it down, but Krieger does. A little bit of a dangerous pass to Teixeira, who's able to squirt it out to neutral ice to Barash. Back to the Wheeling line. Quick re-entry for the Nailers. Pellick along the near boards. Drops it to Jolie, center point. Working on Marcineau. Takes it down the left side. Shoots! Stick save made by Bakla. Jolie cycles it into the right wing corner. Tim Shoup hops on it. Able to get it back to neutral ice, and Indy tries to make a change as Wheeling settles down the puck. Pretty good shift for the Nailers, but puck picked off by Spencer Watson at center, and he'll wrap it in. And the Nailers will get some fresh bodies on the ice.
You're right, Andrew. A good shift from Wheeling, but even better defending from the Indy Fuel. They've kept a lot of the offensive pressure to the outside, protecting their goaltender, Dan Bakala.
10:45 to go third period. We're tied at 4. The Nailers break it through the neutral zone, 2-on-2. Robert fires high and wide. Lively Karam off the end glass all the way back out to neutral ice. And Kuzmeski's pass doesn't connect, goes all the way down. Icing is called with 10:30 to go in the third period of a game that is tied 4-4. And after a long stretch of continuous play, we get to catch our breath a little bit.
Felix Robert donning the full face mask in tonight's game, known as the bubble. Got to be some facial issues underneath the mask. I'd be surprised if he switches out of that thing, even if he's feeling better with the kind of night that he's had.
Joe Sullivan in the right wing circle has his shot blocked as the Fuel won the offensive zone draw. Puck comes in behind the net. Tho on it. Tries to skate past Brohl and cannot. Sullivan keeps the puck alive along the far boards. Four-man puck battle ensues in the Wheeling zone. Comes free to Malone. Bottom of the right wing circle. Centers for a deflection that's just wide from Sullivan. He hops on the puck. Top of the left wing circle. It's poked off of his stick and comes out to neutral ice. Joe Sullivan will settle it down. Wheeling with a fire wagon changes the fuel with a quick re-entry. Seamus Malone gains the line. Left point. Shovels it in behind the net for Broll. Tho gets there first, however, and is able to skate past Broll and send it back into the fuel zone. Teixeira quick up to Malone along the near boards. Busdecker ahead to Broll along the left wing half wall. Back to Busdecker behind the net to Broll. Tried to feed Cliff Watson coming down the far side. It didn't connect, and now Wheeling with numbers the other way. 2-on-1 with Teixeira back. Centering feed for Freeman. A little too far. Lively Karen comes to Wardley. His shot is deflected wide by Cliff Watson. And the Fuel hop on the loose puck. Jared Thomas, 3-on-3, and now 2-on-3. Chips it ahead to Waken. In the Wheeling zone in the left wing corner. Waken spins off of a check now to Thomas in the right wing corner as the Fuel complete a change. Hooks it out to Martinet with some space. Top of the left wing circle. Shoots through traffic. Blocked in front. Alfaro able to send it forward, but Martinet gloves it down. Couldn't get it past Alfaro. Martinet gets tied up with one of the nailers at the point. Those two still going at it. It's Rivera as the puck comes free at the Fuel line. Tim Shoup with the puck at his own line. Those two finally get untangled. Martinet, well, they're trying to. They finally do. Martinet and Rivera. And we have a whistle. And I believe the play was offside. And now Martinet and Wardley are having a conversation. And Eric Krasnichuk tells Martinet to get to the bench. And
Rivera giving up about 9 inches in terms of height on Chris Martinet. And Evan Wardley came into the defense of Rivera, but you said two players laying on top of each other, not wanting to do anything, so the whistle goes and the faceoff comes to the right of Dan Bakala. And very important faceoff here for Peter Krieger. He's been great at the draw all night long, and he's going to need to win this one as Matt Marcineau trying to come onto the ice. It would be a more favorable faceoff for Marcineau being a right-handed player.
And the Nailers win the draw. Puck deflected over the net on a shot from McPherson. And Pellick tried to send it back out in front, and it was picked off by the Fuel. Rink-wide pass looking for Pirog into the Wheeling zone. Drops for Krieger. He couldn't quite find it on the forehand. And the Nailers intercept and bring it the other way. Pellick tips it into the Fuel zone. Savage in the near corner. Wraps it around, but Drevich steps in to keep it alive to Watling behind the Fuel net. Into the left wing corner. Back out to the point for a shot that hit Pellick in front. And Dan Bakala covers up to get a whistle. And now we have lots of pushing and shoving again, as you might expect from two teams that have played each other 4 times in a week. 8:17 to go in the third period. The Indy Fuel and Wheeling Nailers tied at 4. This is Indy Fuel.
2020.
To go in the third period. The Indy Fuel and Wheeling Nailers tied at 4. Peter Krieger scores 28 seconds into the period to give Indy its first lead, but Michael Jolie, his third point of the night, 8 seconds later, ties it up at 4. And that's where we stand right now. The shots are 23-20 in favor of the Fuel, and been some chances on both ends. These two teams have played some pretty close checking games. This has probably been the loosest and most wide open that these teams have played in the 5 games they played against each other. Indy wins a defensive zone draw, and Raskob chips it off the glass all the way down. This will be icing. And so we'll do it all over again back in the Fuel zone.
A bit too much mustard on that. Clearance out of his own zone from Willie Raskob. Not the worst play in the world, though, because you'd rather have it go all the way down for icing than be turned over and stay in your own zone. So now it gives the centerman, Matt Marcineau, and his line mates the opportunity to try and win another draw and get the puck out a little cleaner this time.
And the Fuel win the defensive zone draw. And the puck sent out to center, where Tho sends it back into the Fuel zone, and it's sent back out to neutral ice. Alex Rauter backhands it in behind the net, and Kuzmeski on the puck ahead to Jolie in his own zone. And a good stick by Rauter knocks it free. Jolie in the left wing corner is able to stick handle past Rauter, but not get it out. Savage holds it in at the left point. Over to Raskob, back to Savage. Looks for a tip in the right wing circle. It's deflected wide by Spencer Watson. Marcineau into forecheck in behind the net. Puck drops over at the far wall and taken away by Kuzmeski. He gets it as far as Raskob at center ice, and Willie hammers it back into the Wheeling zone as Indy gets a change.
That was a nice look from Scott Savage, looking to shoot at sticks in the net front. And Spencer Watson just deflected that one wide, but a good idea from Savage.
Nailers 3-on-3 through center as it's dropped for Freeman. Looks to center and ended up putting it on goal. Dan Bakala made the save with a blocker along the ice and then covered it up for a whistle. With 7:12 to go in the third period.
And that's something that a lot of players will work on at the end of practice during the weeks. Defenseman at the point, shooting for sticks. It's a skill. They're not just sending it towards the net just for no reason. They're looking for sticks, looking for redirects, because a lot of times a goaltender, you're just expecting a shot to come at the net. And all of a sudden it hits a stick and a redirect. A lot would happen on Antoine Wakett's goal earlier in the game on the shot from Cliff Watson. So a real heads-up play, something that we've seen the Indy Fuel defensemen do really well in this game.
Joe Sullivan to take the defensive zone draw as Thomas was chased out of the circle, and they've got another false start. So Alfaro to take it for Wheeling in the left wing circle. He wins it, but Wakeett with a good stick gets it out to to Cliff Watson, back to Wakeett across the Wheeling line. He's poked off the play, but Sullivan hops on it, right wing corner in the Wheeling zone, and he loses the puck. And the Nailers play it back out to center. Cliff Watson settles it down there for the Fuel, and he'll softly dump it in. It hits a Nailer, but comes to Wakeett. His shot is deflected up and over the net and into the right wing corner. Sullivan takes the body to get the puck along the right wing wall, shovels it back into the corner, and now behind the net to Jared Thomas. He's able to pivot past Miller, looks to center, but it's picked off by Wardley, and the Nailers sky it back out to neutral ice. Cliff Watson settles it down, sprees it back to the Wheeling line, where Wardley is ridden off the play by Thomas, and here come the Fuel. Barash across the line, shoots, fought off by Starrett. Rebound comes to Pirog. He takes it to goal, but is warded off the play by Miller before he can get a shot off. And Drevich hops on the puck in his own zone, with Pirog in to forecheck. Drevich all the way to the far side. Barash rubs him into the wall, jars the puck free, but the Nailers able to get to it. They clear it out. It's a foot race, and Martinet wins it to get an icing whistle with 6:04 to go in the third period of a game tied at 4.
Another chance for Derek Barash, who has been all around the puck this evening. And that was off of a huge hit from Jared Thomas on Evan Wardley, just trying to get the puck over the red line and get it in. Puck was eventually turned over, and then here comes Barash the other way on a partial breakaway. And unlucky for Barash, he hits the top of the shoulder, the right shoulder of Shane Starrett. The puck stayed out, and a good follow-up by Nick Pirog heading to the net.
Matt Marcineau to take the offensive zone draw for Indy, wins it cleanly. Comes out to the point for Martinet. He fires, it's blocked in front, comes to Malone in the slot. Right circle, he fires just wide on the backhand, and the puck cleared out to center. Martinet couldn't quite hold it in. Tim Shoup has to race to rescue it at his own line. Martinet ahead to the neutral ice to Marcineau, back to Shoup, and now Chris Martinet. Now Shoup along the near boards, neutral ice tipped into the Wheeling zone by Matt Marcineau. Spencer Watson into forecheck as Kuzmeski gets the puck for the Nailers. 5.5 to go. Outlets to Watling, and his feed knocked down by Malone, and then Marcineau on the backtrack knocks it free again, but Watling stays on the puck and gains the Fuel line. Puts on the brakes in the right wing corner. Battling Savage there, the puck dug free by Tomlak. Out to the point, McPherson shoots with a wrist shot on goal, and Dan Bakala pushes across to make a glove save and holds on for a whistle. 5:15 to go in this one. The Fuel and Nailers tie. This is the play to be blown dead right before Matt Marcineau appeared to score, but Indy was able to respond with goals from Savage, Pirog, and Krieger, but then Michael Jolie scored 8 seconds after Krieger, 36 seconds into the third period to tie it at 4, and that's where we are right now. 5:15 to go in the hockey game. Shots are 25-21 in favor of Indy. And the Fuel gained possession off of a defensive zone draw. Barash turned backwards in his own zone to Raskob. Feeds Barash across the logo with speed across the Wheeling line, right down Main Street. Drops it now to Savage, but he couldn't hold it in. And so the Fuel will regroup at center. Willie Raskob will fire it in. Starrett, the Wheeling goaltender, settles it down for his defense. McPherson behind the net. Krieger into forecheck. Starts the breakout up the near side. Looking for Pellick. Chips it ahead a little further. And it's knocked down and taken away by Spencer Watson. Ahead to Krieger. Krieger across the Wheeling line. Up the left side. Krieger looked to center to Watson, but a sliding Duchesne broke up the play.
With the way that Peter Krieger's been shooting the puck lately, he's got to get that at the net.
Krieger back in front looking for Watson. Save made. And the Fuel couldn't find the rebound. Spencer Watson was on the doorstep. Pretty good play by Krieger to take it to the front of the net. And a good save by Starrett. Teixeira battling at center ice as the Nailers had cleared. And the puck drops free. McPherson battling Router. It comes free to Josling for Wheeling. Cross corner dump into the left wing corner and the fuel in. Cliff Watson wraps it around. And Alex Router waiting on it at center. Tips it into the Wheeling zone. Jolie gets to it there. Ahead to Kuzmeski, and now Rivera able to chop it as far as Cliff Watson at center ice, and Cliff will hammer it back in through both corners as the fuel pour into forecheck. Marcineau forces it along the wall, but it's taken away by Jolie. Now to Rivera, 3-on-2, now 3-on-3 developing for Wheeling. Ahead to Felix Robert, who has 3 goals. Looks to center, it was knocked free. Marcineau lost his stick. Rivera in behind the net for Jolie. He's working on a Router, and Jolie wants a penalty, none coming. Out to the point. Now for a shot from Wardley that's blocked in front. Router can't clear as it's held in at the point by Jolie. Waken ties him up, but Jolie gets to the puck, able to stick handle through 2 into the slot. Jolie shoots, it's blocked. Robert couldn't get a stick on it, and a penalty is coming, a slashing call, and Wheeling to the power play with 3:16 to go in a tie hockey game.
The immense skill from Michael Jolie shown again. And just when you thought he was going to lose the puck after some great work from Antoine Waked, Jolie was able to corral the puck, possess it, make a little dance move to the middle of the ice, and Waked in attempts to try and knock the puck loose. Comes down right on top of the hands of Jolie. Penalty called. And with 3:16 to go in the third period, another big test to the Indy Fuel penalty killers, with Peter Krieger and Joe Sullivan, the 2 forwards, out on the ice.
Krieger to take the initial draw, and Alfaro for Wheeling. Puck tied up in the circle. It comes into the near corner where Rivera wraps it around to the right point. Josling in behind the net to Rivera, being watched by both Shoup and Martinet. Comes over to the near corner for Alfaro. Back to Rivera along the goal line, shoots, and Bakula seals the near post. Chris Martinet with the puck. Rivera is down. Martinet ahead to Sullivan. He clears all the way down. Rivera is just now getting to his feet and skates over to the Wheeling bench slowly as the Nailers collect the puck. 1:28 to go in their power play. He's still not to the bench yet as Josling brings it across and actually now regroups at center and plays it back for Alfaro. Rink wide pass. Alfaro goes back rink wide to the right point for Watling, but it hit his skates, and now Watling tried to play it back to Tho, and it didn't connect, and he'll have to regroup behind his own net.
Really nice job for the Indy Fuel penalty killers, standing up as a unit of 4, not allowing anything easy in behind their own blue line.
A minute to go in Wheeling's power play. Robert is poke checked nicely by Seamus Malone, and Scott Savage clears as the Nailers were trying to enter the zone. Fresh penalty killers on the ice for Indy. Router and Marcineau, the forwards. The Nailers working it through center. Martinet knocks it down to Router. Across the Wheeling line, he'll slowly shovel it into the Wheeling zone. Marcineau in behind the net. Couldn't knock it free from Tho, but Router hops on the puck to Marcineau, short-handed with a chance from the bottom of the left wing circle, but Starrett made the save high on the chest. Here come the Nailers the other way. Kuzmeski across the line, and Tim Shoup dives to ward it away. Now to Evan Wardley, center point, shoots, blocker save made. Over to Kuzmeski, left point. 15 seconds to go on Wheeling's power play. Looked for the backdoor feed to Jolie. It was knocked down, but came back to Jolie. Now out to Wardley, center point. To the left circle. Shot from Kuzmeski, blocked in front by Marcineau. 5 seconds to go on the power play. Out to Wardley, right point. Skates into the right circle. Shoots high and wide. Lively Karam held in by Kuzmeski, left point. Fuel back as Waked is out of the box to 5 aside. Here's a shot from the right point, high and wide. Puck drops at Router's feet. He can't clear it out, but on second effort, he gets it back. And outlets to Waked. A minute to go on regulation. We're tied at 4 as Waked fires it into the Wheeling zone. The Fuel now a perfect 4 for 4 on the kill. The forecheck forces a turnover. Peter Krieger in the left circle looks to center, but nobody's home. It's picked off by the Nailers. Courtnall and Drevich will bring it the other way. Shovels it in on Bakula. He'll clear it into the near corner. And it hops at the feet of Krieger. And he's able to outlet. It didn't quite connect with Barash, but the Fuel were able to clear it out to center. 35 seconds to go in regulation as Drevich drops it back into his own end. Time for maybe one final rush. Puck sent in behind the Fuel net. Raskob looked to see who was coming, shoveled it along the far boards. Courtnall gets to it. In behind the net for Drevich. Being watched by Raskob. Pops out the far side. 17 seconds to go. Now to the Nailers, Lawton Courtnall. Courtnall in the left corner. Spins past Barash with 6 seconds to go. Out to the point for a shot. Save made, Bakula, as he gobbled up the shot from Chad Duchesne, a blast from the point, 2.7 seconds to go, and Bakula holds on for a whistle.
Lawton Courtnall looking like he was in a washing machine, cutback after cutback, and laid it on a tee for Chad Duchesne to rip from the point. And the Indy Fuels defensemen do a great job at the net front, boxing out Wheeling's forwards. Bakula makes an easy save in the chest.
Matt Marcineau to take this draw with 2.7 seconds to go against Pellick. Kuzmeski and Thor are the points. Marcineau wins it. Cliff Watson ties it up along the boards in the Fuel. And Nailers will each get a point out of this one. We're headed to overtime yet again. This will be the fourth game of the 7 the Indy Fuel have played that have gone to an extra session. And also, this will be the 7th consecutive game that will have been decided by 1 goal.
Yeah, that's the key, Andrew. 1 goal is the difference between these teams. And with how competitive the ECHL is this season, with how close that these two teams are, that has been the difference. 1 goal, 1 mistake, 1 turnover, 1 piece of execution in finding the back of the net. These teams have been as evenly competitive as there could be. And some more free hockey coming tonight as we will see the 4th period of the game in a 4-4 game.
Shots were 6 apiece in the 3rd period, 27-23 in favor of the Fuel for the game. Peter Krieger's 4th of the year. Right now it's listed as unassisted, and now they have changed that officially and given Nick Pirog the assist that he should have had, as we saw early on. So Krieger from Pirog, his 4th of the year at 28 seconds, followed by Jolie unassisted at 36 seconds, the only scoring of the 3rd period. The two teams will switch in, 7 minutes on the board. We'll play 3-on-3 sudden death. Each team gets a point in the standings. The winner of this one will get 2. If nobody scores in the sudden death overtime, then we will go to a 3-round shootout. The Fuel are 2-0 in overtime, and the Nailers are 0-2. Pirog and Krieger have the 2 overtime goals for Indy. The Fuel are going to open the extra session with Marcineau, Barash, and Cliff Watson. Wheeling counters with Alfaro, Courtnall, and McPherson, and the Nailers win the initial draw.
Plenty of speed out on the ice.
And puck possession is critical in the extra session. McPherson skates it up, headmans to Courtnall across the Fuel line. Takes it to the middle. Courtnall shoots. It's deflected up and out of play. And so Wheeling will have an offensive zone draw 17 seconds into overtime.
Yeah, Lawton Courtnall showing some more of that good speed through the neutral ice, and a even better defensive play by Marcineau and Cliff Watson. They didn't allow the speed of Courtnall to back them up too far, and it looked like it was Matty Marcineau who was able to get a stick on it there, deflecting the puck way up and over the net. So some good defending by the Indy Fuel.
Indy wins the defensive zone draw. Barash will bring it up across the logo at center. 2-on-2 across the line, and he is hit hard as he brings it across, but the play was offside anyway. So we'll have a face-off just outside the Wheeling line, and probably fortunate for the Fuel they were offside because they gave up possession on that play.
And Derek Barash, I think, has had a really, really nice game. The one thing that he has that is plentiful is his ability to get his feet moving, trying to go inside, outside, and stepped up on there.
It's the all-Minnesota Duluth trio here. It's Krieger, Thomas, and Raskob. The Fuel win the draw. Raskob at his own line to Jared Thomas. Up the right side, Thomas takes it to goal. It is poke checked nicely by Kuzmeski. Raskob hops on the puck, tried to go further along to Thomas, broken up by the Nailers, and they will bring it the other way. Ahead to Kuzmeski across the Fuel line, 2-on-1 developing left circle, look to center for Jolie, but the pass didn't connect, and now Jared Thomas on it for Indy. 2-on-2 for the Fuel as Thomas brings it across the Wheeling line, saucers it across to Krieger, but it's broken up by Robert, and it's a 2-on-1 now for the Nailers. Robert, who has 3 goals, missed stick handles, collects, looks to center, he hits a leg, but it's taken away by Michael Jolie of Wheeling, and he'll regroup back at center ice as Robert heads to the bench.
What an opportunity that was for Felix Robert, and a 2-on-1 with Jolie. Went to stick handle the puck, jumped over his stick, never got a shot away.
Jolie across the fuel line. Pirog pokes it free. Tho sends it forward, but it's taken away by Keone Teixeira of Indy. Teixeira and Pirog are out there, and Indy getting a third player out. It's Malone off the bench, collects the pass, takes it to goal, backhand save made by Starrett. It's loose in his pads. Malone was trying to fish for the puck in the crease, but Starrett was able to cover it up before it went across, and now a slashing penalty has been whistled.
Well, what a great chance for Seamus Malone. It was Peter Krieger who left the ice, and it was Malone who came onto the ice, shot off the bench like cork out of a wine bottle, and finds himself in behind, trying to go to the backhand 5-hole, but Starrett, I mean, it's acrobats in the crease trying to keep that puck from going beyond the goal line. And a heck of a pass from his own zone of Keone Teixeira to spring Malone in behind.
And Aaron Tho's going to sit for slashing. The Fuel are going to get a power play.
And this is a great opportunity for Indy. It'll be a 4-on-3 power play here in overtime.
And I'm not sure if the slash, I think it was a post-whistle penalty because the referee, Eric Krasnichuk, never brought the arm up. And then in the pile-up, as Malone was trying to fish for the puck, Aaron Tho slashed him. And after blowing the whistle, he signaled a slashing penalty. So the Fuel get an extra skater. They'll skate 4-on-3 for the next 2 minutes. The power play unit is Marcineau, Krieger, Thomas, and Raskov. And Marcineau tries to win the draw, but it was fished out by the Nailers, and Duchesne sends it all the way down. Dan Backlow way out of his goal to settle it down. Ahead to Willie Raskov. He'll skate it across his own line, across center red, across the wheeling line. Leaves it now to Marcineau. Taken in behind the net with speed. Around to the near boards to Thomas on the half wall. Over to Willie Raskov, center point. Back to Thomas, right point. Low now for Peter Krieger, who has a goal in this game. Krieger now to Thomas, one-timer on goal. Starrett makes the save, and then the rebound hops up in the air, and Starrett covers for a whistle. 4:45 to go in overtime, and 1:27 on the Fuel's power play.
Well, Jared Thomas, who came into this game as the Indy Fuel's leading goal scorer, gets a nice pass from Peter Krieger. Skating one way, passing back the other, hoping to catch the Wheeling Nailer penalty killers, shifting towards the side that Peter Krieger was going towards. But a good read by Shane Starrett, not allowing anything past him on the near side post.
The Fuel's third power play of the night is currently ongoing. Indy is 0 for 2. Matt Marcineau takes the draw, wins it cleanly to Raskov. Center point, over to Jared Thomas, bunts it back to Raskov. Top of the left wing circle, back diagonal Thomas. Now low for Krieger, and he'll bring it back out to the top of the right wing circle, into the high slot. Krieger into the left wing circle now, still on the puck, back diagonal to Thomas, doesn't connect, but Thomas able to collect at the right point. 1:09 to go in the 4-on-3 power play. Krieger back to Thomas, back to Krieger, Raskov, one-timer on goal, save made. Rebound, Marcineau put it just wide. Thomas to Raskov, center point. Over to Peter Krieger in the right circle. Krieger takes it out into the high slot, shoots just wide. Marcineau fighting for the rebound. Starrett reaches around the post to cover it up with a glove and get a whistle. With 4:05 to go in overtime and 47 seconds to go in Indy's power play.
Matt Marcineau doing the yeoman's work at the net front, screening Starrett, trying to clean up any rebound. And that's the play we've seen from Peter Krieger. Near side boards, walk to the middle. He's got options. Send it to Raskov on the far side, back to Thomas, or shoot it like he did there. Unlucky for him, just missed the net wide on the short side.
Pirog, Watson, Barash, and Teixeira, the 4 on the ice now for the Fuel. Indy wins the draw. Teixeira center point. Over to the left side now to Spencer Watson. Right circle. Drops it for Teixeira center point. Over to the left side, bunts it back to Teixeira. Now to Spencer Watson. Right circle. In the slot. Looking for an opening. Fires just wide. And Barash hops on it along the left wing boards. 25 seconds to go in the Fuel's power play. Now to Spencer Watson. He shoots and scores! Spencer Watson wins another power play for the Fuel. And it may have been deflected in front by Nick Pirog. And the Fuel moved to 6-1 on the season as they rally from a 3-1 deficit to win it in overtime, 5-4 over the Wheeling Nailers.
Well, you just felt it was going to come. Some great interchanging from the Indy Fuel on the power play. Barrage kept the play alive. Spencer Watson puts it on a tee to himself, and then Nick Pirog standing right at the net front redirects this puck. Great movement, Barrage to Watson, winds it up, lets it rip. And if you want to score goals, go to the blue paint. Nick Pirog, great deflection. His third point of the night. And the Indy Fuel with the all-important second point in what's been a crazy game. Another one-goal game, another overtime game. 5-4 the final for the Fuel.
We'll wait for the official announcement. It looks like it was Pirog's goal from Spencer Watson, and the Fuel win it 5-4 over the Wheeling Nailers. We'll wait for the announcement of the 3 stars. Shots on goal in overtime, the Fuel with 4, Wheeling with none. So 31-23 is the final shots on goal tally. Nick Pirog's second goal of the game, and his third point is the winner for Indy. And, well, they're showing Spencer Watson on the official score sheet. That will likely be reviewed, but we'll leave it as Watson's goal from Barash and Teixeira for now, and the Fuel win it 5-4.
And it was great movement from the Indy Fuel. Nobody was stagnant. Everybody was moving around. That's really tough as a penalty killer. It's easy to defend if everyone's just standing in a spot, passing the puck around. It's easy to defend that way. Really tough to defend when the power play's moving around, interchanging. That's exactly what happened there. And Spencer Watson with the shot. And at least from the reaction, what we saw, Pirog celebrated, threw his hands, and everybody kind of went to him. And from the limited replays that we had, it definitely looked like the puck changed directions on its way to the back of the net.
And so the Fuel win it 5-4 over the Wheeling Nailers. Our 3 stars tonight. The third star, Felix Robert for Wheeling. He had 3 goals. The second star, Derek Barash, and our first star with the game winner, Spencer Watson. He is ringside with Scott Allen.
Tonight never let up.
Yeah, obviously there was a little bit of controversy in the second period there, but we showed a lot of strength to come back with, I think, 2 unanswered goals to tie it up, and shows credit to our team for sticking in there and got the win.
You know, we got cut short at the end of last season, but it seemed like this team was really picking up, and we kind of kept that momentum going right into this new season.
Yeah, obviously we've won 6 of our last 6 of our last 7 games or something like that. So, you know, we've been doing really well. We came in here, worked hard, and obviously it's showing. And it's great to pick up a win on home ice.
We sure loved watching you score that goal tonight. Make some noise, fans, for your #1 star of the game tonight, Spencer Watson.
Spencer Watson announced our #1 star as he had the game-winning goal. The Fuel win it 5-4 over the Wheeling Nailers in overtime. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Nick and I will put a bow on this one. It's a happy one in Indy. The Fuel win it 5-4 over the Wheeling Nailers. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
Action. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
The final strains of our national anthem this evening as they brought us a recording of the late Eric Wickens, the Indy Fuel's original official anthem singer who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, singing for us this evening to kick off tonight's game. The Indy Fuel and the Greenville Swamp Rabbits getting set to drop the puck. This is the third meeting between the two teams in Indy. They met 2 times last year after having not met in this building in the first 5 years of the Fuel franchise. The Fuel in brand new uniforms tonight, red uniforms with black numbers trimmed in white, black and white trim with a little bit of a checkerboard pattern in the trim at the bottom of the jerseys, black pants, red socks. The Swamp Rabbits in the road whites with orange trim and purple numbers in the Greenville Swamp Rabbits logo across the front. The Fuel will move from right to left as you envision this rank in your mind's eye. Matt Marcineau, Alex Rauter, and Spencer Watson, the forward line. Brendan Connolly to take the draw for the Swamp Rabbits in between Haddad and Bachman. And our referee tonight is Nolan Bloyer. He drops the puck and away we go. The puck comes in behind the Fuel net. Greenville in on the forecheck. Haddad digs it free in the right corner. Up to the point, Sam Jardine. Over to Zulsdorf, left point. He'll fire one wide. Drops into the right wing corner where it's hopped on by Joey Haddad. He is poked off the play nicely by the Fuel's Matt Marcineau, and Alex Rauter will gain the center red line and send it in. Spencer Watson gives chase in the left wing corner, but the first one there is Zulsdorf for Greenville, and the Swamp Rabbits unable to get it out of the zone. Here's a chance right in front, shot save, rebound goes just high as Alex Rauter had the original chance and Marcineau on the rebound. Rauter along the far boards, over to Cliff Watson, skates in left circle, shoots looking high glove, but Ryan Bednard able to flash the glove, make the save, and hold on for a whistle in the Fuel's forecheck, forcing a turnover and a good scoring chance early.
Well, Ryan Zulsdorf bobbles that puck just a little bit, and then the Fuel go to work. Some great up-ice pressure, and Alex Rauter with a glorious opportunity, a grade A scoring chance. Less than a minute into the first period, and this is the way that the Fuel wanted to start. Now an offensive zone faceoff.
Jared Thomas will take the draw on the left wing circle. Jake Slaker, a rookie playing his second game for Greenville on the draw, and he wins it in his defensive zone. Tim Davison tried to go D to Frank Hora. He didn't handle it cleanly, but was able to pick it up behind his own net and start the breakout. Davison one-hands it into the Fuel zone and behind the net. Garrett Thompson giving chase, looked to center, but his pass hit the bottom of the cage. However, an outlet pass picked off by Thompson. He couldn't shovel it a little further forward, and so it ends up going in behind the net, and the Fuel able to gain possession out to center. Riley McKay is able to bunt it to the Wheeling line and get it into the zone. McKay in the left wing corner has it played off of his stick by Davison. His outlet dangerously in front of the net, but the Swamp Rabbits able to work it out to center and into the Fuel zone. Dump in is handled by Aubrun. Cliff Watson is able to send it for Tim Shoup, who tried to outlet it to neutral ice, but it missed everybody and goes all the way down for icing. And so Greenville will have an offensive zone draw. 18:21 to go on a scoreless first period.
Well, it's nice to see a different team playing against the Fuel here at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum, but somehow, some way, the Wheeling Nailers are going to have a connection to this game. The Greenville Swamp Rabbits played them in their last game in Wheeling and ended up losing 5-4 in overtime, but we've seen a lot of the Wheeling Nailers lately, but now this game it's the Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
Martin takes a shot. It was blocked in front. Comes back out to the point for Curtis Leonard for Greenville. In behind the net looking for Morales. Liam Pecoraro digs it free. Back diagonal to the point. Is deflected out to neutral ice. A good stick provided by Derek Barash of the Fuel. Forces Greenville to regroup at its own line. Puck flopped into the right wing corner and the Fuel in. Played off the boards, but Martin holds it in at the point. Back diagonal to a new face in the game, Jardine, coming off the bench, able to keep it in, sweeps it over to Martin, right point. Now Pecoraro tried to shoot, but didn't get all of it. It was blocked down in front by the Fuel, and they'll skate it up to center. Peter Krieger tried to send it forward. It's taken away. Here's a chance and a goal for Greg Morales as the Fuel turn it over at center ice, and Greenville was able to turn it into quick offense, and Greg Morales got in all alone in front on Tom Aubrun, ripped it high, and the Swamp Rabbits have an early 1-0 lead.
Well, the Indy Fuel were in really good position. Coming out of their own zone, Peter Krieger on the near side was able to control the puck and tried to send it up to the stretching Nick Pirog. And his pass was looking for one of his defensemen to jump into the play. And there was some confusion at the bench because there was a new Indy Fuel defenseman coming onto the ice, and all of a sudden Greg Morales found himself in all alone, and he beats Tom Aubrun to the far side. So, I mean, the execution just wasn't there, the right idea. And the Fuel find themselves down 1-0 early.
Each team's had a turnover that has led to a golden scoring chance, and Greenville's been able to cash in on its. Back to action, puck in behind the Fuel net. Wedman and Nick Paling trying to dig it free for Greenville. Paling does, sharp angle shot from along the goal line. Goes just wide, and Chris Martinet able to get to the puck over to the far side and brings it over to the near side to neutral ice. Indirect pass for Keone Teixeira, 2-on-2 across the line. He'll send it behind the net and pick it up along the far boards. Out to the point. A shot through traffic, blocker to side by Bednard. Spencer Watson whistles one through the crease, over to the far side, dangling in, and centering, shot, goal! Spencer Watson in front, and the Fuel have tied this one up. A heck of a response for the Fuel, and they are able to knot this one up. Spencer Watson's first goal of the season.
Well, Spencer Watson's had a couple games back since joining the Indy Fuel late. And some great work down low as the Indy Fuel go to work. The shift after a goal so important. Some great work from Seamus Malone. Holds onto that puck, possesses it as he's coming around the net, throws it at the net front, knowing that he's got both Brohl and Spencer Watson on their way to the net. And in the mass chaos of bodies in front, Spencer Watson's able to hold on to it, spin and shoot, and find the back of the net on a goaltender, Ryan Bednard, who was swimming in his crease. That is a big goal for the Indy Fuel, big response. And we got a tied hockey game here, 1-1 early in the first.
And Watson, not his usual line mates, as Brohl and Malone were out there. Busdecker is usually the right wing, but Indy in the midst of changing, and they looked like they had a lot of chemistry and been skating together for quite a while. We're back to action, face-off in the Fuel zone, and we had a false drop, so we'll do it again. The Greenville goal was Morellis unassisted, his second of the season at .233, and Indy responds with Spencer Watson from Seamus Malone and David Brohl at .326. And there's a shot that is knocked down in front. The Fuel chip it out to center. Alex Router, 2-on-1 developing across the line. Greenville gets back. Router hits the trail over to the far side. Centering pass for Marcineau didn't get all the way through from Spencer Watson. And the Swamp Rapids will slow things down behind their own net. Now up the far side, Karch Bachman across the Fuel line. Drops to the point for Haddad. Indirect pass off the inboards looking for Bachman. It took a lively carom out into the high slot. Frank Hora into the left wing circle for Greenville. Takes it to goal, and Aubron shuts down the near post, and Spencer Watson able to outlet it to center. It's broken up there by Haddad, the Greenville captain. Quick re-entry ahead to Connolly along the right wing wall. He's bothered, tries to center, but there's nobody home, and Lee's able to get to it for Indy and send it ahead for Marcineau, who plays it all the way into the Greenville zone and allows the Fuel to get a change. Swamp Rapids played into the Fuel end. Brian Moore giving chase. Willie Raskob gets there first for Indy. Puck chipped up the far boards, and Indy's in the midst of a change, so nobody can touch the puck for fear of a too-many-men penalty, and that allows the Swamp Rapids to get to it. Martin over to Leonard at his own line. Pass ahead, tipped into the Fuel zone, and icing is called. It was not tipped. Looks like the linesman over on the far side did not have the arm up, but the one trailing the play did, and so this will be an offensive zone draw for the Fuel in a 1-1 game with 15:09 to go in the first.
Well, the second time the Indy Fuel have almost got called for a too many men on the ice penalty. They got to be a little bit quicker on their changes, getting off the ice a little bit too slow, and when that's the case, the guy that's going to be coming on the ice replacing you sometimes jumps on before you get off, and if that guy plays the puck, you're heading to the penalty box for too many men. So I'd like to see the Indy Fuel just tighten up their changes a little bit, and it doesn't help that the puck has always seemingly found itself at the net whenever they've been in the midst of making that change. So know who you got when you're coming on the ice and making sure when you're changing, you get off as quickly as they can.
Fuel on the draw too cleanly all the way back into their own zone. Willie Raskob up to Busdecker along the far board. Seamus Malone in there to dig it free as well, and finally kicks it out to center ice where it's settled down by Leonard. Rink-wide pass. Martin tips it in to the right wing corner in the Fuel end. Sends it in behind the net. Raskob looked to play it ahead. It was knocked down. Raskob again behind his own net, looking for the stretch pass to Brohl, who was behind the defense, but it didn't get all the way through. Leonard intercepts and wraps it back in through both corners.
That was a great read from Curtis Leonard. He had saw that coming from a mile away. And a good read to intercept that puck on a possible breakaway.
Leonard playing game number 199, and now we've got a whistle behind the play and a penalty. And the Fuel are headed to the power play for the first time tonight as Brian Moore, who is no stranger to the penalty box, is being sent off for interference. So the Fuel headed to their first power play of the evening. 14:31 showing on the clock in the opening period.
Oh, an early opportunity here for the Indy Fuel to get their man advantage going. Big unit here. You got a lot of options and choices with Malone and Keone Teixeira manning the points.
Fuel fourth in the league, 20% of the power play. They're 5 for their last 15 in the last 3 games. 3 consecutive games with the power play goal. The Swamp Rabbits win the initial draw, and we'll play it all the way down. Greenville has killed off 24 of its last 27, and they're 10th in the league at 82.2% overall on the penalty kill. And so the Fuel bring it into the zone on the power play. Barash in behind the net, tied up by Jardine. And it's dug out there, out to the point. Teixeira over to the right point. Spencer Watson skates in, fires a slap shot. Pad save made by the goaltender Bednard, and the rebound cleared back into the Fuel zone. Greenville changes up the penalty killers as the Fuel work it through center. Teixeira across the center red line. Self pass into the left wing corner. And he's able to get it a little further along. And now back out to the point for Seamus Malone. He'll skate into the left wing circle. Back diagonal. Spencer Watson skates in. Blocker save made by Bednard. Big rebound comes out into the high slot. And to Karch Bachman. Turns on the jet. Short-handed and scores. Karch Bachman, a short-handed goal. And he found an extra gear coming on the far side after the Swamp Rabbits able to collect that long rebound into the high slot. And Bachman was 1-on-2 and just outskated everybody to the net front.
And that goal came off the heels of a huge save by Ryan Bednard, robbing Spencer Watson. It was a great cross-seam pass from Seamus Malone to Spencer Watson. Denied by Bednard, and then all of a sudden, Karch Bachman the other way. A ton of speed as he blows right by Keone Teixeira. That was Nick Pirog, a forward, back in a defensive position as well. Great speed from Bachman as he goes backhand, forehand, and he beats Abram right between the arm and the stomach.
Bachman, the Indiana native, in his first pro game in his home state. Fuel still on the power play. Raskop centers. It's deflected up and over the net. Puck comes back out to the right point for Willie Raskop. Over to the left point. Skating in is Krieger. Into the left wing circle. Looks for traffic. Back diagonal. Thomas tried to shovel it back up to Raskop at the point, but it was behind him. Indy will have to regroup with 12 seconds to go on the power play. They turn it over at the Greenville line, and the Swamp Rabbits played ahead. Haddad can't handle it. Thomas ahead to Krieger across the Greenville line. To the top of the left wing circle. It's poked away by Hora. In behind the net. Thomas gets to it. And here's a shot from the right wing circle. Blocker save made on Peter Krieger by Bednard. And the puck in the far corner. Indy in on the forecheck as Davison wraps it around to Jardine. And the Fuel's forecheck. Cliff Watson forces it free. And finally it's settled down by the Swamp Rabbits and outletted to center Tim Davison. Up to the near side, Greg Morellis across the Fuel line. Morellis, Greenville's first goal scorer, hits the trailer. Martin skates into the left wing circle, whistles one just wide. And Chris Martinet hops on the loose puck for Indy. Chops it out to center. David Brohl can't handle it. He's picked off by Pecoraro. He brings it across the Fuel line, 1-on-4. Now here's Martin, the trailer. Looks to center. It's picked off cleanly by Lee, and he'll look for transition the other way. Marcineau up the far side, looked to center, but it was knocked down and taken back by Liam Pecoraro of Greenville. But he turns it over in the Fuel zone. Out to the left point, Alex Rauter whistles one through. Traffic score! Alex Rauter whistled it from the point, and it looked like DJ Busdecker tipped it in. And just like that, we're tied at 2. Goals aplenty here early in Indy.
Well, the offensive sticks came to play for both teams. That's Alex Rauter. That's not a defenseman. Alex Rauter does a real nice job at the point, filling in for his defenseman, keeping the play alive just inside the blue line. And how about DJ Busdecker? Where are you going to go if you want to score goals? You got to get to the blue paint. He presents his stick blade in a fashion where all Rauter has to do is get it to the net. He turns his blade one way, deflects the puck back the other way, and through 2 bodies. Tough to see for Ryan Bednard, the Greenville goal netminder. And the Indy Fuel come right back again and tie this game. They have been really resilient in this first period.
And here's a puck out in front of the Greenville net. It's swept wide. The Fuel on the forecheck as Sam Jardine can't handle it behind his own net. Puck in along the far boards, taken away by the Swamp Rabbits. Across the Fuel line is Jake Slaker. He's poke checked. Puck ahead for Matt Marcineau. He can't quite get to it. Looks to fire a backhand from a sharp angle. Bednard makes the save and holds on for a whistle with 10:53 to go in the first period. The Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits tied at 2. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
When it comes to Hondas, your Central Indiana Honda dealers have plenty to choose from. The fan favorite CR-V, the sleek and stylish Civic Sedan, the extra efficient Insight Hybrid. Kelly Blue Book award-winning stars, all built with hometown pride and made right here in Indiana. Test drive a new Honda today and experience these favorites for yourself. Or shop the latest offers at centralindianahondadealers.com. What are you waiting for?
Body and Soul Massage Therapy is committed to providing the Indianapolis area with premier personalized massage therapy services in a friendly, relaxing environment. Adding a regular sports massage schedule to your training routine will help you train harder, perform better, recover faster, and reach your goals more quickly. Body and Soul is the official massage therapist of the Indy Fuel. Contact Body and Soul Massage Therapy at bodysoul.massagetherapy.com or call us at 317-992-2976.
Back to the action with Nick Golchek and Andrew Smith with Indy Fuel Hockey.
10:53 to go in the first period. The Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits tied at 2. DJ Buzdecker at 8:33 tied it up from Router and Marcineau. That came after Karch Bachman scored unassisted for Greenville shorthanded. The goals 2 minutes and 1 second apart. The Fuel with an offensive zone draw. When Jared Thomas was poke checked just as he was trying to take it to goal. And here comes Jack Paling the other way for Greenville. Across the Fuel line. Leaves it for his twin brother Nick. Into the right wing circle. Looks to center for Jack Paling and he scores. Paling all alone in front. And took the feed from his twin brother right on top of Aubrun's crease. And Greenville has 3 goals on 3 shots and leads at 3-2.
Oh, the name Paling might sound familiar. Both Nick and Jack Paling, the brothers of Ryan Paling, the Montreal Canadiens and Laval Rocket forward, but Nick Paling does a nice job. Fakes to the middle, moves the puck to the outside, protects it by dropping his shoulder. He powers right to the front of the net, knowing that he's got his brother and Matt Wedman in the area. And you said it, Andrew. 3 goals on 3 shots for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. It has not been the start defensively that the Indy Fuel could have asked for.
That goal coming just 48 seconds after the Fuel had tied the game.
Assisted by number 4, Jack.
And the puck comes back into the Fuel zone as we're back to action. Jack Paling with the goal, Nick Paling with the assist. And the time of the goal, 9:21, giving Greenville a 3-2 lead. And Swamp Rabbits ice the puck, so Indy will have an offensive zone draw. And again, the Fuel have had to respond twice to falling behind. They have to do so again here.
And they have an opportunity with the offensive zone faceoff to the right of Bednard.
Peter Krieger to take the draw for Indy. And he's in between Pirog and Barash. Raskob and Watson the points for the Fuel. And the puck won cleanly. Pirog chops it goalward. It's deflected up and over the net. Martin hops on it. In behind the net, Pirog gives chase and is able to dig it free. Puck sent into the right wing corner for Barash. He's tied up. Martin gets a little further along for Haddad, but the Fuel's forecheck keeping the play alive. Puck drops in behind the net. Martin has it dug free, but Connolly gets to it and is able to whip it to his defenseman Leonard and work it out to center. Haddad chops it into the right wing corner to Karch Bachman, one of Greenville's 3 goal scorers here in the first period. Puck wrapped around, knocked free, and finally chipped out to center by Peter Krieger, but it's settled down there by Karch Bachman of Greenville. The former Fuel defenseman Sam Jardine skates across the Indy line up the right side for Connolly, into the right wing circle, drops it. Now for Zimmer for Greenville. He's pushed all the way up to the point, but holds it in. In behind the net for Haddad. Working on Cliff Watson. Takes it out along the right side, shovels it in behind the net, looking to cycle it a little further, but it's picked off by the Fuel, but they do barely get it out of the zone as Jardine has to regroup at center. Goes to his D partner, Zulsdorf, who gains the center red line and chops it in behind the Fuel net. Cliff Watson gets to it, sends it forward for Buzzdecker, who tips it into the Greenville zone. Zulsdorf gets to it with Brolin on the forecheck. Up to the near side, Pecoraro turns it over. Buzzdecker takes it to the middle, looks to whistle one through the crease, nobody home. Seamus Malone in behind the net to Broll. Indirect pass to Lee. One-timer from the left point goes just wide. Lively Karam off the end boards is settled down by the Swamp Rabbits and played into the Fuel bench, so we'll have a whistle with 8:35 to go in the first period. Greenville leading 3-2. Lots of action, lots of goals so far, and one thing you said in the open, Nick, is defensive zone coverage is going to be key. Puck management is going to be key, and the Fuel have gotten into a little bit of trouble with turnovers that have led to one goal, and Greenville making a play through the neutral zone led to another. Offensive zone draw coming for Indy. Shots are 8-3 in favor of the Fuel. Ryan Bednard has made 6 saves in the Greenville net. And we've got a false start on the faceoff. Matt Marcineau will take it for Indy, and the Swamp Rabbits win it. Tim Davison chops it out to center. The puck bounces over Lee's stick back into the Fuel zone. Lee loses an edge as he tried to bring it up. Wedman hops on the puck now to Nick Paling. Lee chops it off of his stick. Paling rescues it behind the net. Out to Davison. He fires from the left point on goal. Tom Aubron makes the save and holds on for a whistle with 8:17 to go in the first period.
And a loud cheer from the Indy Fuel faithful as Aubron makes his first save of the game. And look, you feel for him. It hasn't been the best start, but hopefully from here on out it can be a brick wall for him as Keone Teixeira comes off the bench and gives him a little tap on the pads. And look, he's not trying to give up these goals. Obviously, sometimes that's just the way that the cookie crumbles, but see if the Indy Fuel can be a little bit better in their own zone, because they have not helped him out defensively in their own zone. A couple turnovers has led to some offensive sustained pressure for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
And another near turnover in the zone. Nick Paling hops on it into the right wing corner. Shovels it in for his brother Jack. Now to Wedman in the right wing corner. Tried to bring it along the boards. Lee broke that up. Now the puck sticks there and is finally dug free into the right wing corner. Chris Martinet shovels it over to his D partner, but the Fuel unable to manage the puck. Leonard shoots from the point high. It's fought off by Aubron. Over to the far side, Wedman takes it into the left wing circle. Backhand on goal. Pad save made by Aubron, and he covers up for a whistle with 7:38 to go. Tom Aubron with a couple of saves here as Greenville with a little bit of sustained pressure. He didn't really have much of a chance on the first 3 that went in. 2 breakaways and a room service tip in front after a really good feed to the top of the crease, but has looked good here on this last shift.
And it's all about getting that confidence. If you let the first couple shots in, you're not going to have a lot of confidence. Now he's starting to feel the puck, starting to hit him in the pads, starting to feel it in the glove. And as a goaltender, if you're seeing the puck well, eventually you're going to stop it. And like I said, first couple ones did not go his way. See if he can find a way to get back into the game and be a little bit more comfortable with the puck.
Swamp Rapids win the offensive zone draw. Jardine's shot is deflected in front, and the rebound squirted just wide of the goal. And the Fuel able to clear it back into the Greenville zone. Bednard will leave it for Sam Jardine behind his own net. Jardine comes into the game, the league's leading defenseman scorer with 8 points. Puck played into the Fuel zone, but offside. Pecoraro was 2 strides ahead of the blue line when the puck crossed, so it'll come back out to center. With 7:17 to go in the first period, Greenville leading at 3-2. The Swamp Rabbits' first 2 goals were answered rather rapidly by the Fuel, and then Jack Paling at 9:21, shortly after the Fuel had tied the game, gives Greenville the lead. That's where we stand right now. Fuel win the center ice draw. Peter Krieger into the left wing circle. He's played off of the puck. Cliff Watson tried to follow, but it was played wide. Now Willie Raskop at the point. Skates past a defenseman into the left wing circle. He shoots, and a pad save made by Bednard. Puck in the left wing corner in the Greenville zone. And the Fuel battling for it. And Nick Pirog able to work it free. Comes back to him. And they couldn't work it out to the point to Raskop, picked off by Thompson, and here come the Swamp Rabbits. Slaker, Pecoraro, sharp angle shot from along the right wing boards, and Braun able to get a glove on it. The Fuel will work it through center. They're changing behind the play. Self-pass into the left wing corner for Buzzdecker. And he's able to force it free in front, but the Swamp Rabbits able to chop it out to center. Bachman back to the Fuel line where Lee settles it down for Indy. Headman's right to the tape of Brohl. 1-on-3 across the line. He shoots deflected wide. And Bednard sees the lively Karam coming off the inboards back into his crease, and he reaches down with the glove and covers up for a whistle with 6:14 to go in period number 1.
Well, you can really tell Tom Aubron getting more comfortable as this period goes along. He made a real nice save there on the one-timer. On a real nice give and go between Liam Pecoraro and Jake Slaker. Not from a great angle, but sometimes if the shot's not coming from a great angle, the goaltender might not have great coverage of the net, but he made a real good save coming across on a shot from almost the sideboards from Pecoraro. Got a lot on the shot, and Aubron looked equal to the task and made a nice save.
Seamus Malone wins the offensive zone draw, back to Lee. In behind the net, Lee, the defenseman, looking to center, and it was broken up by the Swamp Rabbits, and they play it back out to center where the Fuel settle it down. Seamus Malone will wrap it back in. And Bednard tried to come out and play it, but the puck was riding the dasher board, held in at the point by the Fuel. Puck's in behind the net. Leonard tracks it down to the left wing corner with Malone into forecheck. Comes along the far side where Haddad gets to it for Greenville. Ahead to Bachman. Across the Fuel line. Bachman takes a slap shot and rips it just wide. Martin fires from the right point. It goes wide. Shot from below the goal line is stopped by Aubron, and the Fuel send it back out to center.
Another exhibition of the speed from Karch Bachman. Watched him play a lot at Miami of Ohio for the Redhawks, and the one thing he has a plenty of is speed, and as a defenseman, you got to read that. When he's coming down on you, give him a little bit more space, back up a little bit, and don't allow him to go right by you.
Puck into the right wing corner of the Fuel, and Martinet goes down. The puck is underneath him. Zimmer tries to dig it free and does for Greenville. Puck's in along the goal line for Pecoraro. He's warded off the play nicely by Indy, but the Fuel can't get it out of the zone. Greg Morellis, high slot, takes it up to the left point. Tour of the attacking zone for Morellis. Puts on the brakes along the left wing circle. And Rauter blows an edge. Morellis skates into the left wing circle, fires, and Aubron makes the save. After Rauter tried to check him, fell down, and Morellis able to skate in and get a decent look, but Aubron equal to the task. We're going to take a break. 4:48 to go. 4:48 to go in the opening period. The Indy Fuel trailed the Greenville Swamp Rabbits 3-2. Game has settled down a little bit after there was a flurry of scoring. All of the goals have come in the first 10 minutes of this game. And we, up until this recent 5-minute stretch, had not gone more than 2 minutes and 33 seconds without a goal in the opening 9.5. Fuel win the defensive zone draw, play it out to center where Frank Hoare settles it down for Greenville. Off the wall ahead to Zimmer. He takes a bump, but is able to maintain possession of the puck. Get it to Morellis. Pass ahead for Pecoraro, knocked down, but it's all moot because Pecoraro was a stride ahead of the blue line when the puck crossed, so it's an offside on Greenville, and the Fuel will get ready to play a neutral zone draw.
No doubt a frenetic first half of this first period would be described as a coach's nightmare. It's good to score goals, but when you're giving them up as well, there's some things that you want to fix. And so I would assume going into this first intermission, both coaches are going to get out the dry erase board and emphasize that they got to be a lot cleaner, both teams in their own zone.
Here's a feed ahead to McKay. He shoots from the left wing circle right on, but Bednard with a glove save, and he holds on for a whistle with 4:23 to go. And it's a good diagonal pass through the neutral zone, found Riley McKay, and he had a lot of time and space up the left wing.
The second time that the Fuel have tried to stretch the neutral zone. The first one was cut off by a good read by Curtis Leonard. Not able to do so that time, and Riley McKay with a good shot, but unfortunately for him, Bednar did a real nice job coming out well above on the top of his crease to cut down that angle and not give him any net to look at or shoot at.
Jared Thomas tossed out of the circle, so Antoine Waken will take this draw in the left wing circle offensive zone for Indy, and it's won by the Swamp Rabbits. Zulsdorf out to center, settled down by Cliff Watson and sent back into the zone where Zulsdorf again settles it down. D to Jardine up to the far side for Jack Paling. Looked for a cross-ice pass to Wedman and then sent it rink wide again to Nick Paling, but it was again offside. So we'll have a draw at neutral ice with 4:07 to go in the first period.
So after what seemed like a continuous first half of the period since the TV timeout, a lot of stoppages here. The ebbs and flows, the peaks and valleys throughout the course of a game. And usually the winner is the one that can keep as level-headed as possible as we get underneath the 4-minute mark here in the first period.
Seamus Malone wins the draw in the neutral zone back to Teixeira. He'll go D to Chris Martinet back behind his own net for Teixeira. And he chops it out. And I'll tell you, David Brohl may have saved the Fuel a penalty there because Teixeira was trying to whistle one off the glass, and it looked like it might have been headed over the glass. David Brohl reached up, knocked it down with a high stick, and that's a violation. There will be a face-off in the Fuel zone, but that could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, he's 6'2". If he's 6'1" or 6 foot, maybe he doesn't reach it, but a good heads-up and reactionary play from the Fuel forward.
Wedman against Malone, offensive zone draw for Greenville, but Indy gains possession. Buzdecker to zone line up the left wing boards, ahead to Brohl, back to Buzdecker, tries to take it to the middle, but he takes a big hit from Zulsdorf, and that allows the Swamp Rabbits to get the puck. They send it back to the Fuel line, Teixeira up the left wing boards, tipped in by Buzdecker. Zulsdorf in behind his own net with Brohl giving chase. Comes in along the near boards, Nick Paling, back behind the net to Sam Jardine. The former Fuel defenseman, Jardine played for Indy in the 2015-16 season. Edmonds and his pass is picked off by the Fuel. Marcineau in the left wing circle. Out to the point, Teixeira. Over to the right point. Chris Martinet skates in, top of the right circle. His shot is high and wide, and Nick Paling hops on it for Greenville. He runs into a couple of Indy players. It comes in behind the net to Sam Jardine. He's able to outlet it to center. It's picked off there by Teixeira and wrapped right back in as Indy tags up. Zulsdorf behind his own net, 2:55 to go. First period, Greenville with a 3-2 lead. Outlets to Garrett Thompson, the former Fort Wayne Comet, up the left wing to Slaker. In behind the Fuel net. Slaker looks to center for more. He tipped it across the slot. Thompson tries to hop on it. Played in behind the net for Brian Moore for Greenville. Look to center, knocked down by the Fuel. Thompson now behind the Fuel goal. Puck is free. Moore hops on it. Look to send it a little further along. Comes out to the point for Martin. He'll walk the line over to Leonard. Left point. His shot blocked in front. Comes over to the right circle. Thompson looks to center. And Slaker puts it on goal. And Aubrun shuts that one down. Thompson along the far wall. Out to the point, Martin. Good zone time here for Greenville. In behind the net to Brian Moore. Takes it out to the right wing corner. Lee ties him up. But the puck taken away by Slaker. Back diagonal. Leonard, top of the left wing circle. His shot deflected high and wide. Comes out to the far point now to Martin. He'll shoot on goal from the right point. And Aubrun reaches out, makes the save, and holds on for a whistle with 2:01 to go after a long shift from Greenville. That was a good save by Aubrun, but more importantly, he got a whistle and allowed the Fuel to get fresh legs on the ice.
That's a hard-working shift for Greenville. Their fourth line going to work on one of the top lines for the Indy Fuel. It just comes down to who wants it more. 50-50 battles down low. Can the Indy Fuel get it out? They weren't able to do so. A couple cross-seam passes on some failed defensive coverage assignments for the Indy Fuel in their own zone, and that's just a good, hard-working shift. But a good stop by Aubrun to get the face-off.
Peter Krieger wins the draw for the Fuel, but they can't get it out of the zone. It's held in. But then on second effort, played back to the Greenville line by Indy. Davison over to Hora. Chops it off the wall, back to the Fuel line. Cliff Watson fumbles it. It's taken away by Connolly, but good defending by Peter Krieger forces it free, and then Krieger with a poke check sends the puck out to center.
Not just all offense about Peter Krieger. Discipline in the defensive game. That's what makes him such a great player.
And he forced the puck free again. Now coming in to try to pick it off. Is able to force it loose. The Fuel hold it in briefly. Raskob couldn't quite hold it at the line. Here comes Bachman 2-on-1. Tried to pick the corner, but misses high and wide from the bottom of the left wing circle. Rebound comes all the way back into the Greenville zone where Haddad will settle it down. Pirog into forecheck. 1:10 to go on the first period. Greenville leads it 3-2. Both teams getting changes. Davison through center to Bachman. He tips it into the Fuel zone where Pecoraro goes after it, but he's played off the puck, and Chris Martinet, he fans on his outlet, and that allows Zimmer to get to the puck in the right wing circle, and a penalty is coming. A slashing call And the whistle blew when Greenville was in possession. And it appears to be the case that the Fuel are headed to the power play for the second time in this game. An offensive zone penalty whistled on Liam Pecoraro. And the Fuel headed to the power play for the second time tonight.
Well, it was Pecoraro who was the first one in on the forecheck, and Chris Martinet was able to beat him to the puck. Or rather, Pecoraro got to it first and then rode him into the boards, did Martinet. Martinet was able to get out with the puck, and then Pecoraro trying to get it back. Takes his stick and slashes right down on the hands, and the right call by the official. Pecoraro to the box, the Fuel to the power play, under a minute to go.
Seamus Malone to take the draw after Matt Marson, who's tossed out of the circle, wins it. To Cliff Watson, right point. Now Spencer Watson working it low and back up to Spencer in the right wing circle. He surveys the box, back diagonal's broken up. Puck comes free over to the near boards, and it's settled down by the Swamp Rabbits. They look for transition short-handed. Coming to the middle is Wedman. He shoots on goal. Pad save made by Aubron, and he has to hold on for a whistle with 30 seconds to go in the first period. And Greenville, which already has a shorthanded goal in this game, looking for transition every time they get the puck shorthanded, and had a pretty good opportunity there.
And the Indy Fuel had a chance. Spencer Watson looking to go cross seam to Derek Barash. A good read penalty killing wise for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. And you had said it was Matt Wedman the other way looking for an opportunity. Was able to get a shot on goal, but nothing more on the Fuel's power play.
Fuel win the draw in their own zone, working it through center. 20 seconds to go in the period. Peter Krieger to Willie Raskob as the Bulldog unit is out there. Raskob plays it to the line, but it's swept away by Sam Jardine all the way in on the goaltender. 9 seconds to go as Router has it at his own line. Headmans to Krieger. Across the line, into the left wing circle. He shoots wide of the right post, and the rebound will carry him all the way back into the Fuel zone, and that's where the first period will end. The Indy Fuel trail the Greenville Swamp Rabbits 3-2 after 20 minutes of play.
First of all,
Fuel Hockey.
I'm
Fuel Hockey.
just about to start the second period. The Indy Fuel trail the Greenville Swamp Rabbits 3-2, but the Fuel will have a minute 7 of carryover power play time as Liam Pecoraro is in the penalty box to serve the remainder of his slashing minor that came in the final minute of the first period. Along with Nick Olchek, I'm Andrew Smith. Matt Marcineau wins the opening draw in the second period. The Fuel send it into the Greenville zone. Martin gets to it first and chops it into the Fuel bench. So there will be a face-off back in the Greenville zone, and this is actually a break for Indy because the Fuel had it delayed offside on the play before Martin played it into the bench trying to chip it off the glass. And so the Fuel with an offensive zone draw, fresh ice, and Seamus Malone to take it. And I think that's the point. Sam Jardine was maybe wanting to make to the linesman. Now the linesmen are having a conversation, and what are they going to do? They're going to leave the draw in the zone. So Seamus Malone to take it for Indy. Nick Paling to do so for Greenville. Puck tied up in the circle, comes out to the point to Spencer Watson. He couldn't hold it in, however, so the Fuel will have to regroup at center. Teixeira to Barash to Watson along the near boards at neutral ice. He'll wrap it in through both corners. Looking for Malone, finds his feet, and he tried to play it out to the point, but it was picked off by Jardine, and he sends it all the way down.
I like that play there from Spencer Watson. He was getting closed off, so what does he do? He doesn't try to stick handle through the defenseman, just gets it in, tries to go to work, and the puck didn't bounce in the favor of the Indy Fuel, unfortunately.
Puck in the Greenville zone. Spencer Watson with it along the far boards. Takes it into the right wing circle. Curls back. Still 20 seconds to go on the power play. Bunts it back to Teixeira. Back to Watson. Right circle. Fires! And Bednard with a glove save. And the puck tumbles out of the glove. But Jardine gets to it and is able to work it over to Davison, who hammers it all the way down. Puck chipped off the glass, back to neutral ice. Just a couple of seconds left before Pecораro's out of the box, and we're back to 5 aside. And that happens as the puck is sent into the Fuel zone. Raskob up the near side boards to Buzdecker, who plays it further forward, but it's knocked back to neutral ice by the Swamp Rabbits and then fired right back in. Tim Davison below his own goal line, goes D to the former Cincinnati Cyclone, Frank Hora, and we have a whistle behind the play.
Delayed offsides. The Indy Fuel, they had a couple forwards that were a little confused. Peter Krieger, Nick Pirog, they both got on sides, but by the time DJ Buzdecker had crossed the line, Peter Krieger did not get outside the blue line, and Buzdecker kept on going. The linesman was screaming offside, offside, and eventually Buzdecker kept going in, and delayed offsides the call, so the faceoffs will come all the way back in the Indy Fuel zone.
Greg Morellis to take it, left wing circle for Greenville. Peter Krieger's tossed out of the circle, so Barash will take it for Indy. And it's won cleanly by the Swamp Rabbits, and two cleanly. The puck comes all the way back into the zone, and Krieger on his horse gets to it first below the goal line. Over to Pirog, back to Krieger in behind the net. That didn't connect. Morellis hops on it for Greenville. His outlet pass hits Buzdecker's leg. Morellis back below his own goal line, outlets to Pecoraro in front of his own net. He's able to play it to the corner and then out to center. Morellis gains the checkered red line. Rink-wide pass right at the tape of Pecoraro. He couldn't stick handle through Raskob, and the Fuel chip it back to neutral ice.
A real nice read and step by Willie Raskob as Liam Pecoraro was coming at him, a full head of steam, trying to slide the puck right under the stick between the skates. But a good step up denying that opportunity. Great play defensively by Willie Raskob.
Swamp Rabbits ice the puck, so the Fuel will get an offensive zone draw. Thomas, Waked, and McKay, the offensive line for the Fuel. The blue line is Lee and Shoup. And Greg Morellis will have to stay on to take this draw, as, of course, Greenville unable to change due to the icing call. And Jared Thomas unable to win it. Morellis on second effort chops it back to the end boards, but they can't clear it out. On first effort, they do on second. Ahead to Zimmer. He gains the Fuel line, puts on the brakes, waits for reinforcement. It's poked away from Morellis and back to the Greenville line, where it's settled down by Martin of the Swamp Rabbits and be shoveled back into the Fuel zone, but the play was offside as Greenville was in the midst of a change. And in the second period, the forwards will change into the offensive zone, and as a result, they're offside, and they didn't get the chance to tag up when the puck came and hit a leg, so we'll have a neutral zone draw.
Yeah, ideally, you have one forwards change on one side of the bench, defenseman on the other, but in that second period, like you said, Andrew, forwards kind of have to go out of the middle of the bench where there's not a door, so to try and do that and stay on side, and it definitely, in some instances, just like that one, will create an offsides play if players are going out through the door, in through the door. But usually you'll see in the second period of forwards, instead of changing through one side of the bench on the side door, they'll move and go in and out of the boards, but especially out onto the ice from the middle of the bench where there is no door.
Riley McKay fired on goal. A wrist shot that was handled easily by Bednard. He covers up for a whistle. Shots are 12-9 in favor of the Fuel. Goals 3-2 in favor of Greenville. The Swamp Rabbits win the draw in their own zone. Brian Moore up the near side. Rink-wide pass, indirect. Looking for Slaker. It's broken up by the Fuel and chipped into the zone. 2-on-1 potentially developing, but it does not as Greenville gets back. Seamus Malone along the far boards blows a tire. Jardine comes in to try to work it free and does. Ahead to Jake Slaker. Now Brian Moore. Self-pass across the Fuel line. He gets to it in the right wing corner. Plays a little further along for Thompson, and it's taken away by the Fuel, but Brohl couldn't get it through. A Swamp Rabbit does play it out to center, where it just sits loose along the far boards. Brohl keeps it alive. Teixeira couldn't send it forward. It comes free to Moore, who's all alone at the left point. Skates in. Bottom of the left wing circle. Fires, and Aubrun with a blocker save. And the Fuel able to play it back into the Greenville zone. It's like nobody accounted for Moore, and he had all kinds of time and space. Jardine in his own zone, ahead for Thompson along the near boards, chops it out to center where Marson, who hops on it for Indy. Skates into the zone, quick re-entry into the left wing circle. Back diagonal to Spencer Watson. In the high slot, takes it over to the far boards. Shakes off of Thompson. Back diagonal to Raskob. Skates it, fires and scores! Willie Raskob with a wrist shot. High blocker on Bednard. The Fuel have tied it up at 3.
Well, Spencer Watson has been a real key player in this game so far. Gets a goal in the first period. Puck's been finding him. He makes a beautiful little spin move to get away from Garrett Thompson and create some separation, and looks like everybody thought he was going to take it to the net. That's what happens when you're a great player and you score upwards of 30 goals last year. A lot of people are expecting you to shoot it. Playmaking ability, big example of it there from Spencer Watson. And how about the read from Willie Raskob, jumping in from the point, makes a great play, great shot, and he beats Bednar to the far side. But you love the play from Watson. Great read by Raskob.
And now here's another chance at a goal! Peter Krieger fed Nick Pirog right in front. Pirog from the top of the crease goes top shelf, and just like that, the Fuel lead at 4-3.
Well, partner, I think we're going to need an oxygen tank. We are just out of breath up here. How about the Indy Fuel? It's pretty simple. Get it in, get it back, and then get it to the net. Great speed from Derek Barash. Gets it to Krieger, and then Nick Pirog finds some open space at the net front. And the Indy Fuel, in a matter of seconds, go from down one to up one. And a much-needed timeout taken for head coach Andrew Lord and the Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
Matter of 12 seconds, as a matter of fact. Willie Raskob from Spencer Watson and Matt Marcineau at 3:44 tied the game, and then 12 seconds later at 3:56, Nick Pirog. And we anticipate now it's been put up. Pirog from Krieger and Marcineau at 3:56. Although I believe Barash may have had the second assist. We may see a change on that. But whatever the case, Greenville has to use its timeout after giving up 2 goals in 12 seconds. And the Swamp Rabbits, who have led for large portions of this game, now find themselves trailing for the first time.
Well, that is what we talked about in the pregame show, how good this line is. But you got the skill for Pirog and Krieger. And Barash, he's got speed like lightning, and he created that whole play. Got to the puck first, found Krieger, who then found Nick Pirog at the net front. A picture-perfect goal, a textbook from that line, and the Fuel have the lead.
Back to action. The puck played into the Fuel zone, and Cliff Watson skates it out. Up the right wing boards through neutral ice. Barash backhands it in through both corners. Indy getting a change as Krieger into forecheck, played out to center for Wedman. 2-on-2 across the line. Wedman for Greenville into the left wing circle. He goes high on Aubron, who's able to make the save with the shoulder and then trap it against his body with the glove to get a whistle with 15:30 to go in period number 2. And the goals have come in bunches in this one. The last 2 have been scored by the Indy Fuel.
And while scoring goals, Tom Aubron has been strong. Latter half of the last period to start this second period. Looked like an easy save because it was shot kind of into his chest, but it was high, just under the neck area, and he did a great job of controlling that puck, trapping it against his chest. Easy for a goaltender just to let that one drop for a free rebound, but he did a real nice job controlling it and forcing a face-off for Greenville.
That goal, by the way, for Nick Pirog, his 6th of the season. He now has a 4-game scoring streak going. That is the longest in the league. 6 goals, 1 assist, 7 points in 6 games for Nick Pirog so far.
He might be in line for the Cy Young Award, 6-1.
Fuel win the defensive zone draw, and the puck is pitched forward by Haddad for Greenville, but Aubron seals the near post, and then the Fuel chip it out to center and into the bench. So we'll have a whistle and a draw back in the Indy zone, 15:13 to go. And Indy leading at 4-3 here in the second period. Aubron, after being under siege early, gave up 3 goals on his first 3 shots, starting to look a little more comfortable.
He is. And you can't blame him for all of those goals. Yes, he'd like to have 1 or 2 back, and you'd like your goaltender to make a save or 2 on the first 3 shots of the game, which resulted in goals, like you said, but he has looked really strong, and he has answered the bell.
Swamp Rabbits win the draw. Martin's shot is blocked by Brohl back out to neutral ice. Martin tried to go rink wide, but it was picked off by Buzz Decker. He chips it into the Greenville zone where Connolly hops on it for the Swamp Rabbits. Plays it behind his own net. Buzdecker in on the forecheck, forces it free along the far side, but the Swamp Rabbits turn it over. Here's a feed in front. Brohl save made, rebound, and Bednard got that one too, as Brohl a 2 whacks from all alone on the doorstep, and Bednard equal to the task twice to keep this a 1-goal game with 14:49 to go in the second period.
Well, DJ Buzdecker has a goal in the first period, creating some havoc. On that last play, was able to steal the puck and find David Brohl in practically all alone. And I really like what David Brohl did. He didn't stop the puck. He received it, and then all in one motion directed it at the net, hoping to catch Bednard in between movement. So a lot to like. The Indy Fuel have come out in this second period with a fire under their rear end. Forecheck leading to goals and offensive pressure in the offensive zone.
Matt Marcineau to take the right wing draw, with Rauter and Watson on either side. Now Marcineau's, we thought he was going to be tossed out of the circle. He's been talking to his wingers. He wins it cleanly back to Raskop at the point. Shoots deflected on goal. Save made, a rebound. Marcineau couldn't dig it free and get it back on goal. Here come the Swamp Rabbits. 3-on-3 through neutral ice, but Brian Moore was offside up the left wing, so we'll have a whistle and another neutral zone face-off. As I think we've seen, Greenville's been offside a lot in this game, and it's especially been this line with Moore and Moore and, Moore's out there now with Moore, Slaker, Thompson had been offside a few times, but Moore's out there now with Morellis and Pecoraro.
Trying to make too many passes at the blue line. That's what usually happens when you guys are on different wavelengths. Someone's carrying the puck. Try to make plays around the blue line. More times than not, you're going to go offside.
Fuel work it into the zone. A rink-wide pass finds Marcineau's stick, but as he skated into the left wing circle, it was poked away. Curtis Leonard ahead to Moore, and now Morellis will skate it out to center for Greenville. Up the left wing side, the pass for Moore is broken up by Indy and sent back out to center. Leonard fires it rink wide, and it's a loose puck won by Spencer Watson. He backhands it into the Greenville zone, and Zulsdorf, the rookie, will track it down.
Hard-working back check there by Spencer Watson all over Greg Morellis, not allowing him any time or space. Spencer Watson's been on a key player on both sides of the puck in this game for the Fuel.
The Fuel send it in, but they're offside, and they have to tag up. Peter Krieger was right on top of the puck and just let it go, and that gives Greenville a free out. Thompson plays it into the Fuel zone, and he sends it right back out. Foot race at neutral ice, won by Peter Krieger briefly, but it was wanded away from him by Sam Jardine, who takes it behind his own net and starts the breakout. Out to neutral ice, right through the middle of the ice, flops it into the left wing corner, looking for Garrett Thompson, but again, the Swamp Rabbits are offside, as I think, again, they changed players in the zone and did not tag up.
This comes down to a communication issue for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, and it's a situation you got to know who's coming on the ice, who's going off. You got to make sure you stay on side, and for them, their forwards have to change out of the middle of the bench, because if you're changing it out of the door, more times than not, you're going to go offside.
Draw taken back into the Greenville zone. Won cleanly by the Fuel. Shot from the point from Teixeira is deflected up and over the net. Wake battling for it in the right wing corner. In the Greenville end comes free to Hora behind his own net to Jardine. He'll settle it down and chop it off the boards through center past everybody. This goes for icing as Martinet and Teixeira go back to get the touch.
And for how Greenville have been going offsides a lot, we've seen a lot of icings. It's not just them not being on the same page, but the Fuel have done a really nice job with good gap from their defensemen, pressuring up the ice, limiting the options. And when you limit the options, the opposition's going to try and look for these long stretch passes, and a lot of times they're not going to connect. And so for as lackadaisical with the puck as the Greenville Swamp Rabbits have been at times, the Fuel have done a great job forechecking and having their defensemen and forwards stand up in the neutral zone.
Morrison's a pop fly out to center, but the Fuel regroup and send it right back in. Krieger out to the point looking for Teixeira, but the pass didn't connect. Martinet tracks it down at his own line for Indy. Goes laterally for Teixeira, rink-wide pass to nobody, and Riley McKay and Frank Hora are tied up, and they drop the gloves. Here we go. They're going to come out to center. McKay and Hora still squaring off and haven't engaged yet. Now they do. McKay tries to land a couple of rights and misses, grabs the helmet. Hora gets the left hand free, maybe lands one. They again tie each other up, The right hand of McKay with the left of Hora. McKay nearly lost his balance, but was able to get his footing back. Now McKay lands a punch. He lands a right. Hora tries a roundhouse left and misses. Now McKay with a couple of body blows. Tries another uppercut on Hora, and now the linesmen get in and separate him as McKay and Hora were still trying to get at each other. Riley McKay and Frank Hora drop the gloves. And they'll sit for 5 minutes each.
Riley McKay, a role player, doing what you got to do to stay in the lineup and give your team some momentum. A good battle between McKay and Frank Hora. They were able to get some fists free and flying. But a lot of that fight, those guys were tied up and holding on, trying to get the advantage. After they had a little coming together in the Greenville zone, then made their way to center ice and had a little dance.
McKay is no stranger to the rough stuff. He was twice a triple-digit penalty minute guy in junior hockey, playing for the Saskatoon Blades in Spokane in the Western Hockey League. And it was well behind the play as well. And so we're back to action. The Fuel gain possession through neutral ice. Seamus Malone can't get it through Jack Paling, who sends it to the Fuel line. The puck popped up in the air, drops in the Fuel zone to Nick Paling. Tried to go to his brother Jack, but it's taken away by Indy. Rink-wide pass up the right side to Buzdecker. 1-on-2 across the line into the right wing circle. He fires right into the logo of Bednard, the Greenville goaltender, who holds on for a whistle. With 12:12 to go in the second period, the Indy Fuel lead the Greenville Swamp Rabbits 4-3. This is Indy Fuel hockey.
When it comes to Hondas, your Central Indiana Honda dealers have plenty to choose from. The fan favorite CR-V, the sleek and stylish Civic sedan, the extra efficient Insight Hybrid, Kelly Blue Book award-winning stars, all built with hometown pride and made right here in Indiana. Test drive a new Honda today and experience these favorites for yourself, or shop the latest offers at CentralIndianaHondaDealers.com. What are you waiting for?
Upgrade your home.
Billy Raskob and Nick Pirog scored 12 seconds apart early in the period to rally Indy back from deficits of 1-0, 2-1, and 3-2 to take a 4-3 lead. And the Fuel, Nick, have really carried the play here in the second period for long stretches.
They have. They've been on the front foot, especially coming out in that second period. They had a fire lit in that locker room. They were the better team without question in the first half. Offensive zone draw here. See if they can continue that and keep that going throughout the second period.
Raskob tried to play it along the boards after the Fuel won the draw, but it was settled down by Greenville. Curtis Leonard along the near boards. Rink-wide pass through center looking for Bachman a little too far. Cliff Watson chops it off the wall back out to neutral ice. Settled down there by Indy. Pop fly pass to Spencer Watson. He hops on it in the right wing circle, fires on goal, but Bednard with a blocker save. Fuel keep it alive. Comes out to the point to Raskob, who has a goal tonight. Over to his D partner, Cliff Watson. In front, deflection on goal, and Bednard makes a quick reaction save on Spencer Watson. And now Rauter and Leonard drop the gloves in front of the net, and the linesmen step in very quickly. Leonard still tries to land a few punches. He's still trying to get at Alex Rauter as the linesmen work hard to separate them, and I would anticipate we're going to see matching roughing minors here, and we'll play 4-on-4 for the next two.
Well, these fisticuffs explode off of a great chance for the Indy Fuel. Cliff Watson at the point, very similar to what he did in the last game in a goal from Antoine Waked. Shot from the point with his head up, looking for a stick in front. And it was Matty Marson who coming through the slot area who got his stick on it first. And then it looked like Spencer Watson also got kind of the second deflection. And then it looked like Leonard gave Spencer Watson a shot at the net front, and Alex Rauter sticking up for his teammate. And we've seen some rough stuff here in the middle of the second period, something that we really didn't see much of at all in the opening 20 minutes. This game's kind of taken on a whole new identity in the middle frame.
And these two teams play tomorrow night too, so if the intensity wick gets turned up, We've got another evening of this, and right now it looks like we're going to be 4 aside as there's 2 each on the board for Router and Leonard, so double roughing minors in all likelihood. We could see an unsportsmanlike conduct, but likely roughing given that both guys had the gloves off and were trying to exchange blows. Whatever the case, we'll skate 4-on-4 for the next 2. The Fuel will lead at 4-3 with 11:41 to go in the second period. Leonard, the former Fort Wayne Comet, he's playing in career game number 199 in the ECHL. He played in Great Britain the last 2 seasons after playing his first 3 professional years in Fort Wayne. He's one of 6 players who played in the EIHL, the British top league, last season on Greenville's roster, and their head coach Andrew Lord coached Cardiff to 2 championships in that league and brought over 4 players from that Cardiff team.
He is the winningest coach in that franchise's history as well, and no stranger to success is Andrew Lord.
Trying to bring that over here to the ECHL. The Swamp Rabbits win the defensive zone draw. They'll work it out through center. Lots of open ice as we're 4-on-4. Morellis across the Fuel line, takes it into the slot, loses the handle, and the puck lost back as Tim Shoup tried to stick handle through Morellis, who bunted it off of his stick back toward the goal, but Tom Aubrun, the Fuel goaltender, reaches out and covers up for a whistle. 1:47 to go in the matching minors, 11:27 in the second period of a game the Fuel lead 4-3.
It was Greg Morellis looking for an opportunity to direct that puck at the net, but Mike Lee did a real nice job acting as a force field of sorts, not allowing Morellis to get past and find the puck and have an effort towards Tom Aubrun. So good defending by Mike Lee.
Fuel win the draw. Willie Raskob behind his own net. Goes one way and then forced the other by the forechecking Morellis. And outlets ahead now. The feed to Peter Krieger poked off of his stick, but settled down by Raskob at neutral ice. He and Cliff Watson, the D pair in this 4-on-4. Raskob forced backwards by the forechecking Pecoraro. The Fuel, a couple of drop passes, bring it out to center. Feed ahead to Raskob up the right wing side, and he's poke-checked by Pecoraro. The puck comes free, taken away by Pecoraro for Greenville, outlets it to center. Zulsdorf ahead to Morellis across the line up the left wing boards, drops for Pecoraro. Takes it in behind the net, forced wide by Raskob, who ties him up below the goal line. Pecораro's able to shake free, take it out in front, shoot and score. We're tied back up as Liam Pecoraro scores a 4-on-4 goal as he was able to shake off a check from below the goal line, take it right back out in front, and get it through Tom Aubrun and tie this game back up.
Oh, Liam Pecoraro, the former Waterloo Blackhawk, works himself from behind the net, gets body positioning on Willie Raskob, powers his way to the net front, and Tom Aubrun, who had kind of overcommitted to the short side, got caught out of position, off his angle, lost his net. A great bit of skill from Liam Pecoraro. And I think Aubrun was expecting him to wrap it around right on the short side. Instead, took it to the far side and found the back of the net.
Here's Karch Bachman up the left side. Plays it over to the far side now for Slaker, who sends it in behind the net. It's knocked free into the left wing circle and corralled by Bachman. He'll bring it back out to center. We're 4-on-4 for another 30 seconds. The Swamp Rabbits have scored 1 goal on this 4-on-4 situation, and Bachman pours in across the Fuel line. Right wing circle, whistles one just wide with a wrist shot. Sam Jardine keeps it alive to Bachman. Bottom of the left wing circle, drops it to Martin, who fires high on Aubrun, who reaches up and makes the save and holds on for a whistle. With 9:55 to go, 15 seconds in the matching minors, and Greenville's speed has been evident here on this 4-on-4, but it was Pecораro's strength that netted his first goal of the year. He was a 23-goal scorer last year for Greenville. His goal came at 9:19, assisted by Morellis and Zulsdorf. And for Zulsdorf, that was career assist number 1 in his young professional career. The rookie from the University of Minnesota. And the Fuel win the defensive zone draw. And in 6 seconds, we'll be back to 5 aside. Spencer Watson through center, tried to play it ahead to Tim Shoup, but it didn't connect. And Leonard and Rauter are out of the box as the Swamp Rabbits gain the puck. They play it through center. Zimmer tips it into the Fuel zone, tracks it down behind the net, looks to center, and it's broken up by Indy. And Spencer Watson skates it out to neutral ice. Chops it along the right wing boards to Marcineau. He'll send it a little further along looking for Rauter, but it didn't connect, goes in behind the net. Settled down there by Davison. Rauter checks him into the far corner, and it's taken free by Marcineau below the goal line. Back up to the point for Raskop. Skates in, looks for a tip in front. Save made on Marcineau. Once, twice, third time. Bednard reaches down to cover up the puck as the net is knocked off its moorings. And we'll have a whistle as Bednard was able to keep that out after a really good passing play by the Fuel to find Marcineau all alone in front of the net.
And yet again, it's off of the forecheck. It was Alex Rauter on that last shift. Got in. A little bit of body contact. Got the puck back to the point. And then right to the side of the net was an opportunity for the Indy Fuel. Looking good, and they've developed a lot of their chances off of the forecheck. A point of emphasis for Doug Christensen and his team.
Tied at 4, 9:05 to go, second period. Neither team has led by more than a goal in this game. Seamus Malone wins the offensive zone draw in the right wing circle for the Fuel. Shovels it in behind the net for Buzdecker. Can't get it through Martin, but it's dug free by Brohl in the left wing corner. Out to the point, Cliff Watson being watched by Paling. Sends it in, looking for Buzdecker into the right wing corner. And Seamus Malone has it. Tries to skate off the wall, does into the right wing circle. Over to the far side. Cliff Watson to Buzdecker, backdoor, but his shot was deflected high and wide. Brohl to Buzdecker, right corner. Back to Brohl behind the net. He tried to play it a little further along, but his pass was deflected out toward the crease where Bednard reaches out and hops on it to get a whistle with 8:32 to go in the second period of a game that's tied at 4.
Well, the Indy Fuel have some defensemen who have great vision with the puck, recognition without the puck, but Cliff Watson has been uber impressive this season, just as he was last season. When he's got the puck at the blue line, he's not just shooting it at the net just to shoot it. He's looking for sticks. He's looking for deflections. And something that he brings to this Indy Fuel team that makes them even more opportunistic in the offensive zone.
Krieger wins the offensive zone draw back to Martinet. His wrist shot's on goal, but gloved down easily by Bednard, who holds on for a whistle, so we'll do it all over again. The shots are 21-14 in favor of the Fuel, 11-5 this period. We're tied at 4. Krieger again to take the draw between Barash and Pirog. In the right wing circle in the offensive zone, Slaker in the circle for Greenville is tossed out, so Garrett Thompson will take it. Thompson, the former Fort Wayne Comet, wins the draw, and it's chipped off the glass by the Swamp Rabbits, but held in by Martinet. He gloved it down so Krieger couldn't touch it. He waited for Zulsdorf to do so and then engage. Puck in along the boards, comes behind the net for a Leonard. Pirog into forecheck. Leonard leaves for Zulsdorf, knocked free and taken away by Krieger below the goal line in the right wing corner. Tried to play it out to the point, but he split the goalpost. Teixeira will track it down at his own line. His pass through center knocked down by the Swamp Rabbits, but taken away by Barash with some speed. Self-pass up the left wing boards in the Greenville zone. Hops on it in the left wing corner. Rims it around for Teixeira, but it never got there as it hit a stanchion. Brian Moore takes it away. Self-pass up the left side to give himself some time and space. He shoots. Aubrun made the save. He looked behind him. He didn't know if he had it or not, but Tom Aubrun able to make the stop and hold on for a whistle with 7:44 to go.
Well, Brian Moore, not necessarily known for his speed. Shot through the neutral zone like cork out of a wine bottle and let a quick shot go on Tommy Aubrun. Tried to go short side between the blocker and the stomach. And you said it, Andrew. Tried to look behind and make sure that he had it. Not an overly comfortable save, but a good shot. And Brian Moore showing some good speed.
Fuel win the draw in their defensive zone, chip it off the glass, back out to the Greenville line where Martin sends it forward. It's picked off by Waken. His lateral pass doesn't quite connect with Rauter. Thomas hops on it on the far boards, a little further along for Rauter. He'll chip it in behind the net for Antoine Waken. Waken battling Martin in the right wing corner. Reinforcements from both teams arrive as Jared Thomas tried to sling it out to the point. It was knocked back into his skates by Connolly, and now Martin for Greenville behind his own net. takes a bump from Router, but is able to get it to Jardine, who chips it off the glass back out to center. Settled down by the Fuel, and they try to play it back into the zone, but Wakehead couldn't handle a quick pass, and here comes Bachman across the Fuel line into the left wing circle, wrists one just wide of the right post. The rebound, Karam's back to center ice, and the Swamp Rabbits will take it back in their own end. Davison headmans to the Fuel line to Connolly up the left wing boards. He gains the line, looks for some reinforcements coming off the bench. It's knocked down and taken away by Matt Marcineau. Rink wide pass through neutral ice to Watson. Takes it on the backhand to the forehand. Into the right wing circle, looks to center. It's blocked down by Zulsdorf. Spencer Watson tried to play it a little further along to Brohl, but it's taken away again by Zulsdorf of Greenville. His headman feed for Pecoraro does not connect, and this will go all the way down for icing. 6:27 to go in the second period of the game. We're tied at 4.
Early in the season, I think this has been the best game for Spencer Watson. It's been all around the puck, shots, setting up plays. But on that last opportunity, tried to go across the crease, but it was Ryan Zulsdorf who came across and made a great defensive play. Didn't rely only on his stick. Went down to a knee, used his leg also to help block the cross-seam pass. A good defensive play on the opportunity for the Indy Fuel.
Swamp Rabbits win the draw in their own zone. They play it to the Fuel line where it's settled down by Indy. Buzdecker loses it to Pecoraro at center. Zimmer across the Fuel line, one-on-one into the left wing circle. Tried to pick the top corner and missed high. Sent back goalward, but blocked in front on the shot by Greg Morellis, who has a goal in this game. The Fuel work it out to center. Chopped to the line, and a good defensive play made by Davison to ward it free from the oncoming Malone. And the Swamp Rabbits able to get to the puck. Zimmer across the logo, all the way across the ice to the right wing side into the Fuel zone. His shot is blocked down by Indy, and they want transition. Skied to center, to the feet of Seamus Malone. Gains the line, shovels it into the left wing corner. Pirog gives chase. Hora gets there first. Goes D to Jardine for Greenville. We'll send one through center, knocked down by Barash, but he couldn't find it, and the Swamp Rabbits do. Jack Paling backhands one from the right point softly on goal, where Aubrun makes the save and covers it up to get a whistle with 5:26 to go. The Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits are tied at 4. We'll take 5:26 to go in the second period. The Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits tied at 4. Greenville led it 3-2, 10 minutes into the game. Then the Fuel, with 2 goals in 12 seconds from Willie Raskob and Nick Pirog, took a 4-3 lead before Liam Pecoraro tied the game at 9:19 of the second period with a 4-on-4 goal. Swamp Rabbits win the offensive zone draw. A quick face-off play and a centering pass doesn't connect with Joey Haddad, so the Fuel play it back to the Greenville line. Morellis fires it into the right wing corner. Chris Martinet gives chase. Aubrun goes out, loses the puck, but the Fuel in good position, able to intercept it back. Up the left wing side, here's Antoine Wakehead. He'll send it in behind the net looking for Riley McKay, who's out of the penalty box after he served his fighting major, after he and Frank Hora dropped the gloves. Played out through center. Greg Morellis drops it back to the point for Pecoraro. Shot deflected on goal. Aubrun with a reaction pad save, and the Fuel bring it through center. 3-on-2, now 3-on-3 as they gain the line. And a shot is deflected up and out of play off the stick of Keone Teixeira, and so we'll have a whistle and an offensive zone draw for the Fuel with 4:39 to go in the second period.
That was a real nice save from Tom Aubrun. Deflection in front from Joey Haddad. Completely changed the direction in which the puck was going, and he had to flash that right pad out and make the save on a shot that was coming at a pretty darn good amount of speed.
Making saves like that is how you finish your college career with 9 consecutive shutouts, as he did at Norwich this spring.
Insane numbers he put up there.
Yeah, Norwich, 967 save percentage, 0.77 goals against. He was the Division III Player of the Year. Signed a contract in the offseason with the Rockford Ice Hogs. Has been assigned to the Fuel. Matt Marcineau wins the offensive zone draw, but Curtis Leonard gets there first and scoops it all the way down the ice, and this will go for icing, so we'll do it again. 4:33 to go.
I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen numbers like that, partner. I mean,
I haven't either.
50 wins in 65 games in your career. I mean, the goals against and the save percentage speak for itself, but I mean, that's crazy.
He was part of a national championship team his freshman year, and had the tournament happened this spring, Norwich would have been a favorite to do so. Again, Fuel win the draw, and a wrist shot fired on goal by Alex Rauter from the high slot is gloved down by the goaltender Ryan Bednard, and he'll hold on for a whistle. What this allows Greenville to do is get a change, as the previous face-off came due to an icing, and they'll swap out the defensemen. Zulsdorf and Hora come on, and they'll leave the forward unit out of Wedman and the Palings. Matt Marcineau directing traffic. He knows exactly what he wants to do with his face-off. In the right wing circle, wins it cleanly to Raskob, fires a one-timer that goes wide, and the Fuel maintain possession. Cliff Watson in the right wing corner, along the right wing boards, tried to play it out to the point. It was knocked free and then taken away by Jack Paling. He'll softly dump it into the left wing corner. It comes in behind the net. Cliff Watson sweeps it around. Hora hops down the boards to keep it in. Squirts out to the point. Wedman through traffic, blocked in front. Spitzer Watson for Indy. Tries to play it through center, but it's knocked down and stolen by Jack Paling. Quickly ahead to his twin brother Nick. Into the left wing circle in the Fuel zone. Nick puts on the brakes. Out to Wedman. Couldn't stick handle through Spencer Watson, but Nick Paling back on the puck. Out to the right point for Hora. He's being watched by Raskob. Hora in the right wing corner, takes it along the boards. Raskob gives him a shove, but Hora's able to make the play for a shot along the goal line that is canceled out by Aubrun's pad on Nick Paling. In behind the Fuel net, here's another centering feed, and Aubrun was able to shut it down again. Jack Paling thought he had an open side, but couldn't get to the puck, and the Fuel clear it back to the Greenville line. Good shift there by the Palings and Wedman for Greenville. But Tom Aubrun equal to the task, and now the Swamp Rabbits ice it on the re-entry.
And for as good of a shift that was, you'll often hear coaches say, be on the defensive side of pucks. Stay above puck. Stay between your goalie and the puck. A couple instances there in that zone, the Indy Fuel forwards were trying to fly the zone. They were thinking more offense than defense. And in a situation like that, with as dangerous as that line is for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, you got to make sure you stay between your goaltender and the puck. Can't be flying the zone unless you have full possession. Any 50-50 battle, you got to be on the defensive side of things so you don't give up as many opportunities.
Seamus Malone to take the draw, but it comes free along the far boards and it's skied out to center by the Swamp Rabbits. Tim Shoup at his own line. Goes D to D, and the puck played through center to DJ Buzdecker for Indy, who sweeps it in behind the net. Settled down by Bednard. He'll play it himself along the near boards, held in at the right point by Lee. He'll send one goalward wide. Swept along the far boards by Davidson. Out to center, 2-on-2 for Greenville. Slaker across the Fuel line, takes it to the high slot. He shoots, blocked in front. Comes back to Slaker, but he couldn't quite find it. And Indy able to skate it out to center. David Brohl plays it into the Greenville zone. Jardine, D to D to Davison, back to Jardine. Now ahead to Karch Bachman. He's got a whole bunch of speed, but instead tries to headman it to Garrett Thompson and misses everybody and ices the puck.
Another example of the Indy Fuel. Defensemen have a good gap in the neutral zone. Forwards are in good spots, both defensively and offensively, should an opportunity arise. And just giving Karch Bachman nobody to pass to, and trying to bank it off the boards, look for a stretch pass, goes past everybody, and the Fuel now have an offensive zone faceoff.
Peter Krieger to take it with Slaker, his opponent. 2:42 to go, second period. We're tied at 4. And on second effort, the Fuel false start, so Krieger's going to be tossed out of the circle. And Nick Pirog will take it. Pirog, a very good face-off man in his own right in college, and he wins this one cleanly back to Krieger. Back diagonal to the point. Martinet shoots a little bit wide, but Bednard reaches out with a glove and makes sure it sticks in the glove, and he holds on for a whistle.
You can't have enough of those guys who are good at winning faceoffs or have experience at it. As your centerman's not always going to be the guy taking the draw, as we saw in that last instance there where Peter Krieger gets kicked out, trying to get the advantage, gets kicked out of the draw. Pirog comes in and wins it.
Yeah, Coach Doug Christensen has said that the Fuel carry a lot of extra centers because it's easier for a center to play wing, and that allows them to be a little bit more interchangeable as well. And again, Krieger gets tossed out of the circle, so Pirog will take it against Slaker. And Pirog takes the shot right off the draw on goal, and Bednard had to make a reaction save. Puck in behind the net, taken away by Krieger. Out to the center point, Martinet hooks it over to Teixeira, right point. Takes it on the backhand into the right wing circle, into the corner. Teixeira, the defenseman, behind the net. Pops out the far side, and plays it to Pirog in the left wing corner. He'll look to cycle it over to the far side now for Krieger. Try to give and go, but it was broken up by Leonard in the right wing circle, and now Martin takes it behind his own net. Barash into forecheck, and the Fuel hold it in at the left point. Send it right back in. Bednard will stop it and help it along. Leonard skies it out to center where Slaker couldn't glove it down. It's played right back to the Greenville line, and Pirog skates into the zone past Leonard. The Fuel trying to maintain possession. The puck pinballing around at the point, taken away by Bachman. 1-on-3. He goes across the Fuel line to the right side, takes it to goal, and it's shut down by Aubrun, but he drew a penalty. The Swamp Rabbits going to the power play.
And it looks like it's going to be hooking against Chris Martinet. And straight ahead speed, really tough to defend. And Chris Martinet's got the size. He does not necessarily have the foot speed. Karch Bachman does. And if he gets a step on you, you're better off to just let him go right by you unless it's a breakaway and you're going to haul him down, and it's probably a good penalty. But Bachman, especially when he gets those feet moving, he's able to wind it up in the neutral zone just like he did on that last play. Really, really tough to defend.
Bachman, native of Wolcottville, which is up in Noble County in northeastern Indiana. Played high school hockey at Culver. And played his first professional game, not his first pro game, but his first pro game in his home state. And so the Fuel shorthanded for the next 2 minutes as he draws the penalty. It's Martinet for hooking, and the Fuel gain possession, bring it into the zone. Matt Marcineau trying to work it free. It does from Pecoraro, but it's poked free from him by Zimmer, but that brings a penalty. And we're going to go back to Forest side. A slashing penalty coming on the Swamp Rabbits.
It's going to be Liam Pecoraro headed to the box for the second time tonight for the same penalty. Slashing is the call, and it's all because of great work from Matt Marcineau. He entered the zone with the puck after the Fuel forced a turnover in their own zone, thanks to a good read by Cliff Watson. And Marcineau using his backside to protect the puck. And Liam Pecoraro gets that stick in a hacking motion. He goes to the box. And he had some choice words for the official. Wouldn't be surprised. Maybe he might get a little more than just the 2-minute penalty for slashing.
Nolan Boyer is our referee, and Liam Pecoraro is in the penalty box. So we'll skate for a side for 1:39. Then the Fuel will have an abbreviated power play. Greenville's had 6 of the last 7 shots in this game. They've kind of turned up the wick a little bit since their last goal that tied the game up. And that came 4-on-4. You got to think we're going to see some more of Karch Bachman in this situation. Is with his speed, he can really take advantage of this open ice.
He can, and this is where, in a 4-on-4 situation, as a defenseman, you have a forward. As a forward, you have a defenseman. And everybody has their guy. It's an even strength situation. So you pick a guy and you stay with him. If he goes below the goal line, you go with him. If he goes up to the blue line, you stay with him. And that's what coaches will say in a 4-on-4 situation. Pick your guy, stay with him. And as I said, oftentimes the defensemen have forwards, forwards have the defensemen.
Well, our referee went over to talk with Doug Christensen. I think Doug Christensen may have just taken a timeout, as the Fuel players are all gathered around Andy Contoy and the assistant coach, and Doug Christensen is talking now. I don't think he called a timeout. That's what it looked like, though, the way the players were huddled around, but I think we've got some confusion over the penalty enforcement.
So it looks like Max Zimmer just went into the penalty box, and the interaction between the official and Liam Pecoraro leads me to believe that maybe there was some sort of misconduct there, which is going to result in a power play for the Indy Fuel, which, of course, the Liam Pecoraro penalty coming in a 4-on-4 situation will now allow the Indy Fuel to go on a 4-on-3 power play. Haven't had anything announced yet, but putting things together, looks like it's some sort of misconduct resulting in a penalty for the Fuel.
Either that or an unsportsmanlike conduct minor instead of the 10-minute misconduct. So Pecoraro gets a slash, an unsportsmanlike conduct, so it's a 4-on-3 power play for 1:39. And the Fuel win the draw. And Thomas over to Krieger. Krieger over to Thomas in the right wing circle. Fires in front, it's knocked down, swept aside by Marcineau. Hora gets to it, wraps it around the boards, and is able to clear it out to center ice.
2 minutes served by number 22, Mike Zimmer.
And so it is.
Penalty, Morales. 2 minutes plus 10 for misconduct.
And
1837.
Morales was given 2 and a 10 for misconduct, and that's the second penalty. The penalty, here's a shot that goes high from the high slot by Raskob, but that was the second penalty. So the Fuel with a 4-on-3 power play. Thomas into the right wing circle. Back out center point, Raskob, who has a goal in this game. Takes it to the right wing circle. The Fuel with a 4-on-3 power play. Back to Thomas. Out to the center point for Krieger. Drops it for Raskob. Over to Krieger. One-timer blocker save made Bednard. Rebound comes to the weak side, and the Swamp Rabbits' Frank Hora gets to it and sends it all the way down.
Good movement for the Indy Fuel. It's no secret they're trying to get it to Peter Krieger for the one-time shot. They got the shot, and Krieger was a little far out. Like to see him get a little bit in closer, but nonetheless, some good movement on that power play for the Indy Fuel.
5 seconds to go in the period. Pirog quickly into the zone. Teixeira out to the point for a shot that's blocked. Rebound deflected just wide, just as the horn sounds. And we head to the third period. Tied at 4 between the Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits. And the Fuel will have 15 seconds of 4-on-3 and then 22 seconds of 5-on-3 to start the third period with a fresh sheet of ice. And also, the Swamp Rabbits will be without the services of Greg Morales for the first 10 minutes as well of the third period, as he got a misconduct. So, second intermission is where we are here tonight. The end of this.
Personnel to them. We'll see at the game. Back to the act.
ECHL Place of the Week. High slot, slap shot, off the glove, and in. Now for Donati scores! Everybody scores! Out to the blue line, shot, score! Rodney scores! The goal scores! Rewrite the record book. It's a hat trick. Skates it over the line. Deeks shoots. Scores! In the slot, shot, save. Game is over.
Happy New Year, ECHL fans, and goodbye and good riddance to 2020. It's Michael Keeley, voice of the Maine Mariners. Unfortunately, we're not playing this season, but it's my pleasure to bring you through the best of ECHL action in the first week of 2021 from those teams that are. We start in Florida, where the Everblades rang in 2021 on a positive note, defeating Orlando on Saturday 3-0 at Hertz Arena. Forward Miles Powell scored a highlight reel goal to put an exclamation mark on the win for Florida.
McDonald chips it up the left wing wall. Coper gains the blue line cleanly, lofts it there now. Powell with a nifty move in front. Scores! Miles Powell!
That's Mike Kelly, no relation, with the call on the Everblades broadcast network. Let's go back before the calendar turned to 2021 when Chris LeBlanc scored the eventual game winner for Orlando as he recorded his 6th career shorthanded goal on Wednesday.
Around to the near side, up to the point. Stefan LeBlanc holds it, but coughed up now. It's brought out by Kevin Lohan with Pickett streaking to the net shorthanded. Drops it off to Chris LeBlanc. Shoots. Score! Chris LeBlanc! It's a shorthanded goal! And the Solar Bears take a 2-goal lead once again. The captain gets his second of the season just 21 seconds into the third period. It's 5-3 Orlando.
That was Jesse Liebman on the Solar Bears broadcast network. Orlando went on to beat Florida 7-4. Utah Grizzlies defenseman and Austin Bruins alumnus Ian Scheid broke a 3-3 tie on New Year's Day with a game-winning power play goal with 4:59 left in regulation.
Canoni surveys, gives it to Wegworth, back to Canoni. Very patient approach. The Grizzlies get it with Scheid. He'll take a shot and he scores! Grizzlies take the lead. I believe it was Ian Scheid who had 2 goals last night. And he's given the Grizzlies a power play goal and a 4-3 lead with 4 minutes and 59 seconds left in regulation.
That highlight from Tyson Whiting on the Grizzlies broadcast network. The Grizzlies won the game 4-3 and swept the Rush in the 3-game series. The Indy Fuel are off to a league-best 6-1 start thanks to some overtime heroics. The Fuel have won 6 one-goal games and are 3-0 in games that go past regulation. Saturday night, Nick Pirog was the hero. His second period goal brought Indy back from a 2-goal deficit. Then, in overtime, Pirog was in the perfect spot to end it.
Barash hops on it along the left wing boards. 25 seconds to go in the Fuel's power play. Now to Spencer Watson. He shoots and scores! Spencer Watson wins another power play for the Fuel. And it may have been deflected in front by Nick Pirog. And the Fuel moved to 6-1 on the season as they rally from a 3-1 deficit to win it in overtime, 5-4 over the Wheeling Nailers.
Well, you just felt it was going to come.
That was Andrew Smith and Nick Olczyk on the Indy Fuel Broadcast Network. Pirog finished with 3 points in the Fuel's 5-4 win over Wheeling. The Greenville Swamp Rabbits rang in the new year on Friday with the 3-1 win over their in-state rival South Carolina Stingrays. Brendan Connolly scored his first 2 goals of the season and punctuated the game on a shorthanded breakaway in the third period.
Pushes it to the right side to Herbert, a steal. It's a shorthanded breakaway. Backhand scores! Brendan Connolly! It's a shorthanded dandy with 14:31 left in the third period. Connolly on the steal, right down Main Street. It's 3-1 Swamp Rabbits.
Matt Trust on the Swamp Rabbits Broadcast Network had the call. Felix Roberts scored each of the Nailers' first 3 goals in Saturday's game at Indy. The hat trick came in his 7th professional game, which is the 4th fastest that a Wheeling player has scored 3 goals in a game at the start of his career.
Jolie winding around high in the zone, gets in left circle shot, save back, Miller, bang, 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 comes out to Jolie, one-timer, hat trick, score! Felix Robert! All 3 of them for him, and Wheeling's got a 3-1 lead at 7:26 of the second.
DJ Abasella with the call on the Wheeling Nailers Broadcast Network. After entering Saturday night's game in relief due to an injury to starter Hunter Shepard, goaltender Alex Dubois helped the South Carolina Stingrays earn a 3-2 win on the road in Jacksonville. With the Rays holding on to a lead in the third period, Dubois came up with this diving stop on Iceman forward Era Nazarian.
Now sent up the wall. Now Testa jumped in to try to knock it down, but now the Icemen have a rush coming forward. 2-on-1, out in front, a backhand shot, and Dubois took it away with the glove. What a save on Aaron Nazarian by Dubois, his best stop of the night. And now another save from a long-range point shot by Dubois as play continues. Coming up on 4 minutes gone by in the third.
That was Jared Shaffrin with the call on the Stingrays Broadcast Network. That'll do it for this week's edition of the ECHL Plays of the Week. From the great state of Maine, so long, everyone.
Season short. Fuel hockey. Do your part.
Fuel will have 15 seconds of 4-on-3 and 37 seconds, or followed by 22 seconds of 5-on-3. So 37 seconds of power play time to begin the third period, and a good opportunity, Nick, for Indy.
Yeah, it's not a ton of time, 37 seconds, but you know, in a 4-on-3 power play advantage situation, oftentimes you'll see teams do one of two things. They'll either be a diamond shape in the offensive zone or more of a traditional box. If you can execute those cross-seam passes, you're going to get those penalty killers running around and opening up those lanes and look for those cross-seam one-timers. And then eventually after the 15 seconds expires, then it'll go to an abbreviated 5-on-3. And in that case, you see a lot of teams do a box plus an extra player in the middle to equal 5. That player in the middle can kind of be that rover. Depending if he's a righty or lefty, he can get those one-timer passes from down low or from the sideboards. So a lot of different options and choices of which teams try to run their power play, but definitely a lot of options for Doug Christensen with the amount of skill that he has in his forward group.
Marcineau, Spencer Watson out there. Marcineau to take the draw for Indy. Keone Teixeira is the defenseman, and Derek Barash is the third forward. Indy wins the draw. Barash will rip it in. It bounces on Bednard. He'll send it for Frank Hora, who scales it all the way down. And Tom Aubron, the Fuel goaltender, settles it down.
That's exactly what you're looking for. Win the opening draw. Try and get in the offensive zone as quickly as you can in an abbreviated power play.
Martinet's out of the box now. It's a 5-on-3 for 22 seconds. Teixeira walks the line, over to the right point. Spencer Watson shoots and scores! Spencer Watson from the top of the right wing circle. A power play goal gives the Indy Fuel a 5-4 lead, just 29 seconds into the third period. It's Spencer Watson's second of the night.
Well, the jersey color is fitting of Spencer Watson. He's red hot. Great play at the point. Keone Teixeira to Spencer Watson. Doug Christensen talked about these two in the pregame coach's interview. The chemistry that they have on the power play. And Spencer Watson, who had 6 shots on goal in the opening 40 minutes of play, puts yet another dagger into the heart of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits as he goes top shelf short side. Rifles that one past Bednard.
8 more seconds of power play time for the Fuel. They win the draw, but Greenville takes the puck, sends it all the way down. Zimmer's out of the box. He was serving the penalty, and we're back to 5 aside. The penalties, by the way, Liam Pecoraro was sent for slashing, and then Greg Mireles got a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. That's what gave the Fuel the 4-on-3 and eventually the 5-on-3 they scored on. Mireles was also given a game misconduct for flipping the puck into the crowd after the whistle. So Greenville will have to play without his services the rest of the game. He's got a goal and an assist in this one, and so he will be missed.
Originally, I had thought that the misconduct was from Pecoraro yelling at the officials. In turns, you're absolutely right, Andrew. The unsportsmanlike and game misconduct against Mireles.
So the Swamp Rabbits with possession through center as they tried to take a shot off the initial draw, and it was blocked, and Indy was able to clear, and now the puck knocked out of play. And so we'll have a draw at neutral ice. 19:01 to go in the third period. The Fuel leading at 5-4. Spencer Watson's power play goal comes from Teixeira and Marcineau. For Marcineau, that's his 3rd assist of the night to give the Fuel a 5-4 lead.
You could just tell the puck was always around Spencer Watson so far to this point in the game. He's the kind of guy, he doesn't need a lot of shots. He doesn't need a lot of opportunities to find the back of the net. Already got 2 goals in this game.
Swamp Rabbits bring it into the zone offside as Haddad was a step ahead of the line, and they're announcing now that the penalty to Mireles is a game misconduct to the crowd, which lustily likes it. Face-off just outside the Fuel line. 18:53 to go third period. Indy leads at 5-4. Still fighting for it, and Seamus Malone may have caught a stick up high. He was down on the ice, and now Cliff Watson and Tim Davison having a conversation. Looks like Watson was trying to get at Haddad. And the Fuel are headed back to the power play as Haddad's going to head to the penalty box. This will be Indy's 5th power play of the night. The Fuel are 1 for 4. Right off the face-off. Looks like Haddad got a stick up on Seamus Malone. And so the Fuel right back to the power play.
It's a war and a stick battle off the face-off. Looking to lift sticks of other players, and for Haddad, he was looking to lift the stick of Seamus Malone. Missed the stick completely, got all flesh in the face area. And another door is open for the power play for the Indy Fuel, who now have scored in 4 consecutive games with a power play goal.
The Fuel came into the day 20% on the power play, and they're 1 for 4. And so they're right at that clip. Indy wins the draw briefly as Malone won it cleanly. Watson takes it back as it was poked off of his stick. Into the right corner for Malone. Back to Watson now to the right point. Teixeira over to Spencer Watson. Right circle. Skates in. Hooks it back to Barash. Left point. Over to Teixeira. Fake the one-timer and gives it back to Watson. Right circle. Works it low. Malone bunts it to Marcineau. He shoots from the bottom of the right wing circle. And a stick save made by Bednard as Marcineau didn't really get all of it. And the puck is cleared by the Swamp Rabbits.
That's another play that the Indy Fuel are looking for. Move it low to Seamus Malone, and then Marcineau, who's screening the goaltender. Whenever the puck's at the point, he'll pop out and look for that one-timer play.
Fuel play it back into the offensive zone and gain possession. Teixeira left point to Seamus Malone. Back to Teixeira center point. Over to Spencer Watson. Right circle, skates in. Takes it to the middle. Shoots. It's blocked in front by Frank Hora. And the puck squirts free in the far circle and is hoisted all the way down the ice and out of play. And so this will be an offensive zone draw. The puck was hoisted from the defensive zone, but it landed in the bench, so there's no penalty. 1:07 to go on the Fuel's 5th power play of the night. And they'll switch up units. Here's the Bulldog unit with the 3 Minnesota Duluth guys, Krieger, Raskob, and Thomas, out there with Rauter and Pirog. And Jack Paling wins the draw back to Martin for Greenville, 2 of the 10 rookies on this Greenville squad, and they clear it all the way down. Willie Raskob behind his own net for Indy will start the breakout. 54 seconds to go in the Fuel's power play. Indy leads it 5-4, drops it for Thomas. The Fuel gain the zone. Thomas along the right wing wall, sends it in behind the net for Krieger. Working on Martin, squirts it free, now back up to the point to Willie Raskob. Over to Rauter, left circle. Forced to curl back by the top of the box, now to Raskob. Over to the far side, one-timer is fouled off as the stick just shattered on Jared Thomas, so he goes back to get a new twig. And the Fuel maintain possession. Krieger in the left wing circle. Takes it to the goal line. Banks it off the boards to Raskob. Sends one through traffic, and a save is made. Thomas hops on it in the right wing circle. Surveys the box, back out to the point. 15 seconds to go on the power play. Krieger skates in. Back to the right circle to Raskob. One-timer is blocked. A good diving block by Jack Paling. The puck comes out to Raskob, left point. Skates into the middle. Sends it to Pirog. He shoots. Save made, and the rebound is cleared back out to neutral ice. Haddad's out of the box, and we're back to 5 aside.
Some fearless penalty killing there from the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. Jack Paling with a couple of really nice block shots, not allowing anything through to the netminder.
Lee across the line to Brohl. To Malone, left circle. He shoots high. Held in by Buzdecker at the right point. Sends it along the wall for Brohl. Back to Buzdecker. It was in his skates and is taken away by Haddad for Greenville. Up the far side to Pecoraro. He hops on it along the wall, being watched by Brohl, who takes the puck free and squirts it out to center to Buzdecker. Self-pass off the boards, a little too far for himself. It comes to Malone, and he is drilled. And here comes David Brohl to stick up for his teammate as he gives Frank Hora a bunch of rights, lands one, shoves Hora into the glass, still trying to get to him, as Seamus Malone was driven hard into the boards from behind by Frank Hora, and right away, David Brohl jumped in to defend his teammate, and he got a couple of punches in, and he gets a nice hand from the crowd as he skated to the penalty box.
And in this situation, if you're a defenseman and you see a player's numbers skating towards the boards, you cannot drive him into the boards. Now, Seamus Malone was executing kind of a pull-up move. Originally, there's no penalty on the play. A hand never went up from the official to designate a boarding or checking from behind type of penalty. It's going to be interesting to see if a call does end up being made, but anytime you see a player's number and name, you cannot drive them into the boards from behind. So as of now, looks like the fighting penalty, and I'm sure some sort of instigator coming for David Brohl. But no initial penalty was signaled at the time of the hit.
Well, our referee, Nolan Bloyer, was talking to the linesman, and they're still talking over in the referee's crease. And so they may be sorting this out here, and there may be an extra minor. Could be an instigator on Brohl, could be an extra minor on Hora for boarding. And now the penalty's being given to our official scorer, who has got the pencil and paper out. So there may be a few here. Right now, Hora and Brohl are the only ones in the box. There's 16:09 to go in the third period. The Fuel lead at 5-4. Frank Hora, the hit from behind on Seamus Malone. Brohl jumped in to defend his teammate.
And Seamus Malone did leave the ice surface, also to make that known, with athletic trainer George Bullock. So Malone is in the locker room right now. So we sure hope that he's okay, because he was ridden really roughly into the boards.
Well, in the conversation, the Greenville captain, Joey Haddad, seems to be a little bit more animated than Derek Barash, who is discussing the penalties with our referee. It's the first time we've ever had Nolan Bloyer officiate a game here in Indianapolis. And he's had his hands full tonight.
Yep.
And Barash is still talking to the referee as Haddad skates away from the conversation.
And so the two sides are saying, from a Greenville perspective, is that Malone was in the process of cutting back and he was turning towards the boards. But I think there was enough time there for Frank Hora to hold up and not drive him into the boards. Clearly, I mean, he did do that, and it was from behind. As Bloyer will head over and give his explanation to Doug Christensen.
Well, there's 2 minutes on the board each for Brohl and Hora, so we'll skate 4 aside is what it looks like right now. And nothing's been put into the score sheet yet, or announced, but the penalty box door is open for Indy. So does this mean there's an extra minor coming for the Fuel?
At least from the body language of Doug Christensen, doesn't seem overly happy, so I wouldn't presume there's going to be an extra penalty coming to Frank Hora.
Yeah, right now the Indy penalty box door is open, which might indicate that there would be an extra minor on the Fuel, potentially. And we'll see. They're still skating over to talk to the coaches, and Andrew Lord doesn't seem to be too happy with the explanation either. And the penalty box door is being closed, so I think we're gonna skate 4 aside. Although the Fuel have 5 players on the ice, and so does Greenville. Now we have extra players skating over. Riley McKay and Jack Paling. They may be serving minors. My guess is that, okay, here's what's in the score sheet. Hora got a boarding, Brohl got an instigating, and then they each get 5 for fighting. So we'll skate 4 aside. Haddad for Greenville in the right wing corner in the Fuel zone. Out to the point, Jardine loses the handle. It's taken away by Barash. 1-on-2 across the line. Up the right side, Barash. Right wing circle, wrist shot on goal. Fought off by the goaltender, Bednar. So each one gets 2 and 5, and we skate 4 aside for the next minute 30. Haddad through center for Greenville up the left wing boards, gains the Fuel line. He's ridden into the boards by Lee. Marcineau gets the puck, chips it along to Cliff Watson, and he'll skate it up for Indy. Ahead to Lee at his own line, across the Greenville line, ahead to Marcineau. Into the right wing corner, Lee scoops it out. Fuel get reinforcements off the bench. Lee, a dangerous pass back to shoot, but he collects it at the point. Now to Waken, he fires, save made, and the rebound scooped free, but kept alive by Shoop. He'll send it in behind the Greenville net. Martin settles it down with a forechecker coming in. Is able to outlet it to Jardine, and now the Swamp Rabbits will settle things down behind their own net. Zimmer forced behind his own net thanks to some good forechecking by the Fuel. 43 seconds to go in the matching minors. Zimmer through center across the line. That was way offside as Pecoraro was again 2 steps ahead of the play up the left wing side as Zimmer was bringing it in across the blue line up the middle.
And Max Zimmer had a whole lot of speed coming through the neutral zone. The 4th-round pick of the Carolina Hurricanes in the 2016 draft. And to his left on the other side of the blue line, Liam Pecoraro offsides again of what seems like the 2nd or 3rd time has been this evening. A little bit too excited trying to get in the offensive zone. But hey, the Indy Fuel aren't complaining.
Half a minute to go in the matching minors, 14:39 in the 3rd period. Fuel lead at 5-4. Greenville with possession. Bachman through center. Will wrist it in through both corners, looking for Zimmer. Tried to center for Bachman. It's taken away by the Fuel, and Jared Thomas skates it through neutral ice up the left wing boards. He's ridden into the boards by Karch Bachman, and it comes free to the line. Thomas is able to jar it free into the Greenville zone. Goes after it in the left wing corner, but it's settled down by Tim Davison. And the Swamp Rabbits gain possession. Karch Bachman with speed 2-on-2 across the line. Teixeira watching him. Bachman takes it to the middle, drops it to the trailer. Davison tries to send it in front for Martin, but the pass never connected, and Teixeira settles it down for Indy. McKay is out of the box. We're back to 5 aside as McKay and Paling were serving the penalties. Paling now takes the puck away, looks to center, does to the high slot for Leonard through traffic, shot deflected just wide by Paling, and now Nick tries to feed his twin brother Jack out at the point. It doesn't connect, but the Swamp Rabbits hold it in. Good forecheck here by Greenville, but the Fuel able to play it out to center. Nice check on McKay by Leonard, doesn't allow him to get to the puck, and that allows the Swamp Rabbits to skate it through center, but Riley McKay takes it away right in front of the Fuel bench over on the far side. Puck chipped to the Fuel line, settled down, and Cliff Watson will bring it into the zone up the left wing boards. Watson into the left circle, shoots on goal, save made by Bednard. Watson rides Paling into the boards over on the far side. The Fuel take it as Spencer Watson takes it to the middle, but he couldn't stick handle through 2 Swamp Rabbits. Indy keeps it alive. Marson, who has 3 assists out to Watson, shoots from the left point. A one-time wrister on goal, and Bednard comes across to make the save and hold on for a whistle. 13:01 to go in the third period. The Fuel lead Greenville 5-4. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
Body and soul massage therapy.
Into the period has us at the current margin. The shots are 30-20 in favor of the Fuel, including 7-0 in the third period. The Fuel win the offensive zone draw. Spencer Watson out to Raskob, who misses high with the slap shot. Cliff Watson tried to throw it back in front, but it was knocked down by the pile. And here come the Swamp Rabbits. Thompson ahead to Moore, back to Thompson, give and go across the Fuel line. Thompson shots deflected up and out of play by Willie Raskob, and we'll have a whistle and a face-off in the Fuel zone. 12:44 to go in the third period. Indy with a 5-4 lead, and the Fuel have really controlled the early part of this third period.
And a way to control the period is by winning faceoffs, gaining possession. The Fuel did just that on that last offensive zone faceoff. A lot of moving parts. They drew up a play prior. They went in there. They executed. All started with the faceoff win. Cliff Watson, then Spencer Watson coming around the circle. Eventually the shot from Willie Raskob went high and wide, but a lot to like there off of a faceoff play that the Indy Fuel tried to run on that last O-zone draw.
Matt Marson to take the defensive zone draw for Indy against Jake Slaker, the rookie from Michigan who made his debut on Wednesday. And the Fuel win it, chip it off the wall, but held in by Jardine at the right point. In behind the net for Thompson. He lets it go for Slaker. He's tied up by Tim Shoup, who's able to find the puck. Outlet it to Spencer Watson, and the Fuel work it out to neutral ice. Puck played softly to an open wing in the Greenville zone where Jardine gets to it and is able to work it free up the near side to Brian Moore, the former Toledo Walleye, across center, across the Fuel line. Fires it in, goes after it himself behind the Fuel net, but Nick Pirog able to get to the puck first. And the Fuel work it out to center. Pass for Marcinu a little too far. It'll be tracked down by Zulsdorf of Greenville and behind his net. He's flushed out, takes it up the far side. Zulsdorf across center red, up the right wing boards, chips it in towards Tom Albrun's net. And the Fuel goaltender will just stop it with a stick and cover to get a whistle. With 11:54 to go in the third period, the Fuel lead at 5-4. Albrun gave up goals on the first 3 shots. 2 were a breakaway and 1 was a deflection in front, but has stopped 16 of the last 17.
Yeah, you think about first 3 shots of the games, all were goals against. They've only scored 1 goal since that, so Albrun has settled in nicely and given his team a chance after the Fuel were able to tie it and eventually now take the lead.
Fuel in the draw, but can't clear it out. Bachman shoots from the top of the right wing circle along the boards, and Albrun makes the save, and now Connolly is pushing and shoving with a couple of the Fuel players. And now Pecораro's trying to get in there as well. Teixeira prevents him from getting to the pile. And looks like our referee, Nolan Boyer, is going to send somebody to the box here.
That was Connolly and Krieger originally, and then in comes big Nick Pirog to continue some of the rough stuff. And, I mean, this game has gone through ebbs and flows where we've had nothing but continuous play, and then we've had a couple of fights and some rough stuff, and it looks like it is indeed going to be Brendan Connolly heading to the box for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
And so the Fuel will head to their 6th power play of the night as a post-whistle penalty on Brendan Connolly. Go ahead.
As a penalty-killing team, I mean, these are really tough to kill off after the whistle penalties, offensive zone penalties. A great opportunity here for the Fuel to really not put this game to bed, but give themselves a 2-goal cushion.
Fuel able to control off the draw. Marcineau back out to the point. Malone barely holds it in at the line, but stretches to do so. Teixeira to Spencer Watson, back to Teixeira, right point. He'll send one through traffic, blocked in front. And the Swamp Rabbits want transition. Coming across the Fuel line, shooting is Matt Wedman. A blocker save made by Aubrun. And the puck went up and out of play after it deflected off of Aubrun's blocker. So 1:36 to go in the Fuel power play. 11:22 in the third period. Indy leads at 5-4.
Block a shot, go the other way on an offensive opportunity, and Matt Wedman, not a ton of speed, but he legs it out with those long legs, able to get a shot away. And the Greenville Swamp Rabbits have had some opportunities down a man, including a shorthanded goal earlier in this game.
Wedman, the rookie who played for Seattle and Kelowna in the WHL last season, out there with another rookie penalty killing as Nick Paling is the other penalty killing forward. The Fuel win the draw in the defensive zone. Willie Raskop headmans into the neutral zone. Jared Thomas across the line, feathers it off the boards, looking for Alex Rauter. Zulsdorf gets there first, and the Swamp Rabbits able to clear it out to center. And they clear it into their own bench. So we'll have a whistle and a face-off back in the Greenville zone. And young penalty-killing group. They've got 2 rookies at forward. Zulsdorf at the point. Curtis Leonard was the only guy with more than a handful of games of pro experience. Now they'll swap him out. Peter Krieger's line stays out there for Indy. Brager with Pirog and Thomas up front. Wins it cleanly out to the point. Willie Raskob will settle it down. Rauter is also part of this power play unit. Raskob has it at the right point as Indy gains the zone. Over to the right side, back diagonal, looking for Krieger. Didn't quite connect, but he tracks it down, takes it into the left wing circle. Takes it to the middle. His shot is blocked up and out of play. Good strong block there by Luke Martin. And was able to kick it out of play. So offensive zone draw for Indy with 59 seconds to go in the power play.
A nice block by Martin and a real nice toe drag move to the middle of the ice by Peter Krieger, trying to open up that shooting lane. But Martin got down low, got out front at the shot, and blocked it out of play.
Fuel on their 6th power play of the night. They're 1 for 5. They change out the power play unit and bring the Marcineau, Cliff Watson, Keone Teixeira, Spencer Watson, and Derek Barash out there. So with the lead the third period, instead of putting 4 forwards on the ice, they'll play it a little safer with 2 defensemen. We've got a little bit of a delay as the linesman's over having a conversation with George Bullock, the Indy trainer. I think you had to have something fixed up.
Just as the players can sustain injuries, as can the officials and linesmen, and oftentimes the linesmen are the one going into those scrums trying to separate the physicality between the players. He's shaking it off. Should be all right.
Matt Marcineau to take the draw for Indy in the right wing circle. And he wins it. Back to the point for Teixeira. Over to the right point. Skidding in Spencer Watson shoots. It's blocked in front. Watson keeps it alive. Barash whips it around to Cliff Watson at the left point. Low for Barash in the left wing corner. Back diagonal, out to the right point. Spencer Watson skates into the right circle, hooks it across the slot, brings it back out, does Barash to Teixeira to Spencer Watson, right circle. He shoots on goal. Bednard in perfect position makes the save and holds on for a whistle with 35 seconds to go on the power play and 10:21 in the third period.
Oftentimes on a power play, if you want your trigger man, the main guy you want, the quarterbacking the power play, you're usually want him on his one-timer side. And for most righties, that'll be the left side of the ice. For most lefties, it's the right. But they have Spencer Watson on kind of the inverted side, and he's so comfortable because when he receives that puck, he's got momentum going towards the net. He can shoot, he can pass down low, or look for the cross-seam play.
Marcineau a clean face-off win back to Teixeira. Spencer Watson back into the corner for Marcineau. Back out to Spencer Watson, right point. 25 seconds to go on the power play. Spencer Watson works it low. Pass doesn't quite connect, but the Fuel maintain possession. Pass out to the center point. Teixeira fumbled it, but got it over to Watson in the right circle. Watson back to Teixeira off the boards to the right point. Back to Spencer Watson, right circle. Pass wasn't clean, but Spencer's able to maintain possession. 7 seconds to go on the power play. To Cliff Watson, Teixeira, one-timer through traffic, deflected on goal, save made. And the Fuel hop on the rebound. Marcineau shoots from a sharp angle. Bednard makes the save. It crossed him up a little bit, but he's able to hold on for a whistle with 9:44 to go. And Connolly's out of the box, so we're back to 5 aside. The Fuel now 1 for 6 in the power play. They lead at 5-4.
That was a heads-up play by Matt Marcineau. Realized that Ryan Bednard was not exactly on his post, wasn't ready and in position, so he hoped to catch him sleeping. He almost did, as Bednard tried to squeeze just about every fiber in his body to not allow that puck to go in behind.
Offensive zone draw won by the Fuel, but Busdecker couldn't hold it in at the line. He backhands it into the zone as the Fuel tag up. 9:35 to go. It's a 5-4 Indy lead. Spencer Watson's second goal of the night came 29 seconds into the third period to give the Fuel the advantage. Swamp Rabbits play it through center. Zimmer along the right wing boards, backhands it into the Fuel zone. Tim Shoup collects behind his own net for Indy, skates it up the far side. Indy breaks it out to center, but the pass only gets to Zimmer, but Thomas able to take it away from him, chop it into the zone for Busdecker, but the play was offside. 9:12 to go, third period. Hey, don't forget this event is being streamed live around the world today. Go to flowhockey.tv to catch all of the action and also get archived footage of the event. All 36 home games. Nick and I will bring you on Flow TV and all 72 games as well on Flow Sports, our new streaming provider with the ECHL.
Now let's get really, really loud. Fuel fans, here we go.
Peter Krieger's line is out there. Pirog and Barash, and the face-off won by Zimmer and Greenville. Puck played up the far boards looking for Pecoraro. It's chopped away from him, and the Fuel gain possession in their own zone. Cliff Watson sends it back for Raskob. The puck hopped over his stick, but he was able to get it back and play it ahead to Krieger. Into the zone. Zulsdorf couldn't get it through Krieger in the right wing corner. Comes in behind the net. And the Swamp Rabbits get there first. Pecoraro up the boards looking for Connolly. Pinching down to keep it alive was Cliff Watson. The puck battle ensues, and it's sent back out to center ice, but settled down by Willie Raskob and sent right back in. Fuel get a 5-man change. Greenville, Connolly comes through center. Indirect pass looking for Haddad, but it hit the linesman, and so Jardine has to regroup at center ice. He couldn't stick handle through Spencer Watson. And the Fuel forced the Swamp Rabbits back into their own zone with 8:15 to go and a 1-goal Indy lead. Up the near side is Luke Martin. The former Michigan Wolverine plays it into the Fuel zone where Martinet takes it away. Sends it ahead to Spencer Watson, but Luke Martin takes it back for Greenville. Up the far side, pass doesn't connect, looking for more, but Jake Slaker, another Wolverine, couldn't go to his former college teammate Martin, as it was poked back to the Greenville line by Spencer Watson. The Swamp Rabbits try to regroup through center, but the pass doesn't connect, taken away by Teixeira. Over to Chris Martinet, and he'll gain the center red line and fire it in. Through both corners. In on the forecheck is Antoine Waken. He sends it behind the net, where it's settled down by Martin. His pass doesn't connect, picked off by Shoup. Indirect pass off the boards. Busdecker gains the line, but he couldn't quite get through a defenseman to Waken, and here comes Greenville the other way. Brian Moore taking it to goal with Lee pushing him wide, and Lee is going to be called for a penalty as Moore couldn't get the shot off because Lee was riding him like a horse all the way through the crease, and a holding penalty is coming. And you kind of had a feeling Greenville, after the Fuel had 6 power plays in this game, Greenville was probably going to get a power play at some point, and here it is. So the Fuel to the penalty kill for the second time tonight with 7:18 to go.
Eventually, the tide is going to turn the other way, and Brian Moore got a step on Mike Lee. And instead of allowing him to go right by, Lee just tried to hold on with that free hand. As a lefty, his top hand is his right hand, bottom hand is his left. Grabbed a hold, held on to Moore. He draws a penalty, and the Indy Fuel are going down a man, down, or rather by when they're up by a goal.
Big penalty kill here for the Fuel. As Nick mentioned, they have a 1-goal lead, and it starts well as the Fuel win the draw, and Chris Martinet sends it all the way down. Router and Marcineau are the forwards. Martinet and Cliff Watson the D for Indy. Haddad wearing the C for the first time for Greenville, rips it in through both corners with the Fuel able to get possession, and Marcineau chops it back out to center. Greenville regroups. Brian Moore at center. 1.5 minutes to go on their power play. Gains the line offside. Good job by the Fuel of standing them up at the line and forcing the timing of the play a little bit off and getting the offside whistle.
We've seen that a lot in this game from both teams. And it takes 4 men to do that. You've got the defensemen stepping up, but then you have the forwards filling and filing back in behind those defensemen should the Greenville Swamp Rabbits be able to get by. You can't do that if you don't have numbers back. And the Indy Fuel do a great job there standing up, having that nice tight gap, not giving the Swamp Rabbits any time or space through the neutral ice.
Swamp Rabbits win the draw. Connolly went down right off the faceoff. No penalty was called. Pirog gets the puck and tried to chip it off the glass and ended up chipping it into the Greenville bench instead. So we'll have a whistle with 6:32 to go in the third period. 1:14 on the power play, and Indy leading 5-4.
And let's not forget, Greenville is without one of their top players in Greg Mireles, who received a game misconduct last period. 7 points this season, and a guy who put up incredible numbers in junior hockey in the Ontario Hockey League.
Yeah.
244 games played, 239 points. I mean, that is a heck of a career in junior hockey. Obviously not a guy that the Greenville Swamp Rabbits can count on to try and get the tying goal in this game.
Yeah, 31 goals in 48 games for the Kitchener Rangers last season. Fuel win the draw, send it all the way down, and so Greenville will have to work it through center. 6:17 to go as Davison self-pass into the Fuel zone, chips it in behind the net, drops at the feet of Wedman. He tried to center, but it's picked off again by the Fuel and sent all the way down. Shoup and Raskob doing the job on defense.
And getting some help from Antoine Waked. Great defensive help. If one guy can't clear it, have a couple others come in and send it all the way down the rink.
Pecoraro gains the Fuel line along the right wing boards. In behind the net for Zimmer. Dug free by Garrett Thompson. Thompson along the right wing wall, out to the point for Tim Davison. Plays it indirectly behind the net for Karch Bachman. Chips it back for Pecoraro. Pass a little too far for him. Krieger takes the body. Davison takes the puck. Over to Zimmer, right point. To the top of the right wing circle, looking for a deflection. They score. Garrett Thompson had a deflection in front, was able to sneak it past the pad of Tom Aubrun, and Greenville has tied the game up. And now Martinet and Bachman get tied up on the way to the bench, and a whole melee ensues. We're tied up at 5. Bachman may have gotten another deflection on that. In front, all kinds of players tied up. Martinet and Bachman were both going to the bench, and they got tangled up with each other and took each other down. And
looks like Chris Martinet's going to be the only one heading to the box, and rightfully so. The Greenville Swamp Rabbits had scored their goal. They were on their way to their bench to do the little high five as they celebrate. And Martinet just grabbed a hold of the goal scorer, Bachman, and took him right to the ice. Just a penalty you cannot take. And so right now, after the game-tying power play goal that Greenville scores, it looks to me like they're going to be right back on the power play on a penalty that Chris Martinet just cannot take in that situation. You know the frustration. You know he's upset they just got scored on. But after the play, you just can't do it.
Yeah, you wonder if Bachman said something to him, but that's chirping is part of the game, and you just cannot allow your emotions to get the better of you there because the Fuel are back short-handed. Chris Martinet sitting for a pair, and now just after you've dominated the third period, they get one counter rush. You take a penalty, a good penalty. It turns out to deny a scoring chance. There's no such thing as a good penalty, but there's a penalty to deny a scoring chance, and then you take a really bad one here. And so Swamp Rabbits right back to the power play in a 5-5 game.
And in that situation, Andrew, it doesn't matter what anybody says to you. If they push it, you just can't do it. And from the referee's point of view, he's not there hearing what's being said. All he sees is the action, and the action, you just can't do it if you're Martinet. And right now, another power play for Greenville.
Garrett Thompson right back into the zone off the draw, leaves it for Zimmer. Bottom of the right wing circle, behind the net for Thompson. This is the same unit that just scored on the power play. Puck loose, comes free to Antoine Waken. He's able to skate it out. And they give Bachman the goal, assisted by Thompson and Zimmer. So it's Bachman's second of the game. He's got a power play and a shorthanded goal. The penalty is unsportsmanlike conduct. Here's Pecoraro coming up the left side, tried to pick the top corner and missed high and wide, and the rebound caroms all the way back into the Greenville zone. 4:52 to go in the game. We're tied at 5. 1:18 to go on the Greenville power play, their third of the night. The Swamp Rabbits 1 for 2. That power play goal is just their fourth power play goal of the season. Coming through center is Connolly. Self-pass into the left wing corner. He and Haddad both arrive there at the same time. The puck shoveled along to Moore along the right wing wall to Connolly, and he's checked by Raskob, and the Fuel able to get the puck out of the zone thanks to Keone Teixeira.
Nice physicality from Willie Raskob, and then we talked earlier about the help in your own zone while killing a penalty. Have one guy engaged physically, another come in and clear it all the way down the ice. Great help from Keone Teixeira.
Swamp Rabbits bring it back into the Fuel zone. Moore at the right corner. Tried to play it out to the point, but Sam Jardine wasn't home, and he has to chase it down all the way back in his own zone. He does behind his own net with half a minute to go in the power play. 4 minutes in a regulation of a tie game. Jardine up through center. They drop it back to Jardine, who has 8 points on the season, leading ECHL defenseman. His dump in hit Barash at the face and dropped at center. Quick re-entry for Greenville. Haddad settles things down along the right wing wall. 10 seconds to go on the power play. Haddad into the right circle. Bunts it back out to the point for Jardine. Over to the left point. Slaker fires high, and the puck goes out of play. And so 1 second to go in Martinet's penalty. Greenville will have an offensive zone draw, and so it looks like the Fuel have killed this one off, especially if they can win this faceoff and get it out of the zone. 3:32 to go in a 5-5 game.
I know the Greenville Swamp Rabbits have a power play goal in this game, but the way that their power play runs is fairly easy to defend. A lot of static. Not a lot of guys moving around, interchanging. It doesn't. All the penalty killers have to do is just stand there. That's my guy. This is my area. I just got to stand here, have a good stick, and block a shot. Not a lot of movement at all in this Greenville power play, and for a penalty killer, that's what you love. You don't have to move a lot. All you got to do is worry about clearing the puck, just like Keone Teixeira did there.
Fuel win the draw. Raskob wraps it around back out to neutral ice. 3:25 to go. Puck played through center, picked off by Spencer Watson to the Greenville line. Pass doesn't quite connect, and so it's picked off by Frank Hora, who has had 2 fights in this game and is back after serving his most recent major. Fuel turn it over. Pecoraro shoots, deflected wide, and the puck drops at the bottom of the right wing circle. It's chopped free out to the point, but held in. Wedman in the right wing corner. Make that Pecoraro. Looks to center for Wedman. Nobody's home, however, and Martinet able to work it back out to the Greenville line. A little bit of a jump for the Swamp Rabbits here. Pecoraro at neutral ice, forced backward. Plays it back to the point to Frank Hora. Barash comes in to force it free, and it's loose at the Greenville line, and Pecoraro gets a rink-wide pass through center ice for Wedman. He'll fire it in and go for a change. Aubrun settles it down behind his own net. 2.5 to go in a tie game at 5. Willie Raskob skates it up through center for Indy. Into the zone. Into the high slot. Fires! 1-on-4. Gets a clean shot, but Bednard had a clean look at it and makes the save and holds on for a whistle. 2:26 to go in the hockey game. The Fuel and Swamp Rabbits tied at 5. The exciting conclusion coming up right after this. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
This is Dr. Ram Yuleti, Chief Physician Executive at Community Health Network. I know that for a lot of you, COVID-19...
In regulation, the Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits tied at 5, along with Nick Olchek. I'm Andrew Smith. And Nick, this is game 8 for the Indy Fuel. We've had 7 one-goal games. The Fuel are 6-1 in them. We had to do another one here?
Oh, I mean, it sure looks like it. Both these teams vying for the big 2 points. It's been a close game. Both teams have had control at different times. 5-5 in the third period. A lot of goals. But it sure looks like we're headed for another one-goal game.
Marcineau and Haddad tie each other up in the circle. Face-off won by the Swamp Rabbits. Sent back into the Fuel zone. Aubrun will play it ahead to his D. Had man pass through center, tipped into the zone. Spencer Watson giving chase, but The tip came from the wrong side of the red line, so this goes for icing as it went untouched all the way down.
And that's a good play. Just not on the right side of the red line, as you said, Andrew. If you don't have a play through the neutral zone, defensemen will often look for their forwards on the other side of the red line, just trying to chip it off their stick. It'll be like a hard pass, almost like a shot. Rip it at their stick, and all the forward has to do is just open up his stick plate, and it gets deflected into the zone. Then you can execute your forecheck. Just not on the right side of the red line there, and an icing is the call.
Fuel won the draw cleanly in their own zone. Willie Raskob shovels it through center. The Fuel gain the line. Marcineau drops it back to Cliff Watson, looking for a tip in front, and it didn't quite connect with Alex Rauter. And the Swamp Rabbits played out to the line, and it did come out, and then Rauter played it back into Spencer Watson, so it's offside. Crowd doesn't like the call with 1:56 to go. The puck crossed the line by a millimeter and then came back in, despite the best efforts of Rauter to keep it in.
It is a game of inches. Very, very close. Still a tough call to make for the linesman, but he was in great position, and he was on it.
Jared Thomas's line is out there with McKay and Waken. 1:56 to go in a hockey game. It's tied at 5. For Greenville, Wedman is out there with the Paling twins, and Wedman wins it back to Hora, who sends it into the Fuel zone. Wedman and Shoup both go down, going after the puck. It comes free into the near circle. Jared Thomas tried to play it back to Waken. Now Thomas is able to dig it free and sky it back out to the Fuel logo at center ice. Greenville settles it down there. Frank Hora goes D to Curtis Leonard. A minute and a half to go in regulation. We're tied at 5. Leonard gains the red line and fires it in. Drops at the feet of Teixeira in the far corner. Whips it around. And comes to Hora. He shoots from along the boards right point. Goes just wide of the left post. Sent in behind the net for Wedman. It's chopped free. Goes over to the far boards for DJ Buzdecker for Indy, and he'll just make the safe play out to center. But a little bit too much English on that safe play out to center because it went all the way down for icing. And so this line will have to stay out, and Greenville will have an offensive zone draw with 1:08 to go.
And I think the Fuel might end up lucking out here because DJ Buzdecker was able to just kind of sneak his way off the ice, so he was the one that iced it and just kind of snuck his way onto the bench. So the Fuel are going to get a couple fresh bodies on the ice. Veteran move that time.
And the Fuel win the draw. Willie Raskob chops it off the glass, and it's deflected into the bench, and the faceoff will stay in the Fuel zone. It looked like it may have deflected off Sam Jardine, but because the Fuel's impetus was what put it out, the draw will be back in the Fuel zone. 1:04 to go in regulation. We're tied at 5. Haddad, Connolly, and Bachman the forward line. Jardine and Martin are the points. Marcineau to take the draw for Indy. Won by the Swamp Rabbits, out to Jardine. Over to Connolly along the far board, sends it goalward just wide. Looking for a screen from Bachman, who has 2 goals. Pucks it in behind the Fuel net. Chipped along the wall for Nick Pirog. Pirog tries to chip it out to neutralize, looking for Marcineau, who knocks it down. Pirog hops on it across the logo, takes it laterally across the ice and backhands it into the Greenville zone with 40 seconds to go. Jardine takes a bump behind his own net from Alex Rauter. Marcineau tried to play it a little further along, and it comes out to the point, held in briefly by the Fuel, but it's sprayed out to center and settled down by Cliff Watson. He'll send it right back in to Alex Rauter, into the slot of the backhand, and a whistle blows. The play, I think, is being ruled offside. Alex Rauter can't believe it. He thought he had a great scoring chance in front, and he is pleading his case vehemently, but to no avail. Whatever the case, the draw outside the Indy line, outside the Greenville line, won by the Swamp Rabbits. Curtis Leonard will fire it into the Fuel zone with 17 seconds to go in the third. Sent in behind the net. And it's Wedman. Back diagonal to the point for a shot. Wide. Juicy rebound. And Paling couldn't quite find it. He had an open side had he been able to get to it. Puck's in back into the Fuel zone, but the horn sounds, and once again, We're headed to overtime. The fourth home game here at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum for the Fuel, and the fourth one to go past regulation. We're tied at 5, 60 minutes, not enough to decide it. Our scoring summary in the third period: Spencer Watson on the power play from Teixeira, and Marcineau at 29 seconds gave the Fuel a lead. Bachman's second of the game from Thompson and Zimmer at 14:28 on the power play tied it. Shots in the third period: 10 for the Fuel for a total of 33, 3 for the Swamp Rabbits for a total of 23, but we're tied at 5. And so, once again, this is old hat for us here. Put 7 minutes on the board. We'll play 3-on-3 until somebody scores. And if nobody does, we'll go to a shootout. Greenville is 2-1 in overtime games, but the only player that has scored an overtime goal for them, Ben Finkelstein, is not in the lineup tonight. He's missing his second straight game with a upper body injury. The Fuel are 3-0 in overtime. Nick Pirog and Peter Krieger have been the heroes. Pirog has scored twice in overtime, including a deflection of Spencer Watson's shot last Saturday night against Wheeling, and Peter Krieger as well. The Fuel also 1-0 in shootouts, and Peter Krieger had the game winner there. So
what you're saying is the Fuel like overtime or a shootout.
And they're good at it.
Yes.
So
they've got the speed for the 3-on-3 situation. They've got the skill in a 1-on-1 situation when it comes to the skills competition in the shootout. And in a game that has been nip and tuck, we've seen a lot of everything here. Power play goals, a shorthanded goal, fights, a game ejection, and a whole lot of goals. 10 goals between the two. And man, oh man, a lot of speed come this overtime period when you look at players like Barash for Indy and Karch Bachman for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
The two teams switch in, so they have the long change. Krieger, Barash, and Cliff Watson out there for Indy. Slaker, Jardine, and Pecoraro for Greenville. The Fuel gained possession off the draw. Cliff Watson at his own line through center. Krieger plays it back to the goaltender, and now Barash behind his own net. Flushed out by Pecoraro. Drops it now for Peter Krieger. And Krieger will work it up. Ahead for Barash up the left side, gains the line, has it poked off of his stick and taken away by Liam Pecoraro. He'll backhand it through center, basically giving up possession. It's a foot race. Barash wins it up to Cliff Watson. 2-on-2 for the Fuel. Watson ahead to Krieger. 2-on-1. Krieger shoots high glove. Save made by Bednard, and he gets rid of the rebound. And here comes Pecoraro. Up the left side, takes it to the middle. Backhand pad save made by Aubrun. And here come the Fuel the other way. Barash drops it back to the goaltender, Aubrun, as the Fuel get a change. We've played a minute of overtime. And the Fuel settle things down. And we'll bring it up. Willie Raskob at his own line for Indy. Across the Greenville line. Puts on the break, sends it to Spencer Watson. Watson into the left wing corner. Peels back to the top of the left circle, being watched. Frank Hora tries to knock it free and does from Raskob. Ahead to Bachman. He's got a clear breakaway from the blue line in. Takes it to the backhand, but the puck rolled off his stick. Bachman was looking for the hat trick and the game winner, but he just couldn't get the shot off. He winds up through center, back into the Fuel zone. Take us to the middle and is poke checked by Indy's Alex Rauter. He'll peel back. Bachman and Hora go for changes. Rauter and Pirog out there for Indy, and now Rauter and Raskob go off. Teixeira comes on, as does Marcineau. Pirog brings it up. Up the near side to Keone Teixeira. Teixeira tried to drop it back from Marcineau, but the pass didn't connect, picked off by Zulsdorf. Here comes Zimmer for Greenville, but he's poke checked by Matt Marcineau for Indy. He's got 3 assists today, looking for another. Ahead to Pirog, across the line, up the left side. Puts on the brakes, drops it back out, looking to the point for Teixeira. It didn't connect, but Keone will track it down back in his own zone as Indy gets a new face in the game, making the partial change. Keone Teixeira has Antoine Waken and drops it for Jared Thomas. Nearly lost his footing, but gets it back. Thomas into the Greenville zone in the right wing corner. Drops it up for Teixeira. Puck exploded off of his stick, make that Lee who had just come off the bench. Tried to feed it laterally for Wakehead. It's broken up, but Wakehead gets it back at center. And again, we'll play it back into his own zone. Lee will track it down. Both teams getting changes. 4:10 to go in overtime. We're tied at 5. Lee tried to headman to Wakehead, but it's picked off, and here comes Pecoraro one-on-one. Can't pick the top corner from the left side. Lee chops it forward, but Jardine will hold it in at the right point for Greenville. Sam Jardine over to the far side, Pecoraro. Now here's the captain, Haddad, having his shot blocked, and the Fuel gain possession. Aubrun headmans to Jared Thomas through center. Drops it for Barash across the line. Takes it to the high slot, but he's poke checked by Pecoraro. 2-on-1 for Greenville. Ahead to Jardine, but the Fuel got back to break up the odd man rush. So Jardine will play it back and send it back to the goaltender Bednard to allow his team to get a change.
All these goaltender sticks are warm. Players using their goaltenders as passing machines. Smart play in overtime, trying to maintain possession.
Haddad through center across the logo, being watched by Peter Krieger. Drops it to Bachman. Top of the right circle, into the slot, shoots high, and the rebound turned back on goal by Jake Slaker, but Aubrun is able to seal the post. Final 3 minutes of overtime, tied at 5. Fuel with possession. Krieger headmans to Barash, puts on the wheels as he takes it into the left wing circle. Now Willie Raskob hops on the puck in the corner. Raskob centers, but fanning on the shot was Krieger, and here comes Greenville 3-on-2. Slaker with Hora. Slaker into the left wing circle, shoots, fought off by Aubrun. Here's a puck chipped off the wall by the Fuel. It's a 2-on-none. Alex Rauter up the near side. Rauter centers, score! The Fuel win it in overtime. Alex Rauter fed over to the far side to Matt Marcineau coming off the bench, and the Fuel win it 6-5 in overtime. A 2-on-none, and Alex Rauter made the play. Looked like he was selling shot all the way, and then saw Marcineau coming up the left side, send it across for him.
Well, just prior to the goal, it was Peter Krieger with an incredible opportunity. Krieger leaves the ice surface. On comes Alex Rauter. And the picture tells the story for those watching on Flow Hockey. Shot, quick little fake. And Alex Rauter slides it right over to Matt Marcineau, who had a strong game at the face-off circle. He gets rewarded with a goal. And the Indy Fuel continue this incredible run that they've been on. Not just with winning games, but in overtime as well. Very comfortable beyond regulation. Great play from Rauter. Great finish from Matt Marcineau. And the Indy Fuel score the 11th goal of the game, 6-5 the final.
The Fuel rallied from deficits of 1-0, 2-1, 3-2. And then saw Greenville come back from 2 one-goal deficits. The game goes to overtime. Matt Marcineau, his 4th point of the night, assisted by Rauter and Raskob at 4:32 of overtime, wins it for Indy. Marcineau's 3rd goal of the season, and he will undoubtedly be our number 1 star with a 4-point game. And for him, that's his 2nd 4-point game of the season. He also had a goal and 3 assists back on December 18th against Kansas City, and had the assist on the overtime winner in that one. 3 stars. Alex Rauter is the 3rd star, had the assist on the game winner, had 2 assists in the game. And tonight's number 3 star.
Tonight's 2nd star from your Fuel, number 16.
And Spencer Watson is the number 2 star. He had a pair of goals tonight, his 1st and 2nd of the season. Also had an assist on Willie Raskob's goal that tied it up early in the 2nd period. The number 1 star will be Matt Marcineau. A goal and 3 assists, his 2nd 4-point game of the season. And he has the overtime winner on a great feed from Alex Rauter, as the Fuel win it 6-5, and Matt Marcineau is ringside with Scott Allen.
There's your number 1 star of the game, winners drink
Belk, it's Matt Marcineau. Matt, I'll tell you what, that was so impressive. That's a video shot that you'll save on your reel forever, I'm guessing.
Yeah, thanks. It was, not many good plays. All I had to do was put it in the back of the net. So it was an awesome game tonight, and I want to thank all you guys for coming out.
Well, I tell you what, this team looked like we started a little slow tonight, but man, we never let them get out of range at any point, did we?
Right, yeah. I mean, after a slow start, our goal was to come out in the second period, hot, and we got those 2 goals, and I think that was definitely a turning point in the game.
Without a doubt, we can't wait for tomorrow night. Make some noise for your number 1 star in the game, Matt Marcineau.
That's Pat Marcineau adding a little Ric Flair at the end as the Indy Fuel win it 6-5 on his overtime goal to cap a 4-point night. It's our national anthem, performed via video tonight by Jim Cornelison, the Chicago Blackhawks anthem singer who has made frequent visits to the Indiana Farmers Coliseum over the years. That means it's time to drop the puck between the Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits. The goaltenders again, John Leatherman for Greenville will take position in the net to our left as the Swamp Rabbits will move from left to right. As you envision this rank in your mind's eye, Dan Bakala back in net for the Fuel, his 6th start of the season, and he'll be in the net to our right. The Fuel wearing the red uniforms with white and black trim, including a subtle checkerboard pattern in the trim, and red and black socks, black pants. Greenville in the white uniforms tonight with purple numbers and orange and purple trim. Nick Pirog, Peter Krieger, Derek Barash, Cliff Watson, Willie Raskob to begin for Indy. Wedman wins the draw for Greenville, and away we go. The puck dumped in wide of Bakala's net. Karam off the inboards, corralled by Bachman. Out to the point, Jardine tried to send it goalward, picked off, and here's a feed for Krieger on a breakaway. He shoots, blocker save made by Leatherman. A good feed out of the zone, and Krieger was a step behind the D after the Swamp Rabbits turn it over at the Fuel line. Now Greenville outlets it all the way down. This will be icing, and we've got a whistle 28 seconds into the game, but Peter Krieger right off the drop with a really good opportunity, and Leatherman with a good save for Greenville.
Another connection between the dynamic duo of Krieger and Pirog. Pirog with a nice pass splitting between both defensemen, and then Peter Krieger's shot. The accuracy, it looked like that one might have even gone off the post on the near side. He beat Leatherman clean, but the iron denies Peter Krieger an early goal here. Great start by the Fuel.
Matt Marcineau wins the draw cleanly. Shot from the point is blocked off the stick of Alex Rauter. It was Bachman that came out to block it. Rauter backhands it back into the Greenville zone along the far side, and then hops in to try to keep it alive. Puck stapled along the boards. Rauter digs it free. Out to the left point, Teixeira couldn't stick handle through Connolly. And Keone Teixeira gets back to the puck, looks to center for Marcineau. It's played off of his stick, but held in at the point by Rauter. He's trying to dig it free in the slot, but Connolly takes it away for Greenville and skates it out of danger. Head to Liam Pecoraro and back to Sam Jardine. Greenville playing with 5 defensemen and 11 forwards tonight because of suspensions. Shot from Pecoraro hits the strings, and then the puck came right back out to him just outside the cage and couldn't get it home thanks to Dan Bakala making a save and sealing the post. Puck in the far corner. Mike Lee gets to it for Indy, but the Fuel can't clear it out. Shot from the point was going wide off the stick of Tim Davison, but Dan Bakala reaches out and grabs it with a glove and holds on for a whistle with 18:35 to go. Scoreless game, and you're right, Nick. The Fuel were not credited with a shot on the Krieger breakaway, and so he did hit the post on that. A good look early for Indy. And the Swamp Rabbits win the offensive zone draw. Davison shoots from the center point. Wide rebound, put right back on goal, and Bakula makes the save on Haddad. Brohl fires it in from center ice back into the Greenville zone. Thomas cycles it in behind the net. Davison gets there in the corner and is able to shovel it out to center. Martinet settles it down for Indy along the near boards at his own line. Goes D to Tim Shoup, and headmans to Buzzdecker, who tips it in and allows the Fuel to get a change. Brian Moore for Greenville. Up to the point. Tim Shoup sends it a little further along, but it's knocked back into the neutral zone. Jared Thomas will pick it up at his own line for Indy. They head to Buzzdecker. He'll gain the zone up the left wing boards. Look to shovel it into the left circle. Waken tries to take it a goal, but couldn't quite handle it. Willie Raskop settles it down, centers, and Leatherman makes the save, and then the puck goes in behind the net. And the Swamp Rabbits will look to play it, stretch past to Paling at the Fuel line. He'll tip it in behind the net. Willie Raskop gets to it first, tries to cycle it around for Cedric Lacroix, the former Swamp Rabbit, making his debut for the Fuel. And the puck comes out to Joe Sullivan, who sends it out to center. Waken into the right wing corner. In the Greenville end, Curtis Leonard gets there first and takes a bump for his efforts. And the Swamp Rabbits work it out 4-on-3 through the neutral zone into the Fuel zone. And a good check by Nick Pirog. He lost his stick but kicks it back out to the neutral zone. And Indy wants transition. The Fuel bring it into the zone. Shot from the right point. Blocker aside by Leatherman. Shoup tried to put it back on goal, but it was blocked wide. Pirog shoots from the top of the left wing circle. Stick save Leatherman. The Fuel maintain possession. Martinet from the right point whistles one high and wide, but the puck came out of the zone before the shot. Offside is called, and we'll have a whistle and a face-off with 16:48 to go. Scoreless first period between Indy and Greenville.
Well, if you're watching a game on Flow Hockey, you notice the Greenville Swamp Rabbits goaltender John Leathman. His pads, pants, and helmet might not match the color scheme of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. A former goaltender at Michigan State. Had a real solid year in his last year. And I guess the equipment hasn't come in yet. I know goalies are pretty conspicuous with their equipment. But a good college career by Leathman at Michigan State.
He was a Mike Richter Award finalist last year. Greenville sent it into the zone. Bachman had a chance, but it was denied by Indy, and Indy tries to bring it back the other way. Pirog couldn't chip it past Garrett Thompson. He brings it 2-on-2 the other way into the Fuel zone. He's poked by Teixeira, and Mike Lee settles it down for Indy. The Swamp Rabbits have to tag up, so the Fuel will take advantage of the free out, and Pirog will send it into the zone and allow the Fuel to get a change as the Router line comes out. Router forces a turnover to Marcineau right in front. He shoots, and a save is made. And the rebound comes free to the Fuel. Out to a shot at the top of the left wing circle that goes wide off the stick of Cliff Watson and took such a lively carom it came all the way back into the Fuel zone. Willie Raskop headmans to the Greenville line, but it's picked off by Leonard. He'll bring it the other way. Connolly in behind the net looking for Leonard. He gets there over to the far corner. They'll bring it back out to the point. Davison couldn't handle it. And the puck hopped over a stick back out to neutral ice, so he'll try to bring it back in himself and does. Into the high slot. Shot blocked into the corner by Raskop. Rebound comes free, put on goal. Bakula makes the save, and he got the rebound on Connolly. Greenville hops on the loose puck. Pecoraro out to the right point. Looks into the slot for Haddad. He'll backhand it into the right wing corner looking for Connolly. He's tied up by Cliff Watson. They try to dig it free. Reinforcements come, and Haddad digs out the puck for Greenville. Out to the right point. Leonard again couldn't handle it. Has to regroup at neutral ice. Davison headmans for Haddad right across the logo. Sends it into the Fuel zone to the right wing corner. Pecoraro giving chase. Indy gets there first. David Brohl outlets to Willie Raskop. He'll chip it off the boards back out to center and to the Greenville line. Settled down there by the Swamp Rabbits. Zimmer being bothered by Buzzdecker. That forces the Swamp Rabbits to turn it over. And here's Chris Martinet at center red. He'll fire it in behind the net. Buzzdecker hops on it along the far boards and starts the cycle. Four-man puck battle ensues. Buzzdecker trying to dig it free. It comes in behind the net where Martin takes it away for Greenville. Along the near boards, Brian Moore goes back to Ryan Zulsdorf. And he'll settle things down. 14-15 to go. First period, we're scoreless. Swamp Rabbits outlet it to center, but it's taken away by Jared Thomas. Taken right back by Zulsdorf at his own line. Ahead, Wedman has poke checked nicely. Here's Thomas entering the zone right down the middle for Indy. Takes it to the middle. Look to center. And the pass didn't connect with his winger coming up the far side, Antoine Waked. And as a result, the Swamp Rabbits able to clear the zone. Pass ahead for Nick Paling. Doesn't quite connect and comes into the near corner where Martinet gets there for Indy. Ahead to Waked, looks to center through the neutral zone. It comes back to Waked. He fires one on goal from the center red line and forces Letherman to make a save. Lee holds the puck in. There's a big hit behind the play. Lee battling for it along the far boards in the Greenville zone, but it's taken away by Sam Jardine. Over to Jack Paling, and a lot of extracurricular activity taking place behind the play. Derek Barash got tied up with somebody, and Nick Paling will fire it in through both corners for Greenville. Barash tips it ahead to Peter Krieger across center red. Up the left side, Nick Pirog gains the Greenville line. Plays it up into the center for Barash. Couldn't stick handle through Zulsdorf as he was trying to take it through the slot, and Bachman will chip it back into the Fuel zone after Greenville was able to clear. In behind the Fuel net, Barash wraps it around, couldn't connect with Pirog. Zulsdorf over to the left point. Leonard fires a slap shot, hits the pile in front, and Peter Krieger will chip it out to center. 12:40 to go, scoreless first period. Zulsdorf headmans into the Fuel zone, doesn't connect with Haddad. Cliff Watson gets to it for Indy. D to Raskob, and Indy works it out to center. Pass doesn't quite connect with Nick Pirog. And Garrett Thompson hops on it for Greenville and softly sends it in. He goes for a change, as do the rest of his teammates. The Fuel look for a quick outlet to Marcidu. He'll send it in behind the net. Letherman, the Greenville goaltender, will leave for his defense. Puck up along the near boards at neutral ice. Pecoraro to Connolly, gains the Fuel line, takes it to the backhand. Look to feed it ahead for Pecoraro, but it's picked off by the Fuel's defense. Willie Raskob out to center. Rink-wide pass, router to Spencer Watson. He's working on the far boards, couldn't get past the defenseman, taken away from him, and Connolly shovels it back to the Fuel line. Lots of continuous play here, but that's going to end as the Fuel ice the puck. Tim Shoup tried a stretch pass to Matt Marcineau at the Greenville line that didn't connect, and so it goes all the way down for an icing whistle.
A good old broadcaster's curse. A long stretch of free-flowing hockey there. Chances for both teams. Jared Thomas almost feeding Antoine Waked on the far side a little bit earlier, a couple minutes ago. Made a great little toe drag move to the middle, got around a Greenville defenseman, and then Waked just not able to deposit the puck in behind John Letherman. But that's the kind of hockey we like to see. Back and forth counterattack. It's going to make sure the puck possession is key there. That way you don't leave yourself open for odd man rushes coming back the other way.
Swamp Rabbits bring it into the Fuel zone, but they do so offside, so we'll have a whistle. With 11:33 to go in the opening period, the Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits are scoreless. This is Indy Fuel hockey.
When it comes to Hondas, your Central Stars.
11:33 to go in the opening period. The Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits are scoreless. The Fuel hold a 5-3 shot edge. The best scoring chance came 30 seconds into the game, a breakaway by Peter Krieger, in which he hit the left post.
And just think, by this time last night, we already had 5 goals. The goaltenders have come to play tonight in this first period.
Greenville in possession off the face-off, and they'll send it into the Fuel zone. And Slaker beats out a potential icing, wraps it around through both corners for Zimmer, back behind the net for Slaker. Pass doesn't quite connect. Mike Lee gets to it for Indy. The Fuel try to work it up the far boards, taken away by Moore. His pass ends up going all the way in on Dan Bakula. He covers up and gets plowed into by one of the Swamp Rabbits, and a bunch of red sweaters come in to defend their goaltender. This is Jake Slaker, who was flying in to try to get the rebound. As Bakula was covering it up, the puck still looked like it was loose, and Slaker came in to try to get to the puck, and Teixeira hopped right on top of him, and several other Fuel players arrived momentarily thereafter.
Yeah, Slaker, his momentum was taking him into Dan Bakula, and you had Keone Teixeira right on his heel, and then you could see, for those watching on Flow Hockey, Teixeira had his skates right around the neck area of Slaker, so good to see that everything was okay. Cooler heads prevailed, and I realized that it was just an inadvertent and unintentional fall into the goalie by Jake Slaker.
And the puck comes out to center, and Joe Sullivan is taken down. No call. Zimmer brings it back into the fuel zone. Jake Slaker backhands it along the boards to Cliff Watson and sends it a little further ahead out to neutral ice. Antoine Waken to Sullivan. He hits the trailer in the shot from Raskob on goal. Lethman makes the save and holds on for a whistle. 10:43 to go in the first period of a scoreless game.
Willie Raskob, another shot on target. You heard in the pregame coaches interview Doug Christensen talking about Willie Raskob trending in the right direction. That's because he's doing a lot of the little things well. Clean exits out of his own zone thanks to a good first breakout pass, jumping into the rush, and providing that second and third wave of offensive opportunities, just as he did there. Was rewarded with a goal last night off of a great pass from Spencer Watson. And good to see the Indy Fuel defenseman Willie Raskob getting rewarded with that goal last night, continuing to be an offensive threat from the blue line.
Nick Pirog to take the draw after Krieger's tossed out of the circle. He's got Barash in the shooter's hole. Face off in the right wing circle in the offensive end. Haddad wins it for Greenville back to Jardine. And they're able to play it back out to center. Willie Raskob settles it down and chips it back into the Greenville zone. Sam Jardine pivots away from a check. And a puck battle ensues. Puck shoveled out to the point. Raskob tried to go D to Watson, but the pass crossed the blue line, so Indy will have to regroup at neutral ice. Krieger sends it back in. Lethman leaves it for Jardine. He'll wrap it around the far boards. The puck taken away by the Fuel. Centering pass for Krieger is broken up. The puck sent right back in behind the net. Barash has it. Into the right wing corner. Barash shovels it a little further along for Krieger. He'll take it out to the right point. Raskob skates in. Drops it back for Pirog. His shot, it goes up and out of play. And so we'll have a face-off back in the Greenville zone with 9:58 to go in the first period of a scoreless game.
That was some good defensive marking by Sam Jardine. Nick Pirog, and there was Willie Raskob right in the mix of things again. Gets the puck at the point, activates from the point, dives down, and Pirog coming to the high slot looking for an opportunity, and he's in a good spot. Both offensively and defensively, was able to release the puck off his stick, but a good stick by Sam Jardine sent it out of play, and the Fuel will have an offensive zone draw.
Indy again wins the draw cleanly. Spencer Watson fires, blocked by Leonard, back into the right wing corner. Watson gets to it, leaves it for Tim Shoup, looks to center, but it's deflected up in the air and taken away by Karch Bachman of Greenville. Wrapped around through both corners, but held in at the left point by Martinet for Indy. He'll send it in through both corners, looking for Shoup along the far boards. It's poked past him all the way down the ice. This will be an icing whistle, and the face-off coming back into the Greenville zone. Some good zone time and pressure here for Indy in the last couple of minutes.
And again, it gives you the opportunity to run some face-off plays. The last time there, Matt Marcineau won the draw to Tim Shoup, who was in a shooter's hole. He faked the shot, and then Spencer Watson, who's lined up as the inside winger, came across and kind of went above Shoup, took the puck, and let a shot go that did not make its way to the net, but creativity off of an offensive zone draw for the Indy Fuel evident, not just in this game, but all season long. It's a way to get the upper hand and make something happen offensively in the O zone.
And the Swamp Rabbits win the draw in their defensive zone. And it's skied out to center to the Fuel line. Nobody can find it. Pecoraro takes a hit and goes down. The Fuel finally get to the puck. Chris Martinet across center red, across the Greenville line. Into the corner, sends it back. Puck hops up in the air. Centering feed. Doesn't find anybody. Martinet shovels it back into the left wing corner as the Fuel try to win it off the cycle. And it comes to Spencer Watson, but he couldn't quite corral it in the left circle. Out to Martinet. Looks to center for Watson. Tips it on goal. And Lethman makes the save and holds on for a whistle.
A real nice look there from Chris Martinet. Looking for the stick in front of Spencer Watson, who had his blade of his stick presented, just begging Martinet to throw it right at his blade. He did just that, and then in a shoveling motion, redirected it towards the net and right into the belly of John Lethman. A good look from another Indy Fuel defenseman. One thing they do really well, shooting for sticks in front, makes life really tough on the opposing netminder.
Face-off won by the Swamp Rabbits in their defensive zone. They send it out to center where it's settled down by Lee. Quick re-entry for Indy. Thomas to Buzdecker. Back to Thomas along the goal line. Takes it to goal. Lethemon with a positional save. And Connolly gets the puck but can't get it out. Buzdecker holds it in. Over to the point. Lee whistles one just wide with a wrist shot from the center point. And the puck chipped out to neutral ice by the Swamp Rabbits. Wedman brings it into the Fuel zone. His shot blocked up and over the net by Lee. Wedman hops on it over to Thompson in the left wing corner. He'll wrap it through both corners, and Zulsdorf activates to keep it alive in the right wing corner. Working on Brohl. Zulsdorf behind the net, pops out the other side, curls back to the forehand of the left wing corner, backhands it to Wedman. Out to the point. Davison's one-timer with a wrist shot goes high, and the puck is taken away by Indy. Lee across center red. Backhands it over the net from the Greenville line as the Fuel go for a change. Davison gets to the puck as Cedric Lacroix's line is out there for Indy. Hit over in the far corner elicits some cheers as Brian Moore brings it up through neutral ice. He takes a bump from Joe Sullivan, jars the puck free. Here comes Cliff Watson the other way. Sidesteps it, check into the left wing circle, tried to pass it back for Lacroix. And that play is broken up, but the Fuel are headed to the power play. All the physicality finally brought our referee to call a slashing call. Nolan Boyer with the arm in the air, and Brian Moore is going to head to the penalty box of the Fuel to the power play for the first time tonight.
Well, a couple of big hits on that shift from Joe Sullivan returning to the lineup. First hit initially was on Matt Wedman, sent him right to the ice as Joe Sullivan came in about 1,000,000 miles an hour like a jet and sent Wedman down to the ice. Then another check at the red line area, and Brian Moore, the ECHL veteran, takes the liberty on Joe Sullivan, draws a penalty. That's what you need from guys in that role. The energy players, the leaders, come through with big hits, big shifts. He draws a penalty, and the Fuel are going to the power play.
Fuel ranked fourth in the league in the power play, 19.4%, but in the last 4 games are 28.5. They scored power play goals in 4 straight. Indy wins the draw. Nick Pirog has the puck along the left wing boards, out to the point, Raskob. Now to Krieger, out to Raskob, works the point, over to the far side. Centering feed, knocked down, looking for Router. He'll let it go over to Peter Krieger along the left wing half wall. He'll take it into the corner, surveying the Greenville box. 1:37 to go on the power play. Raskob from the left point, shoots, deflected just wide. Barash holds it in, wraps it through both corners to Krieger. Along the boards, out to the left corner now to the point to Raskob. Over to the right point, and a back diagonal to Krieger. Skates into the left circle. His shot is deflected wide and held in at the right point by Barash. He'll send it in behind the net. Krieger it's let go to Krieger. Looks to center for Pirog. His shot gets through, but the save is made, and Greenville gets the rebound and sends it all the way down.
Some good shot blocking for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. Earlier in that shift was Sam Jardine, and then right there, Luke Martin laying the body on the line on a goal-scoring opportunity for Nick Pirog in a real dangerous area.
Fuel send it in. Puck sent right back out to the point. Teixeira holds it into the left point for Indy. Thomas back to Teixeira. He'll walk the line over to the far side. Spencer Watson skates in. Save made on his wrist shot. And Lacroix battling for it in the right wing corner, but Greenville's able to get to it and send it all the way down. Half a minute to go on the Fuel's power play.
The patience from Spencer Watson allows him to get that shot away. He knows he's got a penalty killer, Curtis Leonard, coming out at him. What does he do? Hold on to that puck for a second longer, pull it into his body. Then that opens the shooting lane and allows him to direct the puck at the net. High skill from Spencer Watson. Nothing that we're not used to seeing from him.
Sam Jardine broke up the Fuel's entry, so Indy had to regroup, and then the second time, Indy's able to get it into the zone. Thomas out to the point, Teixeira. Power play expires as Spencer Watson takes it into the middle, but he's poke-checked, and Brian Moore's out of the box. They send it to him one-on-one. Keone Teixeira was back. Moore blows a tire in the right wing corner, and Teixeira gets the puck, and Indy will break it along the far boards out to center. Tipped into the zone by Marcineau. Indy gets a change as Tim Davison settles it down. 5:13 to go, first period. The Fuel and Swamp Rabbits are scoreless. Greenville will work it up. Zimmer sends it into the fuel zone, and Willie Raskob gives Pecoraro a bump. Those two go into the right wing corner, and the puck squirts free, taken away by DJ Buzdecker of Indy. He'll skate it up the near boards out to neutral ice. Backhanded into the zone to David Brohl. Bottom of the circle, looks to center, but it's broken up. Puck comes back into the left wing corner. Buzdecker battling Zimmer for it, and Zimmer takes it away behind his own net. Buzdecker tries to jar it free, but the Swamp Rabbits able to settle it down. 4:38 to go. Indy gets a change. Lacroix's line is out there for the Fuel. And they force the hand on the forecheck, but Davison is able to get past the first forechecker, and Jake Slaker sends it in behind the Fuel net. Dan, go ahead.
That was a slick move behind the net by Tim Davison to get past the forecheck of Antoine Waked. Confident player on the back end for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
Lacroix takes a hit as the Fuel send it into the zone. Back out of the point. Chris Martinet has it knocked off of his stick, out of play, and we'll have a whistle. With 4:10 to go in a scoreless first period, the Indy Fuel, Greenville Swamp Rabbits. This is Indy Fuel. And the Rabbits are scoreless. Shots are 10-4 in favor of the Fuel. Nick, Indy has really carried the play so far in this game.
They have, and they've had some great opportunities offensively. Think back to the first shift of the game. Peter Krieger right off the post. They've had a couple other good looks. They've had Greenville on the run at times. Only a matter of time if they keep getting these offensive zone faceoffs. Eventually they're going to get some good and better looks.
Matt Marcineau to take an offensive zone draw for the Fuel against Joey Haddad of Greenville. Marcineau is tossed out of the circle, so Alex Rauter will take the face-off for Indy. And the puck loose. Comes free to the bottom of the circle. Marcineau sweeps it right through the crease. Alex Rauter and Marcineau now battling in the right wing corner. It comes out to Connolly, and Greenville will exit the zone. Nick Paling tried to sit it in. It hit a leg, and the Fuel take it back, but it's knocked right back into the Fuel zone by Greenville's Connolly. Nick Paling holds it in, looks to center right in front as Connolly. Tim Shoup came over and played the puck off of his stick before Connolly could settle it down and get a shot off.
It's a good thing he did, because he would have been in all alone with Dan Bakala. Good read by Paling, finding Connolly at the net front. Just snuck in behind the Indy Fuel's defenseman, completely unsuspecting. A great recovery from the Indy Fuel defenseman.
And the last 4 periods that we've seen them, I've been really impressed with the Paling twins. They've got a lot of speed, and they seem to know where each other is on the ice, and they seem to always make the right play.
Telekinesis, that's all I could say. They always know, they anticipate, and it's almost like they're brothers.
Yeah. Twins to boot.
That's right.
And their brother Ryan as well plays in the Montreal Canadiens organization. They all played together at St. Cloud State. Swamp Rabbits win the offensive zone draw. Tim Shoup going to battle Wedman for it in the left corner. Comes free to Moore for Greenville. He'll bring it out to the left point. Take it to the forehand. High slot shoots. Fought off by Bakala. Martin holds it in along the right wing boards. He looks to shoot. It's deflected over the net, and the Fuel players are saying it's out of play. Now the whistle comes as Greenville will have an offensive zone face-off. And so when the opponent has been carrying the play, as has been the case, the Fuel have been carrying the play, you want a couple of good shifts in a row, and the Palings provided one, and then another good one off the face-off. Wedman to take the draw for Greenville. Right wing circle in the Swamp Rabbits offensive zone. Peter Krieger to do so for Indy. It's one cleanly back to Davison. He shoots on goal from the left point. His wrist shot is fielded cleanly by Dan Bakala, who gloves it and gets a whistle. And again, we have a little bit of pushing and shoving as Wedman was in the neighborhood looking for a tip, and the Fuel took exception to the fact that he bumped Bakala en route.
A floater of a shot from Tim Davidson towards the net, looking for a deflection or a tip, but the Indy Fuel defensemen do another great job boxing out the forwards, making it tough for them to get to the net and try and get sticks on pucks.
Puck tied up off the draw in the Fuel's defensive zone. Barash tries to dig it free and does to Nick Pirog. He'll skate it out to center. He's poke-checked as he gets to neutral ice, and it's wrapped back into the Fuel zone by Bachman. Teixeira settles it down. Along the board, Zulsdorf takes it away for Greenville. His rink-wide pass to Moore at the Fuel line. He looks to center, knocked down. Good read by Lee. He'll bring it the other way. Lee 2-on-2, now 3-on-3 across the line. Brings it into the high slot, but is read well by Wedman, who gets the puck and sends it all the way down. Bakala has to play it, and chips it off the glass back out to center. It is kicked and taken away by Pirog. In across the Greenville line, drops it for Krieger. Back behind the net to Pirog. It hit him, and he looked like he tried to bring it out front, but never could settle the puck down. And as a result, the Swamp Rabbits are able to take it away, and Indy backs off for a change as Davison brings it out to center. Pass ahead for Slaker, doesn't connect, taken away by the Fuel. David Brohl gains the line, leaves it for Buzdecker. Into the left wing circle, he's poked by Martin, who's able to rake the puck back out to center, settled down there by Cliff Watson. And David Brohl, the former Toronto Maple Leaf, plays it back to Watson for Indy. 1:53 to go, scoreless first period. Watson couldn't stick handle through a player. Slaker brings it into the Fuel zone up the right side. He shoots and misses the net high. Held in at the point by Leonard. In behind the net for Paling. Jack Paling tried to center. Nobody was home, and Buzdecker chips it off the glass out to center ice. Thompson takes it there for Greenville. Now Martin across corner dump into the far corner. Antoine Waken will chip it out to center. Leonard settles it down, but can't get it past Buzdecker, who takes it away. Buzdecker into the zone, into the right wing corner for the Fuel. Takes it in behind the net. Martin was able to play it away and is able to elude a forechecker as well. Pecoraro for Greenville, out to Haddad. A rink wide pass to Zimmer at the Fuel line. And it's played back into the Fuel zone. Penalty coming on Indy. And now Chris Martinet is tied up with Zulsdorf. And several Swamp Rabbits are trying to get to Martinet. We'll see if an additional penalty is called here. The original one was going to be on the Fuel. It was a hit behind the play. It was a late hit. And it appears Greenville will be going to the power play for the first time tonight with 1:02 to go on a scoreless first. But let's see how this all shakes out. Martinet is headed to the box. And several Swamp Rabbits took exception to that hit.
It is going to be Chris Martinet. Again, heading to the penalty box. An undisciplined penalty he took in last night's game in the third period. And takes another penalty here. Looks like the signal from the referee was roughing of the sort. And so Martinet will sit for 2 minutes, and the Indy Fuel's penalty kill will go to work for the first time tonight.
Greenville on the power play. 4 for 37, 10.8%. They're 11th out of 13 teams currently playing in the league. Fort Wayne will join us in mid-February, but they're 2 for their last 22, although they did score a power play goal last night. The Fuel, 8th in the league on the kill at 85.3%. The penalty is Martinet for roughing, and the Swamp Rabbits win the offensive zone draw. Pecoraro up to Zimmer. One-timer goes wide. Tim Shoup gets the loose puck, but couldn't clear. Wedman sends it into the far corner for Thompson. Shoup is able to take it and send it out to neutral ice. And he brings it shorthanded, 2-on-2 across the line. Martin, who looked to drop it for Router, but it didn't quite connect. Pecoraro fans on the dump in, so he'll have to bring it back to his own line. 35 seconds to go in the period. Zimmer brings it into the Fuel zone. Looks to center for Wedman, but it was broken up by Indy, and the Fuel are able to clear. 25 seconds to go in the period. 1:20 on Martinet's penalty as the Swamp Rabbits bring it back into the Fuel zone. Zimmer, top of the right wing circle, shoots. Blocker save made by Backlund. Davison hops on the rebound but couldn't do anything with it. 12 seconds to go in the period as Zimmer takes it into the right wing corner. Back out to the right point Davison. Back to Zimmer along the right wing boards. He's tied up. Puck comes free to Teixeira. He'll send it all the way down the river, and that's how the first period will end. The Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits will have play a scoreless first period. Shots on goal 10-7 in favor of Indy. And the Swamp Rabbits will have 58 seconds of carryover power play time when we begin the second. And it was a period where you could tell both teams' attention to detail were really evident because there weren't a whole lot of really prime scoring chances in that period, but when there were, the goaltenders were equal to the task.
cut to go and damage your shoulder if they like. So
To be.
Period action getting set to begin between the Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits. We are scoreless. Greenville will have 58 seconds of carryover power play time when we begin the second period. Along with Nick Olchak, I'm Andrew Smith. And Nick, we've got another really good crowd in the building tonight. The Fuel have played to about 25% capacity, about 1,600 fans tonight. Every game has essentially been a sellout, and it's been another energetic crowd this evening.
It's been incredible, the support from the fan base of the Indy Fuel all season long. Sellouts, as you said, Andrew. These people are happy to have hockey back, but I want to extend along a message from the tremendous owner of the Indy Fuel, Jim Hallett. Just wanted to say thank you to all the fans for their support. I mean, the reality is that they've had to turn away fans because the tickets have gone so quickly. So please be sure, if you want to come to an Indy Fuel game, get your tickets early, get them often, get as many as you can. But the great work behind the scenes by the entire ownership group, Jim Hallett, Larry McQuarrie, everybody involved in the Indy Fuel front office have done an incredible job making sure that the right protocols are in place. But Jim Hallett just wanting to extend his thanks to all the great fans out there, and for those not actually here with us in the rink, for those listening and watching on Flow Hockey, and of course the online website as well. The support has been outstanding, and we love hockey, and anything we can do to provide a distraction from the real world, that's what we're here for.
And tonight as well, we're honoring first responders and those in the medical community, and certainly want to extend our thanks to all of our heroes who have been on the front lines of fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, and hope that you are enjoying the game especially as much tonight and get a little bit of an escape from the day-to-day life that can be so difficult for those who are really helping us stay healthy.
Yeah, they are the reason why we're here. There's no doubt about it. The health professionals, first responders, an incredible thank you goes out to everybody help fighting this pandemic. They are truly the brave and courageous people on the front lines.
We've had a little bit of a delay to start the second period, but it appears that has been sorted out. Matt Marcineau and Alex Rauter, the penalty-killing forwards for the Fuel. Cliff Watson and Tim Shoup on the back end, and Marcineau wins the draw, and Shoup clears it all the way down. 50 seconds to go in Greenville's power play. The Swamp Rabbits moving from right to left as you envision this rink in your mind's eye for the second period. Jake Slaker brings it into the Fuel zone, in behind the net, and wraps it around to the far point, and a good play is able to force the puck back out to the Greenville line. Well played by Alex Rauter. Sam Jardine indirect for Connolly through center, and his pass didn't quite connect, so Greenville's going to have to regroup again with 22 seconds to go in the power play. Slaker across the Fuel line, offside. He was stick handling a lot across the Fuel line, and it looked like that just threw off the timing, and so that's a big no-no. You don't want to commit an offside violation when you're on the power play, but that has happened. There's just 16 seconds left in the man advantage.
The rule of thumb there is no stick handling at the blue line. You have players that are trying to use their speed to get into the zone, get in behind, and yes, it's up to the players without the puck to try and stay on side, but when you got a guy skating full speed and then throws on the brakes and stick handles about 8 or 9 times, of course the other players are going to go off sides, and that is the responsibility of the puck carrier. When you're at the blue line, just be simple. Get it in over the blue line and then make your stick handles. Don't try and stick handle before you even get there.
Haddad wins the draw from Sullivan. Jardine, rink-wide pass to Connolly at center. 8 seconds to go in the power play for Greenville as Moore hammers it in. Backwell lets it go. And Chris Martinet is at the penalty box door, and he's out. We're back to 5 aside. Both teams 0 for 1 in the power play. Haddad in front of the net. Slaker looks to center for Moore, and Dan Backwell comes out, makes the save. Rebound deflected just wide as Moore was looking for the tip on Jardine's shot. Slaker looks to center, broken up nicely by the Fuel's Joe Sullivan to wand it away from Davison. And the Fuel work it out to center ice. Feet ahead up the left side. Taking it to the middle is Barash. It's shut down by Leatherman. And the puck comes in behind the Greenville net. Centering pass looking for Keone Teixeira, but he had vacated the point, so Indy is going to have to regroup at neutral ice. Peter Krieger looked to center, but he hit a leg, and Greenville wants transition the other way. 3-on-2 across the line. Pecoraro over to the far side. Shot on goal from Zimmer is denied by the Fuel goaltender, Dan Bakala. And the Fuel win the puck behind the net and are able to break it out to neutral ice. Settled down there by Davison, but Krieger sends it further forward into the Greenville zone. Zulsdorf for the Swamp Rabbits wraps it around to Zimmer in his own zone. And he's able to work it past the forecheckers out to center, where it's hopped on by Zulsdorf. Indirect pass for Nick Paling doesn't connect, and Indy's able to tip it back into the Swamp Rabbits end.
Well, Dan Bakala fighting off and making some real good saves earlier on the opportunity from Brian Moore and Sam Jardine. A pair of great stops from Dan Bakala, tested early in the second period.
Fuel sent it up to the point to Raskob in the Greenville zone. He tried to fire it further along, but Tim Davison picks it off and sends it back to the Fuel line, where DJ Buzdecker collects for Indy. Willie Raskob at his own line now, gains center red, wraps it in through both corners. David Brohl settles it down, but it hopped over his stick. Thompson wants transition ahead to Bachman. Up the right wing side, Bachman tries to turn on Watson, take it to goal, and it's played away from him, and David Brohl will bring it the other way. Chips it out to center, settled down by Martin, and the Fuel gain possession. Pass ahead to Brohl, gains the line, his shot deflected wide in behind the net. Leonard wraps it around, back up to neutral ice, where Tim Shoup settles it down. Goes D to Chris Martinet. He'll wrist one from center ice high and wide. Buzdecker tries to keep it alive and wave it out to the point, but Thompson gets there for Greenville. Rink-wide pass through neutral ice, broken up by Chris Martinet, and Alex Rauter takes it in his own zone. Across his own line, across center red. Rauter indirect feed, looking for Spencer Watson, doesn't connect, and Martin takes it away for Greenville. Wedman couldn't chip it out. Spencer Watson, high slot, tries to corral the puck, does. His shot from the right circle is blocked into the corner by Leonard. And the Swamp Rabbits try to get it free, but it comes to Spencer Watson, and his shot from the right half wall goes high and wide and up and out of play as he was trying to pick the top corner. Spencer Watson forces a couple of turnovers, and the Fuel gets some good pressure out of it.
Well, initially it was the turnover from Matt Wedman trying to clear the zone. An Indy Fuel player did a real nice job blocking it, keeping the play alive, and then there was Spencer Watson with an opportunity. Always finds himself in a goal-scoring position, just seems to be in the right place at the right time all the time, but another good shot block by Curtis Leonard on that last play.
Lacroix to take the draw for Indy, has Wakeett in the shooter's hole, but the Swamp Rabbits win it. And Sam Jardine, the former Fuel defenseman, skies it to the Indy line. Puck sent ahead, looking for Jack Paling in the left corner. Lee wraps it around, but it's held in at the right point by Zulsdorf. Further along the wall, Teixeira gets there for Indy, and the Fuel break it out to center. Joe Sullivan tried to tip it past Jardine, but a good heads-up play was able to ward it free. Jardine along the near wall, chips it into the Fuel zone. Mike Lee will track it down. It didn't touch anybody, however, and it goes all the way down for icing. And so the Fuel with an offensive zone draw, 15:45 to go, and Jardine and Lacroix having some words after the whistle, and the linesmen step in to separate them.
Saw a little bit of that in yesterday's game in the second period. Kind of had a couple minutes where the intensity was really, really high physically after the whistle skirmishes. Kind of came and went in yesterday's game.
Fuel in the offensive zone draws. Shot goes just wide from Pirog. Barash tries to hop on it on the near boards, but it's taken away by Greenville. Brian Moore, a head-to-head ad, into the right wing circle, in behind the net. He's poked off the play, and the Fuel gain possession and get it out to center. We've got a tripping call coming on Greenville as Peter Krieger was trying to break it out and was tripped on the way, and the Fuel headed to the power play for the second time tonight as Jack Paling got the stick in to break up the breakout and did not do so legally.
Well, it's all about the acceleration. The first three steps, once you get the puck, can you create enough separation between yourself and the defenders chasing you? Peter Krieger did just that. An explosive burst of speed there out of the zone, gets hauled down. It looked like it was indeed Jack Paling that you had mentioned, Andrew, and looks like they're trying to figure out maybe who it was, but from the replay that we saw, looked like it was indeed Jack Paling.
But they're sending Brian Moore to the penalty box And he is protesting because, from the video we saw, it was clearly not Brian Moore. But the linesman's going to come over and try to explain things to Andrew Lord, the Greenville coach. Came back to North America after coaching for 6 seasons in the EIHL, and now Joey Haddad's also taken up residence in the penalty box. And Greenville still has 4 players on the ice, so we may have a case where we've got a double minor or a misconduct, but it's Haddad who's on the clock and Brian Moore who's in the box. 5-on-4 power play for Indy. Peter Krieger to take the draw, left wing circle, offensive end, wins it. Out to the point for Raskop. And now to Barash. Barash at the top of the right wing circle. Back diagonal, and Krieger's shot is blocked and cleared. Back out to center. Brian Moore received a misconduct. Haddad gets called for tripping, and Moore will sit for 10 minutes. The Fuel gain the zone, but it's broken up, and Nick Paling clears it all the way down for Greenville.
That was a good job by the Greenville penalty killers, holding the blue line, not giving the Indy Fuel power play players a lot of space to make moves entering the zone.
Dump in, took a weird carom off a leg and is cleared again by the Swamp Rabbits. 1:15 to go on a Fuel power play that hasn't had much doing so far. We're scoreless, 14:33 to go in the second period. Raskop drops on the delay play. Indy gains the zone. Spencer Watson into the right wing circle. Plays it in behind the net. They let it go all the way to the left point for Keone Teixeira. Over to the right boards, back diagonal to Watson. He skates in, top of the right circle, drops it for Teixeira, center point. Over to the left side, Lacroix shot deflected, and the Fuel tried to play it across the seam to Spencer Watson. It didn't get there, but Spencer was able to hop on the puck. Right circle, back diagonal now to Thomas, and it hopped over his stick. Tried to play it a little further along, but it's broken up by the Swamp Rabbits, and Leonard skates it out and clears it all the way down with half a minute to go in the Fuel's power play.
And the Indy Fuel have found some success in that cross-seam pass, just have not been able to direct their shots at the net and follow up any rebound opportunities, but that cross-seam pass has been there.
Marcineau sends it in. Greenville tried to clear. Jared Thomas picked it off, and now here's Thompson with an opportunity. Takes it in behind the net, short-handed for Greenville. Looks to center. It's blocked down, and the puck in the far corner. And the Swamp Rabbits gain possession, and they'll play it out to center, and that'll do it for the power play. Haddad's out of the box, and the Fuel 0 for 2. Haddad shoots coming out of the penalty box from the left point. Backlow with a right pad save, and the Fuel clear it out to center. Pass ahead to Matt Marcineau, 1-on-2 across the line. He'll whip it in behind the net. Lethen sends it around for Jardine. He'll play it to the opposite corner for Martin, but David Brohl keeps it alive for Indy. And a shot from the point is deflected wide. Buzdecker sends one all the way through the crease, and it comes to Brohl along the goal line on the left side, but he couldn't do anything with it. Wrapped around, held in by Buzdecker at the right point. Bunts it ahead for Krieger, who it takes a one-timer and misses it just wide of the left post. Mike Lee with a shot from the center point gets through, but John Letheman makes the save and gobbles it up to get a whistle. 12:41 to go in the second period. The Indy Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits remain scoreless. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
When you get care at Community Health Network, you're part of our community. And in our community, nothing should get between you and your health, not even the cost of care. When the time comes, our advocacy team will help you figure it out, whether you're uninsured or underinsured, so you can focus on what really matters, your health. Community Health Network. Exceptional care, simply delivered. Get support at ecommunity.com/simplydelivered.
Stand by me.
Body and Soul Massage Therapy is committed to providing the Indianapolis area with premier personalized massage therapy services in a friendly, relaxing environment. Adding a regular sports massage schedule to your training routine will help you train harder, perform better, recover faster, and reach your goals more quickly. Body and Soul is the official massage therapist of the Indy Fuel. Contact Body and Soul Massage Therapy at bodysoul.massagetherapy.com or call us at 317-992-2976.
This is Indy Fuel Hockey with Nick Olchek and Andrew Smith.
Don't forget, this event is being streamed live today. Go to flowhockey.tv, download the Flow Sports app on iOS, Android, Roku, Apple TV 4, and Amazon Fire TV to catch all the action and archived footage.
Happy to have Flow Sports as our streaming partner for the ECHL this season. The Fuel win the offensive zone draw, and a shot from the point is on goal from Cliff Watson. But John Lethleman, the rookie, again equal to the task, makes a glove save and holds on for a whistle. Good face-off play. That's one thing the Fuel have been good at during Doug Christensen's 1+ years here in Indy, is their face-off plays have led to a lot of scoring chances.
And it all starts with winning the draw. You got to have guys that are committed to winning the face-off, not just the centerman, but counting on the wingers to come in and help if it's a 50-50 battle off the draw.
This time the Swamp Rabbits win the draw in their own zone, and Sam Jardine chips it off the glass back into the Indy end, and it floats all the way down for icing. So another offensive zone draw for the Fuel. And Doug Christensen gets to dictate the matchup because Greenville cannot change. And it looks like he'll stick with that same group of Lacroix, Sullivan, and Waken. Cedric Lacroix acquired on Monday by the Fuel, making his Indy debut. 68 points in 106 ECHL games with Wheeling, Greenville, and Toledo. Only one of those games was played with Toledo right before the season ended last year. Swamp Rabbits win the draw. They come through center with speed. Zimmer up the left side, shoots high and wide and out of play. And so offensive zone faceoff coming for Greenville, as 200-foot rush leads to a chance for Zimmer.
Right off the faceoff, Greenville comes back the other way, full head of steam, and if not for a great stick by Cliff Watson, leading with his stick, one hand on the stick, fully extended, covering a lot more space. He goes stick on puck and blocks the shot from a speeding Max Zimmer up and out of play.
Connolly to take the draw for Greenville in the left wing circle in their offensive zone. 12:25 to go. We remain scoreless in the second period. And the Fuel win it cleanly. Chris Martinet behind his own net with Zimmer into forecheck. Martinet flushed out, is able to go D to D to his partner Tim Shoup, who one-hands it into the Greenville zone. Lacroix takes his man. Sullivan as well takes his. The puck comes free to Antoine Waken. He bumps his man free out to the point for Martinet. Slap shot deflected just wide from the top of the crease. The Fuel maintain possession. Tim Shoup shoots high and wide from the right point. Antoine Waken hops on it along the far boards. Tried to chip it further along, but Martinet had vacated. But the Swamp Rabbits clear, and again, this will be icing. And a tired group of Swamp Rabbits out there, and maybe a little bit sore after the Sullivan, Waken, Lacroix line was taking the body with every opportunity on that shift.
Well, it seemed like each forward there put a real good lick on one of the Greenville defensemen or center. Those guys are right out there sucking wind now, but a great shift from the Indy Fuel fourth line. That's what you need from those guys. Role players, forcing the issue, good on the body, and they get an offensive zone draw. So now Doug Christensen can send out his offensive players for an offensive faceoff.
Marcineau, Rauter, and Watson are out there, and Marcineau hadn't even put the stick down, and he's chased out of the circle. So Rauter will take it, wins it cleanly back to Lee at the right point. Sends one wide with a wrist shot. Spencer Watson backhands it to Marcineau, but puck hopped over his stick below the goal line. Zimmer trying to play it out. It's taken away by Indy. Spencer Watson in the right corner. Looks to center for Rauter. Into the slot. Shot deflected wide by Zulsdorf. Rauter chops it through both corners to Spencer Watson. Leaves it out to the point. Now Lee looks for a deflection in front, and it didn't get all the way through, and Zimmer lobs it back to the Fuel line. Teixeira ahead to Rauter, and he'll try to send it in, but it's knocked down by Zimmer. Indy's able to regroup, and Alex Rauter will bring it into the zone to Spencer Watson. Right circle, look to center, and a hit a leg and kick to Haddad for Greenville. They'll bring it the other way, 3-on-2 developing. Karch Bachman, however, couldn't handle the pocket of back-checking Lee. Able to break it up, and Indy brings it the other way. Matt Marcineau across the line. Shovels it to Nick Pirog in the left circle. He tries to whip it away from the defense and sends it in behind the net. Davison lobs it back to the Fuel line. Things settle down after some pretty good pressure by Indy. The Fuel head man back to the line, and Peter Krieger couldn't quite handle it. Pirog comes in to keep it alive. Haddad takes it away for Greenville, and now Leonard will skate it out. Through the neutral zone to Bachman with speed. Slap shot from the left circle. Right on, and Bakala gobbles it up to get a whistle with 10:24 to go in a scoreless game between the Fuel and Greenville Swamp Rabbits.
Well, Andrew, while we've got a minute here, I want to give a quick shout out to a very good friend of the great owner of the Indy Fuel. Jim Hallett being the owner, his good friend Barry Reed watching the game tonight. Located all the way in Victoria, BC, British Columbia, all the way out west in Canada. So hello to Barry. Hopefully you're enjoying a real intense game. Nothing halfway through the second period.
Greenville wins the offensive zone draw. Martin takes a shot. It's blocked in front, and the Fuel clear it. But the outlet pass doesn't connect, so it goes all the way down for icing. So Greenville will have an offensive zone draw. Victoria, BC, beautiful country.
It is.
Out on the west coast of Canada, and Victoria, Vancouver Island, west of Vancouver. About as far west as you can get in North America.
It has been dying to go there since I was a young kid. Haven't been out there, but hey, maybe Barry Reed, the #1 Canadian hockey Fuel, or the Indy Fuel hockey fan, can maybe get a set up out there.
That would be very nice.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
10-12 to go, second period. Wedman to take the draw into the left wing circle in the Greenville offensive zone.
And hey, any friend of Jim Hallett's a good guy to know.
Absolutely. And we're thankful for Jim Hallett and the ownership group and everything they have done for hockey here in Indy, and not just at the professional level, but also all the way down to the youth level. Greenville wins the draw. Nick Paling tries to send it goalward. It's blocked by the Fuel, and they chip it out to center. Pass ahead doesn't connect with Brawl, and Nick Paling gains the zone 3-on-2. Into the right wing circle, shoots on goal. Bakala shuts it down and gobbles it up for a whistle with 9:58 to go. We're more than halfway through and still looking for our first goal.
Well, Jack Paling with a great opportunity. Real good defending from Cliff Watson there. He was taking away the pass the whole way, exactly what you want to do. In a 2-on-1 situation, if you're the defenseman, you have to take away the cross-seam, cross-ice pass. He did just that. He forces Paling to take the shot. And a square positional save made by Dan Bakala. He has looked really, really strong from the opening minutes of this game.
Wedman, the rookie who played in the Western Hockey League out in Kelowna last year, as well as Seattle, on the draw, but it's one from him. And now Nick Paling back into the Fuel zone. Tries to take it to goal. Shoop shuts that down. A follow-up shot is shut down by Bakala with a stick save. And the puck in the left wing corner in the Fuel end. Tim Shoop and Nick Paling battling for it. Jack Paling also in there, able to work it free. And behind the net to Jack Paling. Takes it into the right wing corner, and the puck is deflected up and out of play. So we'll have a face-off back in the Fuel zone. It's like it went up in the netting and came back down onto the ice.
Yeah, solid defending there from Chris Martin. And I mean, he has got one of the longest sticks I think I've ever seen. Standing 6'7". His stick is probably 6'10", maybe even 7 feet long. And he just doesn't need to be overly quick. Just puts his stick into an area and covers so much space.
Shot blocked by from Zimmer, and the Fuel transition it out. When you're 6'7", you get the exemption to have the longer stick, so you might as well take advantage of it.
That's right.
Puck sent into the Greenville zone, taken away by Spencer Watson to Marcineau, but he's poke-checked cleanly by Zimmer as he tried to take it through the slot. Here come the Swamp Rabbits the other way. Feed Haddad. He looks to center, but Zimmer had his stick tied up, and a shot from the point goes wide. Leonard in behind the net for Haddad, working on Teixeira in the right corner. Those two tie each other up. Puck comes to Pecoraro. Teixeira's still down. Pecoraro out to the center point for a shot that is fought off by Bakala on the stick of Martin. And now a centering feed from Pecoraro doesn't quite connect with Connolly. He shovels it out to Martin at the point. Looks to get it into the slot for Zimmer. His shot goes just wide. And Marcineau scoops it out to center to relieve the pressure. Best shift of the game probably for Greenville. Puck's into the right wing corner. Keone Teixeira takes his man. The puck comes free. It hits a loose piece of equipment. There's a helmet sitting down there in the corner, and Indy's able to gain possession. Pass out to Alex Rauter at his own line. Up the right wing side, and it's chipped in by Mike Lee. And giving chase is Barash. Look to put it out in front. It hit a leg, but it comes out to the point. Shot on goal, fought off by Lethleman. He didn't know where it was, but Greenville was able to get to it. Connolly goes rink wide in his own zone to Bachman, and he'll take it behind the net to Sam Jardine. Flushed out by Peter Krieger. Final 8 minutes of the second period. Feed ahead to Bachman through center up the right wing boards. Bachman into the right circle. His shot is blocked in front, and it trickles in to Dan Bakula's crease, and the Fuel goaltender reaches down and covers up for a whistle with 7:45 to go in the second period of a scoreless game.
Karch Bachman, that's a name we've heard a lot over the last 48 hours. 2 goals last night, a shorthanded goal. I mean, his speed is as quick as anybody, and all he's really got to do is wind it up through the neutral zone, put his head down, put the shoulder down, and drive wide, and he can pretty much beat anybody. And so that's why if you're a defenseman, you want to give him a little bit extra space, knowing that you don't want to have too close of a gap, because if you do, he's going to zoom right by you.
Bachman has 3 points in his last 2 games. The native of Wolcottville, Indiana, up about 30 miles northwest of Fort Wayne. And the Fuel win the defensive zone draw. Willie Raskob through center, tried to feed it ahead to Brohl, but it was taken away from him and chipped back into the Indy zone. Cliff Watson around to Buzdecker, and the pass doesn't quite connect, but a sprawling Jared Thomas able to reach out and at least play it out across the blue line and force Greenville to regroup. Raskob behind his own net. And here's a stretch pass to Buzdecker into the zone, into the left wing circle. He shoots. Lethleman aggressively out of his crease, forces it wide. Now Jared Thomas looks to center for Buzdecker, but it hit a leg and didn't connect, and Thompson will take it away for Greenville. Rink wide pass to Slaker up the right wing side, puts on the brakes in the Fuel zone, but lost the puck as Jared Thomas back checked and took it away. Now DJ Buzdecker sends it into the Greenville zone. Lethleman, the goaltender, settles it down. The Fuel getting a change. 6:48 to go, second period. We remain scoreless. Leonard sends it out to the Fuel line where Tim Shoup settles it down. Goes D to Martinet. Pass doesn't connect. Jack Paling in on the forecheck. Forces Martinet's pass to be deflected up out of play, and that means defensive zone draw for the Fuel.
And that was a real strong defensive play by Jared Thomas. Tim Shoup shut down the original offensive opportunity from Jake Slaker. The puck was laying there, and then who comes in on the back check? It's Jared Thomas. That's hard work as a forward. You got to be committed and dedicated to coming back. He did just that, and he cleans up a play where if he's not there, maybe Slaker gets a shot off. So good defending originally from Shoup, and coming in and cleaning up the business. Jared Thomas did his job.
Marcineau and Slaker on the draw in the right wing circle in the Fuel zone, and it's won by Marcineau cleanly back to the defense. They can't get it out. Zulsdorf holds it in at the right point. Along the far boards, Bachman shovels it into the right wing corner for Jake Slaker, being watched by Marcineau. Takes it in along the boards, out to the center point, now to Leonard, left point. Pass doesn't quite connect with him, but he's able to corral it off the boards and send it a little further along. Centering pass is knocked down behind the net by Shoup, but Slaker hops on it. Into the right wing circle, back diagonal to Leonard, left point, through traffic, stick save made by Bakula. And Jack Paling gets to it for Greenville. Whips it in behind the net. Zulsdorf activates to keep it alive. Bachman now has it at the right point for the Swamp Rabbits. Look to put it through the slot, but the only players who were there were wearing red sweaters, and here come the Fuel the other way. Alex Rauter forced back at his own line. 5:48 to go, second period, scoreless game. Tim Shoup through center to Matt Marcineau. He's tied up at his own line, but is able to work the puck free briefly, but Haddad takes it away. Zulsdorf headmans to the Fuel line where it's backhanded on goal by Zimmer, and it's plucked out of the air by Dan Bakula for a whistle with 5:34 to go. In the second period, the Fuel and Swamp Rabbits are scoreless. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
Upgrade your home decor at Hoosier Home Furnishings. We provide you quality furniture for every room in your home at a price that's right for you. At Hoosier Home Furnishings, we value our customers. We are family owned and operated. Check out our showroom at 1005 East Main Street in Plainfield. Give us a call at 317-778-4128 or visit us at HoosierHomeFurnishings.com. Again, that's 317-778-4128 or HoosierHomeFurnishings.com. Hoosier Home Furnishings, where quality doesn't have to be expensive.
When it comes to Hondas, your Central Indiana Honda dealers have plenty to choose from. The fan favorite CR-V, the sleek and stylish Civic Sedan, the extra efficient Insight Hybrid, Kelley Blue Book award-winning stars, all built with hometown pride and made right here in Indiana. Test drive a new Honda today and experience these favorites for yourself, or shop the latest offers at CentralIndianaHondaDealers.com. What are you waiting for?
Shot right off the face-off by Martin, but a blocker save made by Bakala for number 18 on the knot. Puck into the left wing corner. Zimmer out to the point. Martin through traffic, deflected just wide. It didn't get all the way through. Zimmer in the right circle, shoots from a sharp angle, and it's fought off, and here come the Fuel the other way. And Sullivan sends it in behind the net. Letherman will send it to an open corner where it's held in by Lacroix. Out to the point, pass for Lee, and his one-timer goes just wide. And Antoine Waken holds it in along the far boards. Sends it in behind the net where the Fuel gained possession. Out to the point, Mike Lee. Stick handles past to Swamp Rabbit into the right wing circle. Lee looks to put it out in front for Barash. He couldn't quite get to it, but is able to work it out to the point for a shot from Teixeira. That's on goal, and Letherman makes a glove save and holds on for a whistle with 4:40 to go in the second period of a scoreless game.
There's another strong offensive zone shift from the Indy Fuel's fourth line of Antoine Waken, Cedric Lacroix, and Joe Sullivan. I mean, this is what these guys need to do. Get it in, go to work, lay the body on a team that is severely undermanned, only playing with 16 skaters in this game tonight, and they set up the top line again for an offensive zone draw. As Doug Christensen, you could not ask for anything more from your fourth line.
The Swamp Rabbits get a skater back as Brian Moore has been released from the penalty box after serving his 10-minute misconduct. So they're back to their full complement of 16. And the Swamp Rabbits win the defensive zone draw. Wedman into the Fuel zone, takes it to goal, and Bakala shuts down to the near post. Wedman hops back on it. Out to Zulsdorf, left point, looks to center, and a good play breaking up the pass for Connolly allows the Fuel to gain possession and work it out center. Indirect pass into the zone. Pirog shoots from the top of the right wing circle and misses just wide of the right post. Wedman wants transition the other way, 2-on-2 across the line with Thompson. He shoots, fought off by Bakala. Rebound, Bakala makes the save, and he got the third one on an open side. Zulsdorf then shoots. Bakala got that one too, and holds on for a whistle. Dan Bakala with a couple of outstanding saves to keep this one scoreless. The most recent one on Zulsdorf when Bakala looked down and out.
Well, this sequence resulted in a shot from Nick Pirog, which went well wide, and then that started the breakout for Greenville. And they get about 3, 4, 5 looks. And Dan Bakala swimming around in the crease like a fish, diving all around, fights it off. Unorthodox goaltending there, but he keeps it out of the net. That's all you're worried about. He has had some sequences where he's faced one shot and then again, and just been outstanding all night long.
Offensive zone draw for Greenville. And Jared Thomas taking it for Indy. Jake Slaker for the Swamp Rabbits. And Slaker wins it. Comes out to the point to Curtis Leonard. He'll send one through traffic on goal. And Dan Bakala makes a glove save and holds on for a whistle with 3:56 to go. One thing Nick Greenville does a lot, they use their points really well in the cycle.
They do, and that's when you need your wingers to get out and try and block those shots, or at least get a stick or get in the lane to force a defenseman to go one way or the other, or you get in the shooting lane, force them to send it back down into the corner. One thing I've noticed about Greenville, they're not afraid to shoot the puck from anywhere, especially from the point. The emphasis is on the wingers to try and get out, put pressure on those defensemen, and, of course, block the shot.
Fuel gained possession off the draw, bring it into the Greenville zone, held in at the point briefly, and yes, held in at the point by Martinet. Back diagonal to Buzdecker, pass was a little bit behind him. He couldn't quite handle it cleanly, and here comes Bachman the other way for Greenville. Looks to center for Slaker. It doesn't connect, but Jack Paling hops on it into the corner, around to Bachman, right corner. Looks to put it in front, deflected just wide by Slaker. Slaker in behind the net, tries a wraparound. Bakula shuts it down and covers up for a whistle with 3:24 to go in the second period. Greenville with a lot of pressure, but we remain scoreless.
They try shooting. That's not beating Dan Bakula. They try the wraparound attempt. That's not beating him either. He's in his zone right now. And the Indy Fuel with an inadvertent pass in the offensive zone, leading to a chance the other way. Karch Bachman using that great speed to push back the Indy Fuel defenseman. That opens up some offensive layers for Greenville. But Dan Bakula's been there all night.
Swamp Rabbits win the offensive zone draw. Zulsdorf shoots wide from the center point. Rebound hits the strings. Willie Raskob will leave it for his D partner Cliff Watson behind his own net. Pass off the boards, picked off by Zimmer into the high slot. Haddad's shot is blocked into the corner. Good stick there by Raskob. And Pecoraro takes it behind the net. Back out to the right point for Zulsdorf. And he'll cycle it in behind the goal for Liam Pecoraro. Left corner. Looking behind the net for Zimmer. He'll let it go for Zulsdorf, who activates. Takes it behind the net again for Pecoraro. Into the right corner. Back diagonal to Jardine at the left point. He shoots wide as he wristed it in intentionally wide, looking for Pecoraro, who wins the puck below the goal line. Tries to put it out in front. Zimmer scores. You just felt that one coming. Greenville had constant pressure. And finally, Pecoraro wins a loose puck below the goal line. Put it out in front for Zimmer, and Max Zimmer scores his third goal of the season, and Greenville leads it 1-0.
Well, Greenville had Indy in a pressure cooker in their own zone. Liam Pecoraro goes behind the net. He falls down, but maintains possession, centers it out front, and Max Zimmer, the former Wisconsin Badger, finds it on the backhand. Able to raise that puck up enough. And you felt there was either going to be a penalty coming or a goal for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. They did do just that. And that is the first goal of the game for Greenville.
And the goal is Zimmer from Pecoraro and Sam Jardine at 17:21, giving Greenville a 1-0 lead for Jardine. That's his 8th assist and 9th point of the year. He leads all ECHL defensemen in points, and he leads the Swamp Rabbits in scoring.
And it was his original shot that went wide, and then Pecoraro did a real nice job hopping on the loose puck, possessing it, and then eventually getting it to the front of the net.
We're back to action. Mike Lee in his own zone loses it to Thompson, but Lacroix rescues the puck. Chips it along the boards for Sullivan. Back out to Lee. Skates it through center to Sullivan up the right wing side. Look to center. It was a little bit behind Lacroix. Puck over along the far boards for Nick Paling. He's not able to get it past Antoine Waken, who sends it in behind the net. Dug free by Sullivan. Out to the trailer for a shot. It was Peter Krieger, who was alone in the slot, but Letheman aggressively comes out, makes a glove save, and holds on for a whistle with 2 minutes to go in the second period. The Fuel trail 1-0. That one of their best chances of the night.
Well, coming off of a goal against, the next shift, you want to have a great shift. And Doug Christensen sends out the fourth line, who've had some great offensive shifts. Another example there, and Peter Krieger coming off the bench. Set up beautifully in a great scoring spot of the ice, but John Letheman comes out aggressive, cuts down the angle, and snags it with the trapper.
Swamp Rabbits win the draw, play it to the Fuel line. Slaker trying to get past Martinet, who wards the puck free into the corner, and those two go down, and Martinet still hasn't gotten up. Puck out to the right point, centering feed is knocked down, and now the whistle blows as the Fuel are in possession. And Chris Martinet is still down. 1:43 to go, second period. He and Slaker went into the corner. He made a good defensive play to keep Slaker from getting to the front of the net, and they got tangled up awkwardly and were both slow to get up, and now Martinet is to his feet with George Bullock, the athletic trainer, and he'll skate to the dressing room.
Well, it was a case of Slaker going for the puck. Slaker falls down, and then Chris Martinet just kind of tabletops right over him, and he looks like he goes face first into the dasher or glass. And he went in crashing really hard. They were going in there at a high rate of speed, and just kind of a fluky play. The player in front of you goes down, and you're going in there full speed. You fall right over him, go face first into the glass. So we certainly hope that Chris Martin is okay as he heads to the dressing room.
A minute 43 to go, second period. Greenville leads at 1-0. Fuel will win the draw in the defensive zone. The puck chipped out to center. Leonard settles it down, sends it right back to the Fuel line, and the Fuel will play it back into the Greenville zone where Leonard will hop on it in the near corner. And comes free to Bachman. Now it's taken away by the Fuel, out to the point. Taking it right down the slot, looking to send it in front was Cliff Watson. It was broken up. In behind the net, Barash. Tied up, but Pirog takes the puck. Over to Krieger. He walks the goal line, puts it on goal from a sharp angle, and a save is made by Leatherman. Bachman comes the other way with a full head of steam for Greenville. He takes it into the left wing circle and fires a wrist shot wide. Comes out to the point, Sam Jardine. He'll cycle it a little further along. And here's a shot, save, rebounded, diving play. Denies Wedman, who had a wide open net, and forces the shot wide. Sam Jardine in the left wing corner. Out to Bachman, final minute of the second period. Back diagonal to Tim Davison at the right point. He'll fire a wrist shot on goal, and Dan Bakula at the top of his crease makes a glove save and holds on for a whistle with 42 seconds to go. Fuel trail 1-0 thanks to a diving play. It's not 2-0 because Wedman had an open side on the weak side.
That was Derek Barash acting as Superman, diving to keep that puck out. I mean, there was a wide open 6x4 for Matt Wedman. But Derek Barash, again, it's that commitment to team defense. Blocking shots, diving to keep it out of the back of your net. A great play. And he keeps Greenville only up by 1.
Swamp Rabbits win the draw, take it to goal. Blocker save made on Jardine by Bakula, and the Fuel clear it out to center, back into the Greenville zone. Jardine gets to it. Brohl into forecheck in the far corner. Able to outlet. Brohl lays the hit on Jardine, but the Swamp Rabbits work it through center. Pecoraro 2-on-2 across the line. He shoots from the left circle high. Held in at the far point by Martin. And the puck comes into the far corner. Teixeira battling 2 Swamp Rabbits for it. It's dug free by Lee of the Fuel behind his own net. He turns it over, however. Comes out to Jardine at the left point. Shoots through traffic. Bakula fights it off and makes a glove save and holds on for a whistle with 3.6 seconds to go in the second period. And I think if you're the Fuel right now, you're under siege. You just want to win this draw and get to the dressing room with this a 1-0 game.
That's exactly what you're trying to do. Win the draw. Possess it. Don't allow Greenville to get control of this faceoff because they're trying to set up a play. They've got Tim Davison on the far side looking like they're maybe trying to get it to him with Zimmer in the shooter's hole.
It had to take the draw for the Swamp Rabbits. Matt Marcineau for Indy. Face off in the left wing circle in Greenville's offensive zone. And Marcineau wins it cleanly back to the end boards, and the second period expires with the Greenville Swamp Rabbits dominating the period and getting the only goal to take a 1-0 lead going into the third. The shots in that period were 20-9 in favor of Greenville and 27-19 for the game. And a little bit of talking between Davison and Cliff Watson on the way off the ice. And still some conversations between the Fuel players and the officials as they might want to call, but I don't think one is coming. So second intermission forthcoming here at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum. The Indy Fuel trailing the Greenville Swamp Rabbits 1-0. And our second intermission show will commence momentarily. Nick and I will recap the period, and then later on we'll preview the upcoming NHL season. That's all right after this. To the Tampa Bay Lightning right
from the Indy Fuel and the Chicago Blackhawks. You got 4 players in the Blackhawks training camp right now.
The Fuel have been a pretty good third period team. They're +2 in third period goal differential. Greenville -6, 13th in the league. We're 5 aside to begin. No carryover penalties. And we'll see the Peter Krieger line for Indy and Joey Haddad's line for Greenville to begin the third period. The puck is down and away we go. And the Fuel gain possession off the draw. Willie Raskob will send it in. John Lethman leaves it for his D, and they'll bring it up. Pass into the right wing corner for Zimmer for Greenville. Cliff Watson gets there for the Fuel, but works it around to the far side. It's kicked back into the corner. Watson goes D to Willie Raskob, and he'll outlet, but can't get it through Zimmer out to center. But on second effort, the Fuel do clear it to Barash, who brings it to the Greenville line, but he stood up there. And the Swamp Rabbits able to send it back to the Fuel line at neutral ice. Lead to Teixeira across the Greenville line. Drops it for Marcineau. He skates in, shoots from the left wing circle. And Lethman makes a glove save and holds on for a whistle. His 20th save of the night. And the Fuel will have an offensive zone draw with 19:17 to go in the third period. They trail it 1-0.
Well, it's often talked about being near one another for close support. And Keone Teixeira leading the rush there. And a real nice read by Matty Marcineau to jump in behind, be that second wave of support coming. Nice heads up and drop pass by Teixeira, and Marcineau able to get a shot on goal. A relatively easy save for Johnny Lethman.
Fuel win the draw. Spencer Watson takes it behind the net, leaves it for Marcineau. Takes it into the right wing corner. He's played off the puck nicely by Jake Slaker, who spins off of a check and works it free to Bachman at center ice, who will wrap it in. Dan Bakula will play it himself around to Spencer Watson. Quick pass to Marcineau. He tried to headman for Alex Rauter. It bounced off of his stick into the Greenville zone, and the play was offside. So we'll actually, it was offside because the Fuel are being allowed to change, but going to come back all the way into the zone. It was icing. Okay, the puck was played behind the red line. That's was the case, so it's icing, and they were chasing Martinet off the ice as he was trying to come on and sneak his way on. Greenville wins the draw. Zulsdorf's shot blocked into the corner. Good stick there by Alex Rauter. And they look to center to Bachman, broken up by the Fuel, and here they come the other way. Puck chipped ahead to an open wing. Matt Marcineau hops on it, takes it into the left wing corner of the Greenville end, stays on it with the bump from Zulsdorf, leaves it for Lee in the left wing corner. He works off of a defenseman, works it free to DJ Buzdecker, takes it below the goal line, tries to tie up Zulsdorf, who's able to take the puck away. And here comes Jack Paling for Greenville. Puck one-handed into the zone by Bachman. He and the rest of the Swamp Rabbits go for a change as the Fuel gain the puck. David Brohl at his own line, up the left wing side, looked to headman to Thomas, but it was broken up by Martin of the Swamp Rabbits, and Greenville gains possession. 18:05 to go, third period. The Swamp Rabbits lead at 1-0. Garrett Thompson through center, chips it into the Fuel zone, looking for Nick Paling in the right wing corner. Tried to go to the opposite corner, but it was taken away by Thomas, and the Fuel send it in. Martin behind his own net for Greenville, wraps it around for Nick Paling. He shovels it out to center to Garrett Thompson, tried to backhand it into the Fuel zone, broken up by Cliff Watson, but his D-to-D pass didn't connect with Shoup, and Thompson takes it, centers out in front, and Nick Paling fanned on a shot from the doorstep and pushed it just wide. Good opportunity there for Greenville after the Fuel turned it over in their own zone. David Brohl cross corner dump into the Greenville zone. Garrett Thompson's the first one there. Takes it behind his own net.
Cliff Watson got a little bit too much puck watching there, leaving Paling all alone in front. Got to make sure that when you're that defenseman, you got to stay at the net front, have your head on a swivel, know who's around, so that way you don't allow those net front passes. Paling missed a glorious opportunity.
Antoine Waked sends it into the Greenville zone, goes after it himself. Leonard ties him up, and that allows the Swamp Rabbits to gain possession. Zimmer, who has the only goal of the game, gains the Fuel zone to Haddad. He tried to chop it goalward, and Lee tied up his stick, and the puck dribbled in on Dan Bakula, who covers it up to get a whistle with 16:51 to go in the third period of game. Greenville leads 1-0. And that kind of takes us back to puck management. We talked about a little bit earlier, the turnover that led to that scoring chance by Paling. And Greenville's a team that will make you pay for making mistakes. Krieger and Haddad on the draw. Haddad wins it cleanly. Back to Zulsdorf, right point. to Pecoraro. He peels off the boards, takes it to the high slot. Over to the left point. Leonard shoots. It's blocked in front. Nick Pirog hops on it. Out at center ice. Looks to head man into the Greenville zone. Comes in behind the net to Barash. Takes it into the right wing corner. Cycles it a little further along. Doesn't connect with Pirog. Krieger takes his man. And the puck comes free behind the net. And the Swamp Rabbits work it out to center. Haddad to Teixeira, but his pass ahead is picked off by Pecoraro, and he takes it into the fuel zone. Loses a man, takes it into the slot, loses another, leaves it for Bachman. He shoots, and Bakula shut it down. He looked behind him, did Bakula, but he had made the save. Puck free out to the point to Martin. Now Tim Davison left point. Looks to put it in front. It was blocked down, but kept alive by Bachman into the right wing circle. Haddad's shot is blocked, and the Fuel chip it back out to center, and Greenville again keeping up the pressure that it had for much of the second period and here early in the third.
And a lot of that pressure coming off of turnovers by the Indy Fuel.
There's Matt Marcineau the other way, gains the zone. His shot is blocked up and out of play by Martin. And so the Fuel with an offensive zone faceoff. 15:41 to go third period. Greenville leads 1-0. And there's not a whole lot of room in the offensive zone to make plays for the Indy Fuel. Greenville's done a really good job of protecting the house in front.
And they've done that by having great sticks fully extended out in front of them. Having the willingness to block the shots, and they have marked the Indy Fuel forwards really well at the net front, boxing them out. And even if there are rebounds there, not allowing any of the Indy Fuel sticks to get to those loose pucks.
Marcineau has Spencer Watson in the shooter's hole and is tossed out of the circle again. So Alex Rauter will take the draw.
We've had a lot of those this weekend.
Same officiating crew as last night. And the Swamp Rabbits win the draw. And Connolly out to center to the tape of Bachman. He gains the Fuel line up the right side. Looks to center for Connolly. Pass was behind him, but Slaker puts one right through the crease from the left wing boards. Out to the point, Jardine. Now to Bachman, shovels it in to the right wing corner for Connolly. Rauter bumps him off the puck and sends it to an open corner looking for Willie Raskob. He tried to chip it forward, but it was deflected off of a stick and out of play. And the faceoff will be back in the Fuel zone.
Well, as a coach, that drives you crazy when you have an offensive zone faceoff, and then right after the faceoff happens, there's a rush back the other way, and you don't get any pressure or shot off in the offensive zone. Comes down to that puck management that we've been talking about a lot. Make sure that when you have those offensive opportunities via faceoffs, you got to take advantage, and it all starts with winning the draw.
Marcineau wins the draw. The Fuel unable to clear it out as they wrapped it around, but it was held in at the point. Marcineau in his own corner in the near side. Chips it ahead to Rauter, who will send it back into the Greenville zone. Foot race as icing is waved off. Curtis Leonard is able to get to the puck first. Jardine chips it further along the boards, and the Swamp Rabbits break it out to center. Connolly across the Fuel line up the right wing boards, tries a self-pass, and Cliff Watson wards him off the puck, and that allows the Fuel to work it out to center. Matt Marcineau with speed through the neutral zone. Drops it for Spencer Watson into the left wing circle. He shoots, stick save made by Leatherman. Out to the point, a pass for Martinet is picked off by Wedman, and the Swamp Rabbits send it into the Fuel end. Tim Shoup settles it down. Headmans to Brohl, who will bring it through center. Rink-wide pass to Busdecker across the line. He shoots high and wide from the right wing circle. Rebound put right back through the crease by Jared Thomas. He missed it high as he tried to send it goalward, and the Swamp Rabbits bring it the other way. Wedman in behind the Fuel net, tied up by Shoup. Fuel will rim it around to Brohl, but he couldn't get it through Thompson, who takes the puck away along the near boards. Back into the right wing corner for Wedman. He'll take it along the right wing boards and get it to Thompson in the right corner. In behind the net, watched by Thomas. Try to chop it forward. Here's a wraparound attempt by Wedman. Once, twice, scores. Bakula shut down the initial opportunity, but the rebound came back to Wedman as Bakula had vacated that side of the net, and Wedman popped it into the open side, and the Fuel trail at 2-0 with 13:50 to go in the game.
Well, it's been much the same in this third period as it was last period for the Indy Fuel. Not looking very comfortable in their own zone. And Dan Bakula beats Wedman to the post originally on the initial wraparound. The puck kind of deflected and bounced up in the air, and Bakula thought it went to the other side of the net. So as you said, Andrew, he completely vacated the near side post. The puck bounced right back down to Wedman at the near side, and he had nothing but net. And so at the 13:50 mark in the third period, the Greenville Swamp Rabbits extend their lead to 2.
Wedman's third goal and 5th point of the season, and the Fuel have a 2-goal hole to climb out of. And we're back to action. Indy wins the puck in its own zone, and cross-corner dump into the left wing corner. Thompson and Nick Paling had the assist on Wedman's goal. Here's a shot from the point, handled cleanly by Leatherman, who made a stick save. In behind the net, Cedric Lacroix for Indy. Couldn't shake off a check from Jardine, who takes the puck and outlets to center ice. Zimmer across the center red line. Flops it into the right wing corner as Haddad gives chase with Wakeett and Lee, and Haddad takes the puck. Out to the point, Martin couldn't handle the pass cleanly. Peter Krieger, however, loses it back to Martin, and his shot going wide from the right point is gloved by Backel, and he holds on for a whistle. 13:01 to go, third period. The Fuel trail Greenville 2-0. This is Indy Fuel Hockey.
Body and Soul Massage Therapy is committed to providing the Indianapolis area with premier personalized massage therapy services in a friendly, relaxing environment. Adding a regular sports massage schedule to your training routine will help you train harder, perform better, recover faster, and reach your goals more quickly. Body and Soul is the official massage therapist of the Indy Fuel. Contact Body and Soul Massage Therapy at bodysoul.massagetherapy.com or call us at 317-992-2976.
When it comes to Hondas, your Central Indiana Honda dealers have plenty to choose from. The fan-favorite CR-V, the sleek and stylish Civic Sedan, the extra-efficient Insight Hybrid. Kelly Blue Book award-winning stars, all built with hometown pride and made right here in Indiana. Test drive a new Honda today and experience these favorites for yourself. Or shop the latest offers at CentralIndianaHondaDealers.com. What are you waiting for?
Back to Indy Fuel Hockey with Nick Olchek and Andrew Smith.
13:01 to go in the third period. The Indy Fuel are trailing the Greenville Swamp Rabbits 2-0. Matt Wedman's third goal of the season from Thompson and Nick Paling at 6:10 of the third period, extending the Swamp Rabbits' lead. The Fuel win the defensive zone draws. We're back to action. And here comes Peter Krieger right down the slot, but he couldn't stick handle it cleanly through to take it to goal. And the Swamp Rabbits bring it the other way. Karch Bachman across the Fuel line up the right side. Takes it in. The Fuel are screaming for offside, but no call. Bachman on a tour of the attacking zone, shovels it a little further along and ends up giving up possession. Willie Raskob headmans to his own line to Derek Barash. Up the right wing side, Peter Krieger has it poked off of his stick. Wedman will bring it back out to neutral ice. Through center, headmans to the left wing side and Paling, and he's tied up. And here come the Fuel the other way. Pass ahead, Marcinu's got a step on the D, takes it to the forehand, but a good play doesn't allow him to get a shot off. Sam Jardine on the back check was able to reach around and knock it free from Marcinu.
Jardine's been dominant defensively all game, and he robs Matt Marcinu on a breakaway opportunity thanks to a great pass from Derek Barash. But some great last-ditch effort defending from Jardine.
And Jardine reached around as Marcinu had a step on him and was getting ready to take the shot from the slot.
He did a good job not taking him down either, which would have likely resulted in a penalty shot.
There's a puck in front. It came over to the near post, but Wedman fanned on it as he was looking for his second goal. Nick Paling working on Router below the Fuel goal line. Router couldn't get it through Wedman, and it finally comes free to Chris Martinet, who's back in the game. Good to see him. Spencer Watson now out at center. Tried a self-pass, but Zulsdorf was able to ward him free of the play, and that allowed Jardine to take the puck. 11:17 to go third period. Fuel trail at 2-0. Jardine stick handles through the neutral zone into the Fuel zone, but then loses the puck to Lee. And now Thomas for Indy, taking it laterally through the neutral zone across to Buzdecker across the Greenville line. Stops in the right wing corner. He's checked off the play by Martin, and the Swamp Rabbits take the puck. A lot of one and done for the Fuel right now on their zone entries. Haddad brings it up the right side into the right corner, in behind the net. Shovels it back out to the point. Leonard fanned on it. It comes all the way back into the Greenville zone. The goaltender Leatherman out as Buzdecker gives chase. And the Swamp Rabbits play it through center. Zimmer tips it into the Fuel zone behind the net. They go for a change. 10:35 to go third period. The Fuel trail at 2-0. Antoine Wakeett back to Willie Raskob at his own line across through center across the Greenville line. Raskob tried to stick handle past Leonard and could not. And Leonard takes the puck. Pecoraro chops it to an open space in the fuel zone. Jake Slaker gets to it in the right wing corner. Sullivan digs it free from him and is able to gain the puck. Outlet it short to Lacroix, and now out to center Waken. Over to the far side for Watson. He shoots, and it's deflected wide. It was Joe Sullivan, not Watson. Out to the point, Chris Martinet. Over to the far side. Now Lacroix will wrap it through both corners to Shoop into the slot. Sullivan tried to get a shot off. He was basically tackled on the way. Crowd wants a penalty, none forthcoming. And the Swamp Rabbits played into the fuel zone. Final 10 minutes of this one, Indy trails 2-0. Nick Pirog in his own zone, being watched by 3 Swamp Rabbits. Curls back and hands it off. Shoop headbands to Barash, tips it into the right wing corner in the Greenville zone. Beats Jardine to the puck. Leaves it for Krieger, right corner. His centering pass knocked down, but comes to Krieger. His turnaround shot from the right circle is blocked. And the puck comes in behind the net to Garrett Thompson. He'll scoop it out to neutral ice. Teixeira will track it down into zone. Being watched by Bachman. Teixeira wraps it around through center to Barash. 2-on-2 across the line. Into the high slot for Lee. He walks down Main Street, but the back-checking Wedman knocked it free. Lee looks to center. Comes to Krieger. Shoots, save, rebound just wide. He had an open side, but just missed the far post. Mike Lee ties it up along the far boards to Barash. Tried to back diagonal to the point, but didn't connect. Teixeira will have to settle it down at center and fire it back in. The Fuel will get fresh bodies on the ice as Rauter comes off the bench into forecheck.
What a great opportunity that was for Peter Krieger. Stayed with the initial shot. Rebound came right back to him. Just put it right through the crease on a wide open net. Lethman was out of position. He just couldn't find the netting in behind Lethman.
So it remains 2-0. Greenville in the lead. Krieger's been a little bit snake bit tonight. He got a breakaway and hit the post 30 seconds into the game, and there had an open net and couldn't get it on goal. And the Fuel have played a little bit better and had some opportunities since falling behind 2-0. Greenville really kind of controlled the game from the midpoint of the second period to their second goal.
Let's go!
Puck loose along the far boards as the Swamp Rabbits won the draw and they gain possession. Curtis Leonard at his own line, takes it out to neutral ice, goes D-to-D to Tim Davison. 8:10 to go, third period. Fuel trail it by 2. Leonard headmans along the far boards, pass broken up briefly by the Fuel, but it comes to Haddad, who sends it into the Indy zone. Raskob fanned on his outlet. It's picked off. Here's Pecoraro, turnaround shot from the left circle, blocked wide. Haddad behind the Fuel net. Takes it into the right wing corner, shakes off a check, takes it to the slot, shoots! And it's fought off by Bakala with a pad save. Rebound comes out to Leonard at the point. Sit in behind the net. Bakala will help it along and outlet it to Cliff Watson. He takes it through center. 2-on-3 across the line. Cliff Watson tried to stick handle into the slot, and it was warded free by Lethman, the goaltender. Puck comes into the left wing corner. First one there is Zimmer, and he chops it off the glass, held in by the Fuel. Tim Shoop shoots from center point, and it goes just wide of the left post. Comes out to the point. Chris Martinet holds it in, chops it a little further along. It's settled down by Davison, chips it off the glass to the Fuel line looking for Zimmer. Buzzdecker goes down. That allows Wedman to get the puck. Rink wide pass. Nick Paling shoots on goal with a clean look from inside of the left wing circle. But Dan Bakala in perfect position to make a positional save, and he holds on for a whistle with 7:07 to go in the third.
Well, another turnover at their own blue line. The Indy Fuel being a little bit too careless with the puck, as has been the theme tonight. Bustecker went down, lost control, and all of a sudden Greenville had a great look at the net, and the slap shot stopped by Dan Bakala. The faceoff will come to his right.
Lacroix, Sullivan, Wake at the forward line for Indy. Wedman to take the draw in between the palings for Greenville. 2-0, Swamp Rabbits lead it. Wedman with the most recent goal. Max Zimmer scored the first goal for the Swamp Rabbits at 17:21 of the second period. Wedman wins it back to the point, but he won it too cleanly as it came out to the neutral zone. Swamp Rabbits try to send it in. It's knocked down by Indy and taken by Lacroix. He gains the center red line and fires it into the left wing corner. Comes in behind the net. Letham, the goaltender, will send it around looking for Jack Paling. It's knocked down by the Fuel, and Greenville will take it behind its own net. Martin dealing a 2-4 checkers. Try to get it in behind the net for Wedman. Lacroix trying to disrupt the play, but the Swamp Rabbits are able to work the puck out to center and back to the Fuel line where Teixeira settles it down.
Another good hard-working shift from the Indy Fuel fourth line, keeping plays alive, banging some bodies down low and getting the puck to the net. I would expect the Indy Fuel defensemen to be a little bit more aggressive, pinching down and trying to jump into the play a little bit more, down by 2 as we approach the 5-minute mark.
Peter Krieger, cross-corner dump to Barash, who gets to the puck first, but he can't maintain possession behind the net. Lee holds it in at the point, takes it to the right circle, into the slot for Pirog. His shot just wide of the left post. Out to Teixeira, left point, through traffic, looking for a deflection, goes wide. Barash holds it in, sends it in behind the net to Krieger. Look to center, who is kicked back into his skates, comes free along the near boards for Thompson, and he's able to bring it out to Connolly, out to center for Greenville. Jack Paling sends it into the Fuel zone. Lee takes it. 5:45 to go as Lee wraps it around to center for Pirog. In the center circle, his pass doesn't connect, but Pirog intercepts at center. Ahead to Spencer Watson across the Greenville line. Dances to the high slot. Watson is warded off the play. A nice check by Bachman, and here come the Swamp Rabbits. 3-on-1 developing. Pecoraro shoots from inside the right wing circle, and Bakula makes a glove save and holds on for a whistle. 5:25 to go in the hockey game. The Fuel trail Greenville 2-0. This is Indy Fuel Hockey. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, this is Jeff Wheeler, business manager of IBEW Local 41. I am proud to represent more than 3,000 union electrical workers in central Indiana. From Bankers Life Fieldhouse to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to the annual Circle of Lights, we are proud to power your community. IBEW Local 41 is proud of our union membership and our community leadership.
This is Dr. Ram Yaleti, Chief Physician Executive at Community Health Network. I know that for a lot of you, COVID-19 has changed your day-to-day lives in some pretty dramatic ways. But as things are progressing, there's one thing we sincerely hope you'll continue to do just as before, and that's to seek medical care when you need it. So please, focus on getting the care you need, and we'll focus on keeping you safe while you do.
There's no safer place to be. Learn more at ecommunity.com.
Stand by.
Exceptional care, simply delivered.
Back to the action with Nick Goldcheck and Andrew Smith with Indy Fuel Hockey.
5:25 to go, third period. Greenville Swamp Rabbits lead the Indy Fuel 2-0. Indy's had some chances in this last segment, but John Letheman has been equal to the task as he has made 24 saves on the night.
And you're closing in on a situation in the game now where you're getting to that 5-minute mark. You're going to start telling your defenseman to pinch down in the offensive zone, try and keep plays alive. This is where you got to pull out all the stops to be as aggressive as you can. You're down by 2. Got to find a way to start with 1 by getting the first goal.
Sam Jardine shoots from the point. It's blocked in front. The Fuel can't get it out. Pecoraro holds it in center point over to Karch Bachman. He shoots from along the left wing boards. Pad save made by Bakula, and he covers up the rebound to get a whistle with 5:14 to go. And again, a lot of pressure by the Swamp Rabbits. They're out shooting the Fuel 35-24 in the game and 8-5 in this period.
And that is their identity. We saw it yesterday. We saw it earlier in this game. Anytime they have an opportunity to sling that puck to the net, they do so, whether it's below the goal line, the sideboards from the point, or at the front of the net. Very much their MO is let's get as many shots as we can and hope some of them go in.
Swamp Rabbits win the offensive zone draw. Zimmer in the left wing corner. Takes the backhand. Centers for Pecoraro. It's deflected on goal, and Bakula makes a stick save. Raskob in behind his own net. Indirect pass through center to Marcineau. Skates across the line, shakes off a check. Bounces it back to the point for Shoup. His shot deflects just wide of the right post. Cliff Watson walks the line. His shot blocked back to neutral ice. The Fuel will vacate the zone as Watson sends it in. 4:38 to go. Fuel trail 2-0. Spencer Watson in on the forecheck as the Swamp Rabbits play it out through center. And it's knocked down by Tim Shoup, and he'll wrap it back in. Letheman, the goaltender, leaves it for his defense. Wrapped around, Spencer Watson leaves it for Teixeira. Over to the far point for a slap shot by Shoup that is blocked into the corner. Shoup stays on it. Comes out now for Peter Krieger. His shot blocked wide. Teixeira takes it behind the net. Pops out the right side. Looks to center for Krieger. Pass didn't connect. Out to the point, Tim Shoup. His shot blocked. Friendly fire as Peter Krieger knocked it down. Krieger tried to send it goalward but couldn't get it through 3 Swamp Rabbits. Played back out to center. The Fuel will try to re-enter. Nick Pirog wraps it in through both corners. Wedman gets the puck, takes it behind his own net. 2 forecheckers force it free. Centering pass is knocked free in front, and Connolly clears it out of danger back to the Fuel line. The Fuel send it back to the Greenville line, and pinball's free at center. Jared Thomas couldn't settle it down, and the Swamp Rabbits able to and play it into the Fuel zone briefly. Sent right back out by Indy. Connolly sends it right back in. Cliff Watson behind his own net. Looks to head man through center. It's picked off by Garrett Thompson. Brings it back into the Fuel zone. Loses it to Cliff Watson. And a pass looking for Watson doesn't connect. It's sent right back into the Fuel end by the Swamp Rabbits.
Well, those are the plays that have been killing you all night long. Trying to look for those stretch plays when they're not there. Gotta have your forwards come back and be an option for your defensemen in the zone.
Alex Rotter with speed into the zone. Poked off the play in the right wing corner. And then the Fuel tried to play it out to the point. Backel is headed to the bench. Net is empty for the Fuel, and the Swamp Rabbits ice the puck, and they're arguing that it was Indy that made the pass, and I think the officials are going to talk about it. We may have a drop at neutral ice instead of an offensive zone draw for the Fuel. It looked like the Fuel had passed the puck back to an open point, and it went all the way down, and Joey Haddad, the captain of Greenville, is in the midst of that conversation, and they're going to say it's an inadvertent whistle, and we'll have a face-off at center. Will Bacala go back into the net? It appears to be the case. Looks like he's getting ready to hop over the boards. There's 6 players on the ice for the Fuel, so Bacala's going to stay on the bench with a neutral zone draw. The net is empty.
They're really going for it.
Indy trails it 2-0. Peter Krieger to take the draw against Haddad, won by the Swamp Rabbits. Back into their own zone is Jardine. He'll outlet, looking for Pecoraro. The pass a little too far for him. Comes back into the Indy end where Willie Raskob will settle it down. Bachman into forecheck. Headman's up the far side. The Fuel get through the neutral zone with speed. Pucks it in behind the Greenville net. Leonard gets there first. A stick goes flying. The puck comes into the near corner. And 2 Fuel players trying to dig it free. Indy trailing by 2. Net is empty with 2.5 to go. Spencer Watson, top of the circle, shoots and scores! It's deflected in front, and the Fuel are within 1. Spencer Watson shot it from the right wing circle. It was knocked down in front. Matt Marcineau was able to chip it past Leatherman, and the Fuel have drawn within 1. It's 2-1.
Well, you just can't count this team out with the amount of firepower they have up front. Spencer Watson, with his puppy looking on, Molly back at home, gets it to the net, and Matt Marcineau, right place, right time. In a situation where you have an advantage, 6 players against 5, you got to converge on the net, which is exactly what Marcineau does. And a heck of a shot from Spencer Watson, getting that puck to the net. And the Indy Fuel with a lot of time left, over 2 minutes. They need 1 more goal to tie it.
There was about 4 inches of space between the post and Leatherman's pad after Leatherman made the save. And Matt Marcineau was able to find 3 inches of that opening to put the puck in the net and squeeze it in, and the Fuel are within 1. Bacala back in the goal. 1:55 to go. The Fuel established possession in the offensive zone. Here comes Bacala to the bench. And a shot from Cliff Watson from the left point is stopped by Leatherman. Cliff Watson holds it in at the left point. It's kicked free to Spencer Watson at center. Net is empty for the Fuel again. Spencer fires it in from center ice just wide of the right post. Puck in behind the net, won by the Fuel. Sent into the left wing corner. 6-on-5 for Indy. Peter Krieger has it along the left wing boards. Plays it into the left corner. Back to Krieger at the left point. 1:19 to go. Back diagonal. Center point Teixeira. To Spencer Watson. Fires and scores! Spencer Watson steps into one from the top of the right wing circle. And the Fuel have tied it at 2 with a pair of goals with Dan Bacala pulled. And 2 6-on-5 goals. Spencer Watson sets 1 up, and he scores the next one. And just like that, the Fuel again showing resiliency, come back from a 2-goal deficit to knot this one up.
2 goals and an assist last night for Spencer Watson tonight. Sets up goal number 1. In shades of last night on the power play, it's like deja vu. His offside gets a pass from the point, walks in with that momentum, pulls that stick back, and in a slap shot motion, wires it past Lethemon. Spencer Watson comes up huge. You need your big players in times of need, and he comes through. The Indy Fuel tie it.
2 goals in a minute 9 for the Indy Fuel, both with Bakula pulled. The first one was Marcineau from Spencer Watson and Raskob. This one, Spencer Watson from Teixeira and Marcineau at 18:46. And we're tied at 2. The Fuel ice it off the face-off, so 58 seconds to go. Greenville will have an offensive zone draw. It's a new hockey game. The Fuel with 2 quick goals have tied it. Cedric Lacroix's line is out there with Wakehead and Sullivan. Haddad, Pecoraro, and Zimmer counter for Greenville. Face off in the right wing circle and the Fuel end. And it comes to Willie Raskob for Indy. They chip it out to center. Settled down by Sam Jardine. Over to Zulsdorf for Greenville. His pass misses everybody and will go for icing. And the Fuel will have an offensive zone draw with 46 seconds to go in the third period.
Some more great work from the fourth line of the Indy Fuel, doing good things. It's arguably been the most consistent and best line all night. Now that gives their big guys, the big guns, an offensive zone face-off with 46 seconds to go. Peter Krieger at the draw.
Barash and Pirog are the wings. Cliff Watson and Willie Raskob the points. And the Fuel unable to control the puck off the draw. Comes to Zimmer. He skates it out to center and sends it into the left wing corner in the Fuel zone. Cliff Watson gets there first, wraps it around the boards, comes free to Barash. 1-on-2 across the line. Takes it into the middle and is poked off the play as Zulsdorf did a nice job of sticking with it. Here come the Swamp Rabbits 2-on-2, and Zimmer is able to get the puck behind the net. Out to Haddad, right circle, slap shot. Positional save made with a pad by Bakula. The Fuel scooped the rebound out to center.
That was a really nice save from Dan Bakula. Was without his stick, but came out on top of the crease and made a real nice stop.
The Swamp Rabbits are offside of the re-entry despite the protestations of Haddad, who said he waited till his teammate was on the correct side of the line and then brought the puck in and then they poured over the line, but the linesman says no, blows the whistle. 11.7 seconds to go, and we may be headed for another overtime.
Wow.
Every game here at the Indiana Farmers Coliseum is featured free hockey. We're a few seconds potentially away from that. Tim Shoup in his own zone as the Fuel win the draw. Chips it to the Greenville line. And Paling ahead to Wedman. It comes in on goal. Bakula covers it up. And the whistle sounds and the horn blows. And we're headed to overtime. The Indy Fuel with 2 goals in the last 2.5 minutes of the third period come back from a 2-0 deficit to tie this one up at 2. Shots on goal in the third period. Greenville with 10 for a total of 37. Indy with 10 for a total of 29. And now each team gets a point, the Fuel and Swamp Rabbits. And now we determine who that second point will go to. The Fuel are 5-0 in games that have gone past regulation, 4-0 in overtime. Pirog with 2 goals. Krieger and Marcineau also with overtime goals for Indy. Greenville is 2-3 in games that have gone past regulation, 2-2 in overtimes. The only player who scored an overtime goal for Greenville is Ben Finkelstein. He is out of the lineup tonight with an injury. He has not played this weekend. So now, new life for the Fuel, and they get a well-deserved point after being outplayed for large portions of this game. But we see the offensive firepower and Spencer Watson and Matt Marcineau combined for a pair of goals, 1 minute, 9 seconds apart. And here we are in overtime.
And if you have the amount of skill up front that the Indy Fuel do, You don't need many chances. Tonight, they needed a decent amount of chances, and they found a way to get it done. In a game where they certainly have not been at their best, it takes those pressure moments in those big times of the game where you need a guy like Spencer Watson to come through for you. He did just that in 2 big ways, helping produce 2 goals. Matt Marcineau with a goal and an assist as well. The Indy Fuel are able to salvage a point, and they look to remain undefeated in overtime as we get started here.
We go 3-on-3 in overtime. 7 minutes are on the board. We'll play sudden death. Next goal wins. And the Swamp Rabbits gain possession off the draw. And Barash comes in to try to work it free from Pecoraro. And Barash briefly took the puck. It comes free to center to Peter Krieger. He'll take it back into his own zone, being watched by Haddad, who is able to take the puck back into the right wing corner. Krieger sends it further along into the right wing corner. Foot race for it. It's left for Krieger. Krieger and Barash, the forwards for Indy. And they leave it for Cliff Watson, the defenseman. Through center is Krieger. Tries to shovel it into the slot looking for Barash, but the pass is picked off by Jardine. He's out there with Slaker and Pecoraro. Krieger and Pecoraro were line mates in junior with the Waterloo Blackhawks, now playing against each other in overtime. Slaker to Pecoraro, right down Main Street. Stick handles to the middle, but was poke checked at the end of the play before he could get a shot off. A nice play there by the Fuels, Alex Rauter, and then Rauter trying to get to the puck was held. Everybody in the crowd calling for a penalty, but the arm stays down.
Well, Liam Pecoraro has gotten away with 2 penalties, tripping earlier and holding, no question there. He's gotten away with penalties here in overtime.
The whistles have stayed in the pocket. Just 3 power play opportunities for the 2 teams combined in this game. Slaker center point for Greenville. Indirect pass over to the far side to Zimmer, who has one of the Swamp Rabbits' 2 goals. He's poked off the play by Teixeira, and Marcineau takes the puck. 5:28 to go in overtime, tied at 2. Matt Marcineau behind his own net, leaves it for Teixeira. Nick Pirog is the 3rd forward and has the puck up the right side with a full head of steam across the line. Pirog to the right wing circle, looks to center for Marcineau. Save made, rebound, score! The puck pinballed back into the net, and the Fuel have done it again in overtime. The Fuel win it 3-2 as the puck was knocked right back into the net, and Indy wins it. The overtime magic continues for the Indy Fuel, trailing 2-0 with 2.5 minutes to go. They come back to tie it and win it in overtime. And Greenville, I think, is arguing for a review. They have not left the bench as the Fuel players are celebrating on the ice, and the officials are going to talk about it.
How about this again? The Indy Fuel come through. The call on the ice was a good goal. The 2-on-1 play between Pirog and Marcineau. And originally, the original pass from Pirog to Marcineau, that shot did not find its way to the back of the net. Lethman was spinning around in his crease. It looked like it was Max Zimmer who ended up in the net. Looked from our vantage point like the puck went in with Zimmer. But again, call on the ice was a good goal as the official will head to the penalty box. He'll grab the iPad. He will have a look. But as it stands, the call on the ice was a good goal. And the Indy Fuel have just pulled off a heist here late in this game.
Yeah, it looked like the puck, as we have a replay for those watching on Flow Sports, pass across, save is made, and the puck pinballs off of Leatherman, and then it was kicked into the net by Zimmer. This should be a good goal, and this is a Fuel victory.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that play. No goaltender interference, no kick in. Just a great pass from Nick Pirog, and Matt Marcineau unable to trying to reach for that puck. He had to slide both of his hands well up his stick to be able to gain that reach and reach for it. And if this goal stands, it would be the second of the game for Matt Marcineau, who had a great game last night and comes through late.
It's a good goal. The Fuel win. We had a little bit of a delay, but the puck appeared to cleanly be kicked in by the Swamp Rabbits. Haddad is protesting, but there was no goaltender interference. And the Swamp Rabbits essentially put the puck in their own net as Letherman didn't handle it cleanly. And then it was kicked in, and so the Fuel win it. Nick Pirog from Marcineau and Teixeira at 1:48 of overtime, and the Fuel steal 2 points. That's not the first time we've said that this season. Another come-from-behind victory. This is the second time they've scored with the goalie pulled to tie a game and then won it in the extra session.
There is something special about this team and their ability to not just come from behind, but do it in such dramatic ways. They put out their gunslingers. They put out the guys who they entrust to come through offensively. They do just that at the end of the game. And the Indy Fuel come through with a huge win in a smash and grab style.
3 stars, Matt Marcineau, the number 3 star, with a goal and 2 assists on the night. Another 3-point night. That's 7 in the last 2 nights for the Fuel. Spencer Watson, the number 2 star, he had the game-tying goal and assisted on the first goal for the Fuel. And the number 1 star will be Nick Pirog, who had the game winner in overtime. Pirog is 7th of the year from Marcineau and Teixeira at 1:48. Wins it for the Indy Fuel.
What a pickup Nick Pirog has been. My mistake in overtime. Looked like it was Marcineau. No question about it. Nick Pirog, the overtime winner. What a great pickup he's been. Already 7 goals.
And let's send it down ringside with Scott Allen and Nick Pirog.
Contribute to our fans. You guys are unbelievable. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, anybody that counts this team out is foolish. I mean, you guys lit the fire. There was no give up on that squad tonight.
Yeah, Brazilian group says a lot about our locker room from our goalie on out.
I'll tell you what, let's hear it for our number 1 star of the game, the goal scorer, Nick Pirog.
Nick Pirog ringside with Scott Allen. The Indy Fuel, a come-from-behind 3-2 victory tonight over the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. We'll take a break. Nick and I will come back to wrap this one up right after this. This is Indy Fuel.